Can a scholar be called a villain? Chapter 1, Reincarnating as the Third Prince. The state capital of Yan, Qilin-Fang, the Third Prince's Palace, Faith Palace. It was a luxurious palace, revealing its majestic appearance illuminated by the lanterns in the night, its pavilions standing tall and surrounded by a bamboo forest and a round river. Servants walked inside busily, as the guards stood watch in the surrounding. In the center of the Faith Palace was a rectangular house, and currently inside the house was a casually dressed young man seated cross-legged on a futon. His expression was gloomy, and his face was pale, devoid of any blood. On his body was a blood-red garment that was irradiated by the surrounding red lights, making it seem even more eerie. Murong Lin's eyes were tightly shut, his hands were held together and his legs were crossed on the futon. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and the sliver of blood inside was now dispersed. And the once wavering lights became still, the terrifying aura of blood in the surroundings slowly dispersed, leaving only a quiet house and Murong Lin. Finally, I've fully absorbed the memories, how detestable! He hatefully yelled out in his mind as he stood up, surveying his surroundings. While he circulated his spiritual power and adjusted his body, he walked towards the desk in the room. That was right, Murong Lin was a reincarnator, and he was from Planet Blue. He was a useless bottom feeder on Planet Blue, and he suffered through the ravage of society, living each day in sickness before dying eventually. He was a man from the 21st century who had read all kinds of reincarnation novels, and as an orphan with no ties to the world, he was naturally hopeful about this reincarnation. And of course, the identity of the body he had stolen wasn't ordinary. Yan's third prince Murong Lin, a royal descendant with the same name and appearance as him. He was 19 and had a decent face, but it was extremely pale due to his cultivation method. And since last night, from when he had reincarnated into this world, Murong Lin had swallowed the defenseless third prince's soul. It took him a day to fully absorb his memory, and it was rather interesting as he had watched his entire life play out as if it were a movie. In Murong Lin's memory, this was a Xuanhuan world where cultivators that absorbed spiritual power were unfathomably mighty, and they had reached a flourishing state where the powerful could destroy an entire city with just a thought, and even extinguishing millions of lives, moving the mountains or filling a sea wasn't impossible. The art of alchemy, refining artifacts, and drawing talisman arrays was developed to the extreme, and the joint development of the great Daos had led to creating of such a mystical world. System. Murong Lin had a thought flash past his mind. Instantly a virtual screen filled with rows of blue text appeared in his mind. By focusing, he could inspect the words on the screen, and this was his golden finger, the system that he had brought along with him from his reincarnation. Undefeatable villain System Owner, Murong Lin Villain Score, 0. Age, 19. Cultivation, third layer of the Origin Realm. Innate talent, Bloody Poisonous Insect A Cup Ointment. Cultivation method, Bloody Heaven Art. Skills, Blood Refinery, Descendant of the Bloody God, Blood Demon's Escape Method, Blood Human Pills. Pet, Bloody Poisonous Insect. With the resources from his third prince status and his maternal clan, Murong Lin had cultivated to the Origin Realm before he turned 20. Even without the resources he was provided, his achievements were still strongly influenced by his schemes. And all of this was now within the palms of the new Murong Lin. Ding! I've detected that Master had completely absorbed the memories. The reward is a new player gift bag. System, can you change your name? The undefeatable villain system sounds too cringy. Auntie doesn't understand what Master is saying. Can Master please repeat himself? I said, can you change your system name? How could it be called villainous when I'm just acting as a scholar? Auntie doesn't understand what Master is saying. Can Master please repeat himself? Forget it, just leave it. Help me open the new player gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to Master for receiving a Little Villain Halo, Lifelessness Law and the must-read Villain Instruction Manual. Check it. Murong Lin raised his eyebrows, his tone laced with curiosity. The little villain's halo intensifies your villainous aura, and the hate value from protagonists. Within a small area, it can make your underlings more reckless and idiotic, passers-by more afraid and respectful, and your backings more doting and blind. Lifelessness Law, an immeasurable cultivation method that allows you to absorb any and all cultivation method skills to evolve. Absorbed lives are converted into cultivation methods, and the use of imitation skills from absorbed methods. Must read Villain Instruction Manual. It contains all kinds of methods to harm protagonists, from bullying men and dominating women, to forcing their mothers into prostitution, creating adverse effects on them. Murong Lin looked at the last line speechlessly, and he asked the system with the corners of his mouth twitching, "Auntie, what exactly am I supposed to do? Play the villain. Kill the protagonists. Kill the protagonists. Kill the protagonists." The system will identify the protagonists of this world, and all Master has to do is shatter their protagonist halos and kill them to get rewards and increase the villain score. The villain score can be used to purchase the items in the shop, and the villain value that Master gains is proportionate to the amount of protagonist value they possess. When their protagonist value drops to 0, their protagonist halo will shatter. There will be more than one protagonist, and they might not even be human. There are protagonists being created at any point in time, and as long as they are a protagonist, you have to kill them. Other than going against protagonists, any other action that you take will be deemed as meaningless. I got it, so I'm the main villain, right? Master has yet to become the strongest, so you are not considered as the main villain. Master has the little villain halo, and reaching a certain threshold will result in becoming the main villain. Is that so? Murong Lin inspected the system world, and the 0 written inside was especially glaring. Will killing protagonists make me stronger? With this golden finger, am I not the protagonist? Auntie, continue to check my personal information, be a bit more detailed. Bloody poison insect A cup ointment, a kind of inherent A cup ointment, absorbing human blood allows you to raise bloody poison insects. Bloody Heaven Art, advanced earth level cultivation method, it allows you to cultivate to the manifestation realm. Blood Refinery, intermediate earth level spiritual skill, extremely vicious. Descendant of the Bloody God, elementary earth level spiritual skill, for compact hidden weapons. Blood Demon's escape method, elementary earth level spiritual skill, consumes blood essence. Blood Human Pills, elementary earth level pill making method, it is extremely vicious. At lower grade yellow level, you will be able to refine 10 blood human pills, 100 blood human pills at higher grade yellow level, 1000 at lower grade black level, 10,000 at higher grade black level, and 100,000 at lower grade earth level. Bloody Poisonous Insect, the poisonous insects are created by the absorption of blood in the bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment. Its strength will correspond with its owner, and it is capable of swallowing human blood to restore the owner's strength and blowing itself up to save its owner's life. Not bad, it looks just like the traits of a villain. Auntie, will my strength deteriorate if I cultivate Lifelessness Law? It will not. Alright, send it to me, I'm going to cultivate. Ding! Lifelessness Law has been sent to Master, and it is detected that Master has cultivated Swallow returns to its nest, Snow Cover and Bloody Heaven Art. Do you wish to combine and absorb them? Yes. Dozens of cultivation methods flashed past Murong Lin's mind, and he said to Auntie, combine these as well. Swallow returns to its nest was the foundational cultivation method for the royals of Yan. Snow Cover was the inherited cultivation method from the family of Murong Lin's birth mother. However, these two methods were not fully imparted to Murong Lin, and none of the methods he had cultivated was above the crystalline realm. As a result, the fortuitously obtained Bloody Heaven Art was his main cultivation method. Furthermore, in Murong Lin's memory, the power in this world was divided between Fetal Enigma Realm and the Nature Enigma Realm. The Fetal Enigma Realm was divided into 4 realms: Body Refinement, Spirit Ablation, Condensation, and Crystalline, each realm divided into 9 layers. The nature enigma realm was divided into 4 realms: origin, manifestation, reaching the skies, and cognizance, each realm divided into 9 layers as well. TL, don't really like sky reaching. It means to have direct access to the highest authorities in the sky. If someone has a better phrase/word to recommend, please feel free. The yellow and black levels were the resources within the fetal enigma realm, and the earth and sky levels were resources belonging to the nature enigma realm. The current emperor of Yan, who was also Murong Lin's father, was an expert in the sky-reaching realm, and there were less than 10 experts known in the country that was in the same realm. As such, it was obvious that Murong Lin's strength in the origin realm wasn't considered ordinary either. The distinct differentiating factor of the origin realm was the possession of divine senses, allowing one to observe a 10-mile area, and at the same time, a primordial spirit would be formed in their consciousness. A bundle of red light existed in Murong Lin's consciousness, and that was his primordial spirit. Circulating his spiritual power once, Murong Lin couldn't find any blockage. It was as if he had been cultivating lifelessness law from birth. With a smile, his hand knocked on the table as he circulated his spiritual power in his other hand, releasing a gyrating ball of red spiritual power in his hand. Right now, he had enough time to think about how he had died on Planet Blue. Chapter 2, Found the protagonist Zhou Fan. On the morning of the second day, an old male servant knocked on the door of Murong Lin's room. "Your Royal Highness, your breakfast for today has been prepared, would you wish to eat now?" Old Man Bai was Murong Lin's birth mother's guard, and also a guard from his maternal family, the Snow Clan. He was past his 60th birthday, and as an expect of the first layer of the origin realm, he was the head servant of the third prince's faith palace. His ability to manage was satisfactory, and he was loyal and devoted to Murong Lin. Wearing the head servant's uniform, he lowered his head and stood at the entrance of Murong Lin's room door, followed by 2 nervous, but clean-looking female servants. "Come in and serve me." Murong Lin sat cross-legged on his bed, and as he opened his 2 eyes, he stood up. Old Man Bai brought the 2 female servants in, and at his signal, the 2 young and slim women walked over to assist Murong Lin in changing. With interest in his eyes, he glanced at the female servants as he opened his arms naturally, only looking away after they started to tremble under his gaze. He was naturally aware of how terrifying he seemed in the eyes of his servants. Looking towards Old Man Bai with indifferent eyes, he noticed that the old man had his brows furrowed as if he had something to say. Murong Lin asked him straightforwardly, "Head servant Bai, what are you conflicted about?" Old Man Bai quickly lowered his head, cupping his hands. "Your servant does not dare, it's just that this servant is happy to notice that your highness's complexion has become rosier." "Oh? Is that so? It's just that my cultivation has improved." "Congratulations to your highness." Murong Lin lowered his arms once the changing was done, and walked out with the 3 servants walking closely behind him. Reaching the hall, the chief guard of the palace, Chen Yang nodded his head at Murong Lin, "I've met with your highness." Nodding his head, Murong Lin continued to walk towards the table to eat the prepared breakfast. Chen Yang was the same as Old Man Bai. He had reached the first layer of the origin realm and was managing every single one of the guards in the third prince's palace. The 2 of them were the only experts in the nature realm and were considered the right and left hands of Murong Lin. Chen Yang stood at the side, wearing Jin Xuanhuan. His muscles were robust, and his expression was full of determination. He walked forward to stand at the tableside, reporting to Murong Lin, "In your highness's self-isolation yesterday, a total of 3 people had visited your palace. The first was your good friend, Mr. Jian Zhou. He was here to invite your highness to play in the Apricot Blossom establishment, and 2 of the guests were from the Department of State Affairs, here to deliver a letter to your highness." Murong Lin looked at the food before him and picked up a blood cow rat to place in his mouth. The lively blood cow rat was instantly crushed by his teeth, causing its refreshing flesh and blood to explode in his mouth. This blood cow rat was rightfully named due to its small, rat-like size, but its flesh and blood resembled a cow's. It was a demonic monster that was at the flesh-refining realm, and it had become Murong Lin's breakfast today. Originally, cultivating the bloody heaven art required large amounts of blood and flesh, and despite not needing it anymore, the taste of this blood ka rat was pretty delicious. Picking up a few more, he threw them into his mouth as he raised his head to glance at Chen Yang and nodded, "Got it, that guy Ma Jianzhou must have run out of money and came here to borrow some, ignore him for now. Bring over the letter from the Department of State Affairs." Old Man Bai took a step forwards, presenting the unopened letter in his hands to Murong Lin. Taking the letter, Murong Lin casually scanned its contents before throwing it back into Old Man Bai's hands and shook his head. The old man nodded and took the letter. With the circulation of his spiritual power, the letter burned into ash, disappearing from this world. "My old man wishes for me to suppress the beast wave from the south. I will probably have no choice but to go in a few days. Your Highness, should I inform your maternal family?" Old Man Bai asked with a bent back. "No, mother probably wishes for me to do some work and gain credit. Coincidentally, since I'm bored in the capital, I don't mind taking a walk in the south." With a smile, Murong Lin revealed his vicious, blood-stained teeth that made his face seem even paler in comparison. Ding! Auntie has detected a protagonist nearby. Please note. Suddenly, a voice was heard in his mind. Despite his heart that was filling with curiosity, Murong Lin's expression remained the same as he opened his divine senses, scanning over the entire mansion. Old Man Bai and Chen Yang could naturally feel the scrutiny of his divine senses, and they stood at Murong Lin's side silently. A distance away, on the martial arts training ground within the palace, a dozen guards were training from dawn. Human figures roamed on the grey stone floor, wielding their pikes and swords as they loudly trained with their muscular tops bared. Murong Lin scanned over every single one of them before stopping at the sight of a skinny young man. The youth had a skinny and weak body that was incomparable to the burly figures of the other guards, but he had a determined expression and sturdy feet. It was as if his muscles were compressed within his body, and there was a transcendent and ancient aura emanating from inside him. The foundation of his body is noteworthy. Is this an ancient training technique? What is his name? Murong Lin asked with interest. Chen Yang followed his gaze, and his divine senses were also aware of the protagonist. He answered Murong Lin, "Your Highness, he is one of the guards training in the palace, his name is Zhou Fan." Zhou Fan? Such a protagonistic name, it seems that he was the one. Ding! Master has found a protagonist. Name, Zhou Fan. Protagonist value, 150. Age, 16. Cultivation, peak of the flesh refining realm. Innate talent, little protagonist halo. Interesting, I finally saw a real-life story protagonist. Murong Lin thought in his mind as he spoke, what is his personality life? Bullied since his birth, he is full of perseverance and indomitability. He's been improving exponentially since 3 months ago, and his cultivation jumped by 6 layers. Chen Yang answered truthfully with his memory as the chief guard. It is suspicious. Old Man Bai, who was standing at the side, spoke. Murong Lin nodded his head and instructed the two, watch him carefully, don't let him find out. Take note of who he had came into contact with, and what he has done. Report every single one of his movements to me within a day. Yes. Squeak squeak squeak. Murong Lin finished the last blood ka rat on his plate and drank the cup of blood water. After cleaning his teeth, he walked outside while speaking to the old man, "Go, follow me to the Athenaeum in the main palace." Yes. On the martial training grounds, Zhou Fan was simultaneously practicing his fist techniques and circulating his spiritual power to train his meridians. FEWNL. Looking at the wooden dummy that was wrecked by his fist techniques, a bright smile appeared on his face. Just 3 months ago, he was a nameless third-layer origin realm guard, bullied and humiliated by the other guards and servants. However, he recently found a green copper cauldron and accidentally dripped his blood onto it, and as a spiritual treasure, the green cauldron recognized him as its owner. He only found out after inheriting the message of the green cauldron that it was a cauldron for pill making, and its grade was shockingly at the sky-reaching stage. Within it was a drop of tendonizing and marrow-cleaning liquid and the sky-reaching 9 heavens tribulation body. Discontent to continue his life as trash, he consumed the tendonizing and marrow-cleaning liquid and started cultivating 9 heavens tribulation body. Additionally, he was also able to procure the liquid through the recipe in the green cauldron to sell and use. And just like that, 3 months had passed and he had taken his revenge against those that had bullied him as his cultivation reached the peak of the flesh-refining realm. Once he had reached the next realm, he would be able to apply to leave the palace. And thinking of this made Zhou Fan's smile even wider. Right, Xiao Li specially prepared breakfast for me, I have to go back quick or I'll upset her. An expression of helplessness and dotingness flashed past his face as he threw an outerwear on his body before rushing outside, not interacting once with the other guards around him. TCH, what is he so complacent about? This guy really forgot his status as a servant. SHH. Be a bit softer. I heard that the guards that offended him all had broken wrists, they won't be able to recover without a few months of rest. That's right. That Zhou Fan single-handedly fought the guys at the 3rd layer of the Spirit Ablation realm, he's comparable even to when His Highness was young. A few guards discussed at the side as they stared at the back of Zhou Fan, each of them filled with envy and jealousy. You few, what are you talking about over there? A voice came from the sides, shocking the 3 of them into kneeling on the ground. We've met with the great chief guard. Get up and continue on with your training. Yes. The 3 of them hurriedly moved towards the side and started training fervorously. Chen Yang, who stood at the side with squinted eyes, walked towards a few of the people who had interacted with Zhou Fan before. He interrogated them, and recorded every piece of information he received with a brush as he thought to himself, it seems as though this guy had offended His Highness, should I go and punish him? Chapter 3, Lifelessness Law. Murong Lin quickly arrived at the main palace, traveling undisturbed on a sedan chair. Royal children were considered adults at 18, and not allowed to continue living in the main palace, they were instead sent to a palace to call their own among the 108 palaces in the capital, aiding the emperor in overseeing the country. Following to the memories in his mind, Murong Lin had quickly found his way to the Athenaeum within the inner main palace, which was also the Athenaeum of the royal family. It was decorated modestly, surrounded by a bamboo forest on the outside. Bamboos signified the entrusted will and insignia of the Murong clan, it marked the clan's unyielding tenacity that would never dry up, even for tens of thousands of years, and the bamboo was also the national flag and symbol of Yan. The guards of the Athenaeum were both old men, usually hidden away in the shadows, only appearing to identify visitors that tried to enter the 3rd floor. Both were experts of the origin realm, with divine senses that could envelop the entire Athenaeum. Murong Lin signaled for his followers to wait outside and entered alone. The moment he entered, the aura of an array swept past him, refreshing his mind. I've met with the 2GELA01, this visitor is named Murong Linear. He stood 3 steps from the entrance and nodded his head as he spoke before surveying the building. The books on the 1st floor mostly consisted of yellow-level cultivation methods, spiritual skills, and scriptures, all of which were copied onto paper. Murong Lin walked towards the area with cultivation techniques, scanning the books with his divine sense while discreetly instructing the system to absorb the records. Within just 15 minutes, tens of thousands of yellow-level cultivation methods had been combined with lifelessness law, but due to their low quality, it did not improve his cultivation method. Murong Lin continued towards the 2nd floor, and the books on the floor were no longer made of paper, but jade tablets the size of a thumb. By placing the jade tablets onto one's forehead, they would be able to study its contents, and its small size made for easy storage, protection, and durability. However, Murong Lin had long become an expert of the origin realm, and he could access the information within the jade tablets with his divine senses alone. After 7.5 minutes, Murong Lin had absorbed every single black level cultivation method within the second floor, finally pushing forwards the evolution of lifelessness law. On the third floor, two figures suddenly jumped out. It was the staid, black-clad old men with white hair. Does the third prince wish to enter the third floor? May I know if you have permission? One of the old men guarding the building asked. No, but I recall being granted an opportunity to enter the third floor once that I have not used, isn't that right? Murong Lin's expression remained still as he spoke with his hands behind his back. That is correct, but Your Highness the third prince will only have this one opportunity, and you will have to leave after half an hour. Understood. Please. The two Gilao made way as they controlled the array to open the entrance to the third floor while a distant voice rang out, Third Prince, please refrain from damaging anything. Murong Lin did not respond, and instead walked into the third floor. The jade tablets within the third floor were less than 100 times of the tablets on the floor beneath, due to the fact that every single one of the tablets here contained cultivation methods within the lower earth levels to higher sky levels, along with a few earth-level remnants of cultivation methods. However, due to the fact that cultivation methods of this kind contained large amounts of information, scanning a single tablet would take at least 5 minutes each, and it was only possible to read up to a dozen books within half an hour. But Murong Lin already had a plan. On the first floor, despite the fact that the tens of thousands of yellow-level cultivation methods were unable to increase the progress of his cultivation, there were a few books that were quite remarkable. This was also the reason why he dared to enter the third floor. Sky Earth Net, Glimpse of Reflection, Fleeting Sword Art. In the process of combining with Lifelessness Law, these 3 books had created a miracle. It was enough to finish reading the hundreds of books here. And after half an hour, Murong Lin walked out with a pale face. Old Man Bai quickly walked forwards, retrieving a higher black level tonic pill from his bag of holding and handed it to Murong Lin. Swallowing the pill, Murong Lin circulated his spiritual power to digest the pill and walked towards the sedan chair with a soft voice, let's return. Old Man Bai scanned the pairs of eyes hidden in the surrounding bamboo forest out of the corners of his sight, and as he followed behind the sedan chair, he spoke, Your Highness, there are a few spies around. Disregard them. Murong Lin's voice rang out from within the sedan chair, they are most likely sent by my brothers. Yes. Old Man Bai nodded, but couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, however, why did Your Highness choose to enter the Athenaeum today and waste that opportunity? There is a flaw in the cultivation, inform those guys to come in the night. Murong Lin spoke ambiguously, but the old man's expression changed greatly, becoming extremely pale. Reluctant to say any more, he followed at the side quietly. Murong Lin wasn't afraid of this conversation leaking either, since there were only the 2 of them here. That was right, the 4 strong men carrying the sedan chair were not human, but puppets crafted from life humans. Within the sedan chair, Murong Lin smiled as he looked at the system window. Lifelessness Law, Higher Earth Level, Creation of Higher Earth Level Skills. Not bad, this Lifelessness Law is really quite interesting. By instilling the cultivations and experience from cultivation methods, I can steal all kinds of cultivation methods for myself. However, it's too slow. I didn't expect a third prince like myself to not even have a proper higher earth level cultivation method. The old emperor, that old man and those women around him are too detestable. Favoritism, nepotism. One day, I'll take back everything. Murong Lin's expression became vicious. This was the grudge of the previous owner of this body, and it had passed on to him, carving hatred and dissent into his bones. The current emperor favored the 6th princess and bequeathed most of the resources to her. While the first prince had the backing of most of the officials in the royal court, the second prince had the backing of the Murong clan, the 4th prince had a wealthy merchant maternal family, the 5th and 7th princes had the support of the army, and even the adolescent 8th prince had the backing of a sect. Only he did not have any support. His paternal clan, the Murong clan, did not favor him, and only due to the fact his mother, concubine Shui's clan, was not a vessel of the Murong clan, as well as his royal lineage, he was able to obtain some resources. However, as they had their own disciples, they became increasingly arrogant through the years and decreased his allocated resources to the point where it couldn't even rival a soul ablation realm cultivators. He had to fight for his own cultivation resources. How hateful, how hateful, how hateful! Murong Lin had two sources of resentment that were left by the body's previous owner. It was to seize the throne and to exact revenge on the Snow clan. In the night, Murong Lin sat in his room as Chen Yang reported to him from the side. After buying large amounts of medicinal ingredients, he still has a lot of silver? And his childhood sweetheart, is the daughter of a stab lemon? Ha, isn't this the template of a protagonist? Murong Lin laughed after hearing Chen Yang's report on Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was the protagonist he had found today. And he was also the first protagonist he had found since coming to this world. Also, he was a protagonist within his palace, who had grudges against quite a few of the guards under Murong Lin. It seemed that he either had a pill-making old man following him, or he had an artifact capable of making pills at any time. That made him easier to deal with. To Murong Lin, the most troublesome kinds of protagonists were the ones that would bring their seniors after losing, and he much rather preferred weeding. What's the origin of that stab lemon? Murong Lin asked further. None, the 5 generations of his ancestors were all stab lemon, but he only had one daughter in his life, his lineage will regretfully end. Good, scrub his daughter clean and send her to my room. Murong Lin spoke with a smile, and as the light of the lanterns swayed in his room, Chen Yang felt as though he had seen the devil. But, this was just the usual behavior, third prince. Yes. Chen Yang cupped his hands and walked out of the study. Murong Lin clapped his hands together, causing the light within the lanterns to flicker before it continued to sway. But within this quiet study, 2 figures appeared in an instant. They wore blood-red robes, and had pale faces and terrifying eyes, emanating an unstable origin realm strength from their bodies. We've met with Master. The 2 of them spoke with hoarse voices, bowing respectfully as they did. Call me the cult leader. We've met with cult leader. The 2 bowed yet again, standing at the side with lowered heads. The tall, skinny man among the 2 took out a white porcelain bottle from his bag of holding, presenting it to Murong Lin. Master, this is 10,000 human blood pills, our efforts of the past 3 months. Murong Lin glanced at the white porcelain bottle and knocked his hand onto the table, shaking his head. He spoke, too slow. Do not continue capturing people for these pills. Chapter 4, Blood Spirits. Ah! Master, please forgive our sins. The 2 Origin Realm experts quickly knelt on the floor, banging their foreheads into the ground. Murong Lin circulated his spiritual power and lifted the 2 of them, speaking in a dumbfounded manner, I am not blaming you, it is because I have a new task. After a miraculous encounter at 15, Murong Lin obtained a series of resources that included bloody heaven art, and he started to groom his own organization Blood Spirits. Due to his cultivation method, to increase his strength and procure medicinal pills, the scale of his need for human blood had increased exponentially. Unable to gather it himself due to his status, he had no choice but to slowly raise his influence using his own resources that would work under his command. And Blood Spirits did not disappoint his expectations. The organization grew from dozens of men to its current state, with over thousands of underlings. In these 4 years, they had killed over 100,000 humans for their blood, and within Yan, there was only a population of over 1 billion lives. Blood Spirits' murders and crimes had pushed it up to the 9th position on the wanted list. The top 8 spots consisted of separatist parties that slaughtered more than 1 million lives. It was quite humorous. The first prince's Tai-Bai bandits that was used to gather wealth were in 5th place, and the Murong clan's Lin Nan rebels used for scheming and sowing discord was ranked 2nd. In this world, good and evil meant nothing in the face of power. The 4 blood paladins and blood spirits were known as Murder, Plunder, Butcher, and Marauder. All of them were at the first layer of the origin realm, but because they were forcefully strengthened with blood human pills, their true strength was not comparable to other experts of the same level of cultivation. The 2 before him were Blood Paladin Butcher and Blood Paladin Murder, while the other 2 were still busy with massacring and procuring pills. After that, they were divided into 32 dioceses, each having a bishop at the crystalline realm with the jurisdiction of hundreds, if not 1,000 parishioners, creating bloody storms in different counties. 1. By limiting the massacres committed by blood spirits within the countryside, Murong Lin did not have any risk of exposing himself as the cult leader. Excluding the 4 blood paladins that had unwavering loyalty towards him, the only person in the world that knew the true identity of the cult leader was Old Man Bai. Despite his pale face and bloody aura, not many would suspect a third prince to be involved with the blood spirits. "What new task does Master have?" the 2 blood paladins asked respectfully. "Follow the information on this and assist me in investigating as much as you can." Murong Lin threw a handbook that was on the desk to the 2. It was the records of protagonistic traits that he had spent his afternoon writing, filled with hundreds of protagonistic characteristics and variations. "Yes." The 2 blood paladins did not ask further, and there was not even a hint of curiosity or hesitation in their expressions, their respectful faces delightful to the eyes. "Focus on investigating rural towns, outer courts and sects, or in remote areas. Understood? Go." "Yes. Master." "Cult leader." "Yes." "Cult leader." "Yes, yes, yes." Murong Lin spoke in a helpless tone. With a flash of their figures, the 2 blood paladins disappeared from the study, only leaving the smell of blood lingering in the air. Picking up the white porcelain bottle in the room, Murong Lin opened it with interest and looked at the round, red-colored medicinal pills through the thin bottle neck. It was the 10,000 human blood pill. A higher black-level medicinal pill. A medicinal pill refined with the blood of 10,000 human sacrifices. But it wasn't exactly 10,000 people, but at least 10,000. What a pity, such a crude refining method. Murong Lin glanced at the pills as he circulated his spiritual power with disinterest, prompting the bloody poison insect to crawl out from his bloody poison a cup ointment. As his forehead reddened, wisps of blood emerged to eventually form a poison insect the size of a fingernail. Its body was a bright red color, except for a streak of black on its back, emanating a bloody smell. With its eyes tightly shut, 6 of its slender limbs wriggled as its 2 red wings fluttered as if it had smelled the 10,000 blood human pills. "Eat it." Murong Lin gave his permission. The bloody poison insect immediately fluttered its wings, instantly appearing within the white porcelain bottle. And strands of red slowly emerged from the 3 pills, slowly entering the body of the bloody poison insect as it absorbed. At the same time, as the owner of the bloody poison insect a cup ointment, Murong Lin gradually closed his eyes as he felt the strength entering his body from the bloody poison insect. His aura rose as he reached the peak of the 3rd layer of the origin realm, only a step away from breaking through to the 4th layer. After a long time, the white porcelain bottle was emptied, and the bloody poison insect waited for a moment, reluctantly flying a few circles in the air before fluttering back into Murong Lin's body. "What a pity, this human blood pill isn't a long-term plan. Must I rely on killing protagonists?" Murong Lin sighed. He was quite greedy for the items in the system shop. And his divine sense twitched, sensing that someone was coming closer to the house. It was the Old Man Bai. "Enter." Murong Lin spoke. The door opened, and the old man walked in respectfully, followed by 2 female servants that were forcefully dragging a struggling maiden. "Your Highness, I have brought the person you wanted." Old Man Bai spoke with a bent back. Xiao Li was terrified. As she was preparing dinner for brother Zhou Fan, a few of the big hots of the palace had entered and informed her that the Royal Highness, the Prince, had instructed her to serve him tonight. Naturally, she was reluctant, but they didn't say anything else as they dragged her to the bath. The female servants forcefully washed her and donned her into a clean dress. Her dad wanted to defy them, but his actions were futile as he was promptly knocked out by a servant's slap. Xiao Li wanted to run away, but with her dad held hostage, brother Zhou Fan on night duty, unaware of what was going on, and the number of experts in the third prince's palace that rivaled the number of clouds in the sky, how could a small female servant at the flesh-refining realm like herself escape? There was a brief moment where she wanted to give up. She had feelings towards brother Zhou Fan. She had sworn to marry him when she became of age. She did not wish to serve His Highness, the third prince. Furthermore, the rumors of the third prince had always been negative, and none of the female servants that served him in his bed had walked out alive. Her sisters had told her that the third prince was a human-devouring demon. Help! She did not want to be eaten. Brother Zhou Fan, come quickly and save me. Murong Lin looked at the girl before him, who was too weak to struggle, and was intrigued. Waving his hand, the old man and the other two female servants mindfully left the room. The two female servants even glanced at Xiao Li in sympathy. The room door was closed. Even without anyone subduing her, Xiao Li nevertheless did not dare to run away. She did not even dare to raise her eyes to look at Murong Lin. Murong Lin stood up and walked towards her, scrutinizing this slender, shiny-haired girl before him. Her skin was white, and her tender body was covered in a loose, long dress. She held her beautiful jade-like hands at her chest, still trembling. No wonder you're the woman of a protagonist. Murong Lin thought as he raised Xiao Li's chin with his outstretched hand. Instantly, Xiao Li's face was revealed to Murong Lin's eyes. Her chubby face was tear-stricken, and she had bright red lips, watery eyes, and long eyelashes. Her cute features combined with her terrified and wronged expression intrigued Murong Lin. System, does this woman have anything special? Ding! According to the system's evaluation, this woman has only been influenced by the effects of the little protagonist halo, and she does not have any kind of talent. A pity. Murong Lin sighed. Xiao Li trembled even more, incapable of understanding what the third prince meant by that statement. She stuttered, "Your Highness, please, please spare me." Murong Lin ignored her screaming as he circulated his red spiritual power, directly piercing her tendons. Outside, dark clouds enveloped the skies as thunder roared. At the same time, Murong Lin's two messages appeared on the system window. Ding! The protagonist, Zhou Fan's little protagonist halo has started to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining 50 villain value, you can use it to purchase the items in the system shop. 1. The reason for the cult-like naming sense is mainly due to which was used to describe the members. Can be used to describe a cult or a couple other things, but is a term mainly used in a religious context. This naming sense is subject to change after further context, but it kind of works out because I personally feel that all of the terms perfectly fit the Chinese words used in describing his organization. Chapter 5, Murdering Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was perplexed. Xiao Li hadn't brought him his meal even until the end of his night shift. As he returned slowly, he noticed a few people looking at him with sympathetic eyes on his way back, piquing his curiosity further. Did something happen? Touching the green cauldron on his body, he hastened his steps with a furrowed brow. And he didn't even enter his residence before hearing the wailing of Xiao Li's father, a stab lemon within the palace. Uncle, what happened? Zhou Fan immediately sensed that something was wrong and he walked over to Xiao Li's father, helping him up from the ground. Xiao Li's father was covered in grime, and seeing that Zhou Fan had returned, he started crying towards the man he saw as his ally. Little Li, Xiao Li has suffered, if only you had returned earlier. What happened? Zhou Fan hadn't seen Xiao Li at all, and after hearing her father's wailing, a sense of discomfort and distress rose in his heart. She was summoned by the human-devouring third prince to serve him in his bed tonight, sob. What? Zhou Fan was shocked, and his heart was filled with anger and worry as he rushed out, but he then quickly stopped himself. As the guard of the palace, he knew the strength of the third prince. It made him feel hopeless and weak. There was a gap of 4 great realms between them. What power did he have to save Xiao Li? Not only that, but with the unknown number of experts under his command, the third prince could kill him with just the wave of his hand. How could he save her? Just by walking out of his house, he could be killed by the guards hidden around the area. Ah! Why? Why was it like this? Zhou Fan staggered for a few steps before falling to the ground. He gritted his teeth as tears started to flow from his eyes, and his hands gripped the ground with so much force that he started to bleed. Everything was clearly getting better. By gaining strength, he could protect Xiao Li. But... Right. He still had the green cauldron. He could still fix this. Digging out the green cauldron, Zhou Fan thought, Xiao Li, wait for me, I'll save you. Standing up, he ran outside, unable to see his protagonist halo gradually starting to shatter. Within the house, Murong Lin had just worn his clothes and walked to his desk as he stretched his body. And at this moment, the voice of Old Man Bai came from outside his house. Your Highness, the guard Zhou Fan requests to meet you. Oh! The old man stood in the courtyard, staring at Zhou Fan with squinted eyes. Murong Lin noticed Zhou Fan instantly due to his striking appearance and aura, but he chose to put on a lofty act as he asked Old Man Bai, who is Zhou Fan? Zhou Fan could only grit his teeth as hatred swept through his heart. However, he chose to put on a calm and subservient facade as he spoke to Mu Changrong with a nod. I've met with your highness the third prince, please. Before he could finish his sentence, Murong Lin released his spiritual aura and heavily slammed it onto Zhou Fan's body, forcing his back to bend as his body trembled. The 9 heavens tribulation body that Zhou Fan had cultivated had trained his body, and he could slightly resist Murong Lin's expanding aura. Seeing that he was capable of resisting the strength of the peak of the condensation realm, Murong Lin shook his head as he used all of his power, forcing Zhou Fan to kneel. Zhou Fan's knees slammed onto the ground, and with a ka-cha noise, his 2 kneecaps started to shatter. An immense sense of shame and resentment appeared in Zhou Fan's heart. Ah! How dare he humiliate him like this? He had obviously changed. He was no longer the Zhou Fan from the past. As a servant, you should have the awareness of one. If you meet with your master, you should kneel, got it? Murong Lin glanced at him as he eliminated the possibility of a protagonist that had an elder following him around. If he had a gold finger of an old man following him around, he would not have endured this kind of humiliation and would have lent his body to the old man to fight him. That meant that he only had an artifact-type gold finger. What a pity. Got it. Zhou Fan barely managed to speak without shattering his ground teeth. Your Highness the Third Prince, please let Xiao Li go. This servant has a flesh-refining medicinal recipe to present to your Highness. She is your woman. Murong Lin did not answer, but instead asked this question. Zhou Fan nodded. Yes, your Highness, please spare Xiao Li. This servant will present the flesh-refining medicinal recipe with both of his hands. Your woman is really tender. Murong Lin grinned as he thrusted his feet towards Zhou Fan's head. A shadow pounced from the side, blocking Murong Lin's attack. It was Xiao Li's father. His body immediately shattered as it blocked Murong Lin's kick at full power, his lower body exploding into a mess of blood and flesh, spraying onto Zhou Fan's face. Leave now. Take revenge for us. The stab lemon only had the time to finish this sentence before dying midair. Zhou Fan watched as the stableman's corpse fell to the ground before him and his mind went blank, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, his gaze moved to the unclosed door behind Murong Lin. From his position, he could see a woman lying on Murong Lin's bed. The woman was naked, her body bare of even a single piece of clothing. Her originally white skin was covered with blood and body fluids, and her 2 hands hung from the sides of the bed, with fresh blood beneath her. Her tearful eyes were vacant, and she had stopped breathing for a long time. Xiao Li had died. She died a long time ago. Slaughtered by Murong Lin. No! Zhou Fan screamed, wanting to stand up. And with the wave of Murong Lin's hand, a strong spiritual power knocked Zhou Fan back onto the ground, his legs instantly separating from his body. He turned back to glance inside uninterestedly, and yelled strangely. Wah! What a pity, her blood was really tender. Circulating his spiritual power to form a large hand, he reached towards Zhou Fan's body and retrieved a small green cauldron from his body. With interest, Murong Lin spoke, "This is your golden finger?" It really was an artifact. Zhou Fan collapsed on the ground, the pain of his severed legs and the agony in his heart becoming more acute at the sight of Xiao Li and her father's deaths before him. Helplessness and despair crept up in his heart and mind, but it was overshadowed by a monstrous feeling of resentment. Hateful, hateful, hateful! Why? The pain from losing the green cauldron that he relied on to Murong Lin wasn't comparable to the agony he felt from his defeat. He was going to lose, he was going to die. Ding! The protagonist Zhou Fan's little protagonist halo has been shattered, and his protagonist value dropped by 100. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining 100 villain value, you can use it to purchase the items in the system shop. Boring, did losing your woman and golden finger mean that you are no longer a protagonist? Such a weak protagonist! Murong Lin waved his hand and circulated his spiritual power to activate lifelessness law. Zhou Fan stared at the skies with vacant eyes as his body burned, the flame encircling his body resembling a snake as it swallowed his flesh. In just a few breaths, the courtyard was now clean without a stain. Ding! Master has successfully killed a protagonist, the reward is a gift bag. Hearing a voice in his mind, Murong Lin smiled and glanced at Old Man Bai, fiddling with the green cauldron as he spoke. Go and search the residence of these two, and call for some people to clean this house, I'll sleep in the master bedroom tonight. Yes. Old Man Bai stood respectfully at the side. Murong Lin had specially instructed him to let the stab lemon in, and if it weren't for his instruction, he would have already killed the two of them easily with his strength alone. Murong Lin returned to his bedroom and decided to rest. Despite being 19 years old, he was still unmarried without any wives or concubines, and aside from himself, the Faith Palace only had guards and female servants. Open the gift bag. Murong Lin spoke in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for receiving a strengthening card, a character legacy card, and a fragment of the great villain halo. Inspect all of the items, including this green cauldron. Strengthening card, it is only effective on Master, and it is able to raise Master's cultivation to the peak of the origin realm. Character legacy card, inherits the character card's legacy, which includes their influence and their innate talents. Great Villain Halo fragment, can be turned into the Great Villain Halo by collecting 6 fragments. Blessed Enigma Cauldron, an artifact of the peak of sky reaching containing the higher sky reaching cultivation method 9 heavens tribulation body, the higher sky reaching pill recipe 9 heavens body training liquid, as well as a mysterious map. Use the strengthening card. Ding! The strengthening card was successfully used. And Murong Lin's strength started to rise gradually in a steady manner. 4th layer of the origin realm. 5th layer of the origin realm. 9th layer of the origin realm. The peak of the origin realm. Chapter 6, Inheriting Fang Yingcan's Legacy. Exhaling a long breath, Murong Lin opened his eyes in satisfaction at his spiritual sea. The speciality of the origin realm was the existence of divine senses, and the peak of the origin realm was essentially the formation of one's primordial soul, which would no longer be just a bundle of light. In the next realm, the manifestation realm, was a cultivation that not just anyone could reach. Manifestation required the absorption of a mortal form. Souls and mortal forms were different. Souls were the essence consisting of the personality and memories of a being, and its mortal form was the essence of its physical body. Upon the death of a creature made from heaven and earth, its soul would return to the cycle of reincarnation, but its mortal form would most likely be left behind within its flesh for up to tens of thousands of years. Mortal forms could be from demonic creatures, humans, or even phantoms. And as long as it wasn't their own, mortal forms could be refined into a manifestation form. There were manifestation realm experts that refined a Frostoveran's mortal form, thus gaining the ability to transform into a Frostoveran that could soar in the skies and freeze areas of 1,000 meters. There were manifestation realm experts that refined the mortal forms of ancient warriors, capable of transforming into ancient warriors that towered over 10 meters and wielded giant hatchets. There were manifestation realm experts that refined the mortal forms of specters, turning to specters that could place curses within 1,000 li and wander the heavens and earth as spirits. In conclusion, the mortal form of a cultivated being could be refined into one's manifestation form, but there were also risks involved. If they were incapable of withstanding the backlash of the refinement process, they would either permanently become a life form of the moral form, or explode and die. Murong Lin had high requirements for the moral form he wanted to refine, but it was a pity that none of his rewards was related to moral forms. It seemed like he could only rely on the next protagonist. He smiled as he withdrew his aura. Use the character legacy card. Ding! The character legacy card was successfully used. Congratulations to Master for obtaining Fang Yingqian's legacy. The assassinating blood sword young master, Fang Yingqian, who hid swords in his sleeves, smiled at the sight of blood and was as unpredictable as a thunderstorm, a character from Heroes. One of the great experts of the 6th year of the late Northern Song dynasty. Given the title of Marquis of Martial Technique by the imperial court, he was also the leader of the Bridge Group. A scheming man wise beyond his young age, he had an angel-like appearance with the heart and mind of a devil. He was strategic and knew how to hide his nature, choosing to put on the facade of an innocent, likable gentleman. The inheritable legacy. Cultivation method, mountainous scripture, art of endurance. Skills, Blood River God Sword, Bloody River God Finger, Night Assassination, Heart-Hurting Arrow. It was actually Fang Yingqian. The character Fang Yingqian of Mr. Wen. Murong Lin was amazed, not knowing what to say. As a Wuxia fan, he had naturally reread Wen Ruian's novels multiple times, and his peculiar and protagonist-worthy characters had captivated him. Despite not being one of the most popular characters, Fang Yingqian was definitely the most mysterious. Even the Bridge Group's other leader, Mi Yujiao, didn't know if he was aiding Fang Yingqian, or being led by the nose by him. He had actually gotten Fang Yingqian's legacy. Quick! I want to inherit! Murong Lin couldn't contain himself. In an instant, a wave of memories surged into Murong Lin's mind, filled with cultivation methods, scriptures, and cultivation. It didn't take long for Murong Lin to absorb the memories as his bloody aura became more refined. Fang Yingqian had cultivated his father's Blood River God Sword first, then he went on to create Bloody River God Finger, and obtained the Golden Man Scripture, Night Assassination and the 3 great martial techniques of the 13th origin restrictions. As a result, he cultivated the blood attribute first, which was compatible with the bloodiness within Murong Lin. It did not lower his strength, and instead raised the quality of his strength. And lifelessness law absorption of the compatible mountainous sculpture had successfully raised it to the peak of sky reaching, only inches away from promoting to the next level. Enti, check the system menu. Murong Lin spoke. Undefeatable villain Systmoner, Murong Lin. Villain score, 150. Age, 19. Cultivation, peak of the origin realm. Innate talent, Bloody Poisonous Insect A Cup Ointment, Little Villain Halo. Cultivation method, Bloody Heaven Art. Skills, Blood River God Sword, Bloody River God Finger, Night Assassination, Heart-Hurting Arrow. Equipment, God Sword Bloody River. Familiar Spirit, Bloody Poisonous Insect. Inventory, must read Villain Instruction Manual, a fragment of Great Villain Halo, Blessed Enigma Cauldron, Mysterious Map, 13 Servants, Unsummoned. Most of the spiritual skill books that he had absorbed in the Athenaeum were only at an elementary mastery, and the spiritual skills he was familiar with didn't even amount to 20. However, the system window now had 2 additional categories, and the God Sword Bloody River was currently stored in the system window, ready to be taken out at any time. However, as an artifact only at the peak of the earth level, and due to the fact that Murong Lin did not train in sword arts, taking it out would be meaningless. There were not a lot of items in his inventory, but the mysterious map was still unidentified, without a description given by the system. He didn't know what to do with it. Enti, this servant summons, how do I summon them? If Master thinks of it, they will appear at Master's side, but you won't be able to recall them back into the system. What about their strength? How strong are they? The 3 fierce operators are at the 9th layer of the origin realm, the 8 great butcher kings are at the 5th layer of the manifestation realm, and the 2 bodyguards, flowering steel trees are at the 9th layer of the manifestation realm. That high? Aren't they people from a Wuxia world? It is determined by the system. The strength of a character from a Wuxia world is defined by their inner strength and their will, which is then adjusted accordingly. For example, this world's manifestation realm required the absorption of a mortal form, and the 2 flowering steel trees who do not have a manifestation form are modified by the system to be in possession of the flowering steel tree mortal form. That was how the 2 of them was considered to be an expert of the manifestation realm. And with that, he was able to greatly increase the overall strength of his subordinates, which was greatly beneficial to him. Enti, open the system shop. Murong Lin looked at his 150 villain value and felt that he could now take a look at the items in the shop. There were cultivation methods, spiritual skills, spiritual weapons, artifacts, arrays, talismans, familiar spirits. But, the system shop only had items of this world, and Murong Lin couldn't find the northern profound martial technique from demigods and semi-devils. Master, the system shop will only sell items of this world, and not the items from the novels and comics of your original world. Do not continue with ceaseless thoughts. Is that so? Murong Lin rubbed his chin. This wasn't unreasonable, and this world's uniquity would be lost if items of other worlds were mixed in. And thinking about it, One Piece's devil fruit and the force-neutralizing lightsaber from demigods and semi-devils were indeed too much of a violation. But there was really quite a bit of items in this world. From items such as spiritual pills to even an entire planet could be bought in the shop, and all kinds of items were categorized into an unending list. There were so many options that there were over tens of thousands of different kinds of earth-level blood-attributed spiritual pills alone, each with its own effects and ingredients. Can't I search for items to locate protagonists? Murong Lin was puzzled. I can only look for them myself. Yes. Interesting. Murong Lin grinned. I hope more protagonists show up. If not, I won't have enough villain score to strengthen myself. Murong Lin was at the peak of the origin realm and needed a suitable mortal form. He wasn't willing to look around, as he didn't believe that a single mortal form in Xia would be worthy of him. Currently, he had 2 options. One was to steal from a protagonist's serendipity, since a protagonist's mortal form wouldn't be ordinary, or he could purchase one from the system shop, but the only ones that he could accept required at least 200 villain value. Fallen Angel's mortal form, 300 villain value. Bloody Sea Buddha's mortal form, 350 villain value. Sky Devouring Demon's mortal form, 300 villain value. Looking at the expensive mortal forms, Murong Lin felt that there weren't enough protagonists to go around. What a pity, I'll check back after taking care of the next protagonist. There isn't enough time left, and those brothers of mine won't wait a few years for me. I can't wait to see their expressions when they see me. These clothes are pretty good. Murong Lin recalled the servants and the carriages in his memory. That was the look of a villain. TCH, what a pity. Circulating his spiritual power, Murong Lin decided to rest early and walked over to his bed. Within his residence, his servants were still cleaning up the corpses in his study and his courtyard. None of them was surprised and said a few words in pity as they forgot about the 3 people who had just died. And on the morning of the next day, they continued to carry out their duties as usual. Chapter 7, Great Warren's Election. After changing with the aid of female servants, Murong Lin entered the hall to eat his breakfast. The 13 servants summoned from the system had already been assigned to a small court in his palace and given equipment so that they could accompany him on his daily outings. As someone who had read Fang Yingcan's emergence, he was sure that no one could resist his charm and prestige anymore. Old Man Bai stood by his side, reporting what had happened yesterday. Your Highness, those 3 people had been taken care of, and I have also assigned someone to clean the study again. Got it. Murong Lin nodded as a female servant wiped his mouth. He mischievously slapped the buttocks of the servant, causing her legs to go soft and making her body quiver, as she tried her utmost to prevent any euphonious gasps from leaking out of her mouth. Looking at how terrified the servant was, he felt vainly satisfied. Ha, you're frightened of me? Murong Lin asked viciously. The female servant was on the verge of tears, her face was aghast as her hands were clasped together, and was at a total loss for words. Luckily, the chief guard Chen Yang brought in a chubby man at that moment, saving the female servant from any subsequent misery. Looking at Chen Yang and the chubby man beside him, Murong Lin waved his hand for his servants to clean up the rest of the food on the table. With a minute sigh, the female servant got up and quickly darted away. She gave a grateful look to Chen Yang before leaving the room. But Chen Yang wasn't aware of what had happened, and even if he was, he didn't understand what his actions did. Bringing the pudgy man with him, he walked over to Murong Lin. Your Highness, young Master Ma is here. I got it, all of you, return first and prepare some dishes. Murong Lin waved his hand, and Chen Yang savvily bowed and returned to guard the palace, while Old Man Bai also went to prepare some food for this guest. Ma Jianzhou was the full name of young Master Ma, who was currently seated in front of Murong Lin. Similar to his name, even a horse would feel sorrowful looking at his obese figure. 1 But actually, his body was plump due to the cultivation method he was practicing. It had made his body resistant to attacks, and he was capable of withstanding far more bodily pain than one can imagine. And despite his simple and honest looks, he was extremely greedy and promiscuous, with a hobby for torturing and killing women. His mother was a disciple of Murong Lin's maternal family, the Shui clan, who was a cousin of Murong Lin's mother. As such, Ma Jianzhou would often come to play with Murong Lin when he was bored. But, generally, he came only when he needed help. What? Are you out of money again? Looking at Ma Jianzhou, who sat down next to him, Murong Lin asked with squinted eyes. No, I am not. It's just that there are some foolish people who have recently offended me. Ma Jianzhou spoke resentfully, a fierce expression appeared briefly on his fat face before quickly being replaced by a subtle smile. What? There are people out there with the guts to offend you? Murong Lin laughed as if he was astonished by the statement. The problem is the little young master from Shangguo Gong's clan, Sheng Yi is his name. That guy has been quite weird these past few days. He used to be a weakling and a bookworm, but suddenly started cultivating at an astonishing speed. Oh? Be more detailed. Murong Lin's interest was piqued. It can't be. Did another protagonist show up already? Murong Lin thought as he listened to young Master Ma's story. You know Sheng Yi, right? Shangguo Gong is the famous elder of the Third Dynasty, and one of the country's royalists at the sky-reaching realm. Sheng Yi, his youngest son, was a bookworm that avoided cultivating and instead focused only on reading all sorts of books, and was known as one of the 4 oddities of the capital as a result. We used to mess with him every day, but recently, he got knocked out for a day by the third prince, and when he woke up his personality had changed. Since then he has been cultivating at a fierce speed. Fierce? Murong Lin raised his brow. He was already sure that Sheng Yi was a protagonist. An epiphany and foregoing knowledge for martial arts. It was obviously the style of a reincarnation or a time travel novel. Fierce. He's super fierce. I don't know what cultivation method he is using, but it has great momentum, completely different from his father and the rest of his clan. We saw him 2 days ago, and he strangely, had reached the crystalline realm at 16 years old. I'm also in the crystalline realm, but I am also 3 years older than him. Fuck, brother, I think that he was actually just pretending to be a bookworm, so that he can shock everyone when he revealed his strength. Furthermore, he even personally requested Shengguo Gong to send him to the south to suppress the beast wave. You should know how troublesome and dangerous the beast waves are, and he voluntarily wants to go there? I feel like he's trying to put on a show for the 6th princess. To salvage their engagement. This. Freb Novo. He inexplicably wanted to go and suppress the beast wave? Beast waves were a standard scene for protagonists. It seems like he was a cliched time traveler? If that was true, then is he aware of some kind of fortuitous opportunity in the beast wave? Ha 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 ha, Sheng Yi, you've exposed yourself too early. Murong Lin smiled wickedly as he looked at the dishes old man Bai had served. Go and gather some information about the son of Shengguo Gong, be detailed. Yes. Old man Bai stood down. After he left, only Murong Lin and the busily eating Ma Jianzhou remained. The second generation of the capital was divided into the factions of the princes according to their families. The first prince had the biggest influence, and most of the second generation officials were friendly with him. The second prince resided in the royal family, rarely leaving his residence, and was known as a martial arts maniac. The third prince, who was Murong Lin, had ties to merchant disciples and fallen nobles. The fourth prince traveled around, aiding the emperor in inspecting the 32 counties. The fifth prince was unruly, and was known to spend his time playing around with the other rich sons in the capital. The sixth princess had a coddled upbringing, causing many to covet the position of her husband and alienate her fiancé, Sheng Yi. The seventh prince was talented as a scholar and a martial expert, and he was currently busy researching classic literature. The eighth prince was still young, and he was sent to one of the 3 great sects of Yan Mo Shan sect for training and suitable upbringing. Ma Jianzhou was considered to be under his influence, and had always disliked the fifth prince. He was seen as a mad dog, willing to bite anyone. Old Lin, you can't be thinking of finding trouble with him, are you? Ma Jianzhou asked in shock. Of course not, right, what exactly are you here for today? Nothing much, it is just that the apricot flower establishment is picking out warrens these few days, and tonight is the last day of the event. It's very lively and entertaining right now, so I came to ask if you wanted to go. Ma Jianzhou spoke. Ha, you must be afraid of Xueling Na. Hehe, you completely saw through me. As the top genius of the Xue clan, rather than staying in the clan and cultivating, she loves coming out and betting with us. It's not like I can beat her in betting or a fight, so I'm here for your help, also I still owe her 30,000 taels of gold. Murong Lin had a smile on his face as he listened to Ma Jianzhou's grumbling, but a hint of resentment was hidden deep in his eyes. Xueling Na. The top genius of the Xue clan. And she was also the woman that had rejected Murong Lin's advances. Murong Lin had planned to fortify his position within the Xue clan by marrying Xueling Na. It would have allowed him to gain more access to the clan's cultivation resources, but alas he was viciously humiliated by her. One of the reasons for Murong Lin's resentment towards the Xue clan was due to the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Xueling Na. And, alas, because of that, she will die by his hands. Hey? You going? Seeing that Murong Lin was silent in thought, Ma Jianzhou asked. In response, Murong Lin raised his head and smiled brightly, I'm going, of course I'm going. The apricot flower establishment has the backing of the 100 flower sects 100 flower fairy, why wouldn't I go? Right. She's coming as well, it'll definitely be very lively tonight. Hee hee. Ma Jianzhou laughed. If so, 3 of the 4 beauties of the capital will be there, except for the art fairy. The 4 beauties of the capital referred to the 6th princess, Murong Lu, the Shui clan's Xueling Na, the Wang clan's Wang Renmei and the 100-flower sect's Zhu Zhu Mei. They were not only known for their extraordinary beauty, but also for their high cultivation and immense backgrounds. Each having the nicknames, Gorgeous Swallow Fairy, Frost Fairy, Art Fairy and the 100-flower Fairy respectively. The Shui clan, Wang clan, Du clan and the Li clan were known as the 4 great families of Yan, each having an elder of the sky-reaching realm. And despite being lacking when compared to the 3 sky-reaching experts of the Murong clan, they were already considered to be tremendously powerful. Each of the 4 great families was located along the cardinal directions, with the Shui clan of the north and the Wang clan of the east situated in the capital, the Du clan known as the heroes in the west, and the Li clan, who were called the tyrants of the south. Similarly, there were 3 great sects in Yan, the Mo Shan sect, the 100-flower sect and the Moonfire clan, each with a sect master of the sky-reaching realm, situated in the east, north and south. Aside from them, there was the Prime Minister of the court, Shangguogong, the Willow Sword Saint from the island of the North Sea, the South Village King of the South and the poisonous old ghost of the West border. All of them were in the sky-reaching realm. Murong Lin suddenly realized that he was wrong. He didn't have to just look for protagonists. He could also use these women, instead. Protagonists had great love fortunes, and if he just kept note of the beautiful women around, such as the 4 beauties of the capital, those protagonists wouldn't be able to escape his surveillance. This was the effect of the protagonist's halo, and now also something that he could take advantage of. Chapter 8, Found the protagonist Sheng Yi. After agreeing to visit the apricot flower establishment with Ma Jianzhou, the plump man had left early, giving Murong Lin some time to check on Sheng Yi's information. A time traveler? Does he know about his own past? Or the version of himself in that timeline didn't steal the body? Interesting. Murong Lin was intrigued. Sheng Yi had a father at the sky-reaching realm, his fiancée was the 6th princess, and he was also a time traveler. He didn't seem like the type of protagonist that Murong Lin could easily offend. Interesting, have I already reached the boss stage? The previous protagonist was clearly very weak. A protagonist that he could kill with the swat of his palm, and now, this protagonist had the backing of someone that could kill him like he would kill an ant. Your Highness, do you think there's something wrong with Sheng Yi? Old Man Bai looked at Murong Lin, who was lost in thought. No, I'm just curious. Right, I have to attend the morning court tomorrow, right? Yes, it is the start of a new week tomorrow, you will also have to attend morning court. A month was divided into 12 months, each month had 5 weeks, each week had 6 days, a day was divided into 12 shis, 2 hours each, 1 shi was then 4 kes, 30 minutes each, and 1 k was divided into 3 cups of tea, 10 minutes each, a cup of tea was 2 incenses, 5 minutes each, 1 incense was divided into 5 fens, 1 minute each, and a fen was divided into 6 flicks, 10 seconds each, and lastly each flick was divided into 10 shas. 1 sha was a second. On the first day of each week, morning court would be held, and regardless of their status, everyone in the palace had to enter the sacred palace to discuss the important events of the week. Boring. Murong Lin shook his head, he had always hated the subtle yet poisonous arguing and machinations at court. Your Highness, tomorrow, the Emperor will issue an imperial order dictating your participation in the beast wave suppression in the south. Is there anything you would like for the palace to prepare? No need. Stay here when the time comes, I won't need anything, I'll just go myself. Murong Lin waved his hand. The old man was bewildered and carefully asked, Your Highness, are you planning on letting those 4 people accompany you? Of course not. Murong Lin knew that the old man was referring to the 4 great blood paladins of blood spirits. I have other plans. He was naturally referring to the 13 people that he had summoned from the system. Why wouldn't he make use of such a good convoy? Search for a remote house in the capital for me. Murong Lin spoke, aside from the both of us, no one should know about it. Got it. Yes. Old man Bai nodded and stood down. Murong Lin returned to his room to cultivate, reorganizing his mind in the process. Since he had already killed a protagonist, Murong Lin thought that he could slow down. After all, the rewards obtained from killing a rising protagonist weren't comparable to hunting a somewhat developed and powerful protagonist. Aside from their strength, he couldn't even learn how many fortuitous encounters and resources they had gathered beforehand. In this case, it was only right to lay the bait first and patiently wait to fish all the treasures later. At night, the lanterns illuminated the bustling city. Murong Lin was on Ma Jianchu's carriage that was headed towards the apricot flower establishment, the largest flower establishment in the capital. Apricot flower establishment was situated in the busiest part of the commercial area, and considering today was the occasion of the Warren's election, the streets were filled to the brim with people. Lanterns of all colors lit up the roads, and the clamoring crowd made the occasion extremely lively. Within the carriage, Ma Jianzhou fearfully raised the curtains to peep outside, afraid of being seen by Xuanhuan Na. Old Ma, I haven't seen you so afraid before. Murong Lin teased his friend. No, I am not afraid of her, it is just that I can't defeat her. Ma Jianzhou spoke seriously. Ha, who are the 4 esteemed courtesans featured today? Murong Lin fanned himself as he asked, his gaze following Ma Jianchu's. Who else? The Lady Yu Xiu'er, the stunning K Renner, the breathtaking Ji Tianer with her dainty feet and the mysterious Ru Menger, who has never taken off her face veil. The 4 of them have been selling their talents, and not their bodies these past few years, and no one knows who will win the title of Warren tonight, or if anyone would be able to become their sponsor. Ma Jianzhou spoke with jealousy. 2. TCH, I remember the last one you bought, your father even scolded you for how she eventually turned out with how you played with her. Tisk, what do you know? Let's go, let us leave this topic and go, we have arrived. Ma Jianzhou waved his hand as he got off the carriage. Murong Lin followed behind, his gaze sweeping the surroundings casually as he noticed some familiar people. With an insidious smile, he entered the establishment, the folding fan covering his mouth. Is that the 3rd prince? Why is he hanging around with such a person? How disgraceful! What do you even know? The 3rd prince doesn't have any influence or support, so he can only try to seek help and company with these wealthy playboys. Ha, I see, in the end, he's just not comparable to the other princes. Look over there. The 1st prince and the 6th princess are here. They're the true dragons among people. Oh my! Isn't that the 100-flower fairy next to the 6th princess? How beautiful, how magnificent! Ignoring the chatter around him, Murong Lin maintained a smile on his face as he followed Ma Jianzhou to their room. The Warren's election was held in the apricot flower establishment, on an extremely large stage surrounded by seats as well as 33 private rooms divided into 3 upper floors, meant for VIPs. Seems like you won't be able to avoid her anymore. Murong Lin spoke. Ma Jianzhou trembled in shock, hearing Murong Lin's words. He turned to look at Xuanhuan Na, who was standing at the corner of the stairs. The 3 of their eyes met. All of a sudden the surroundings went silent. Ma Jianzhou smiled, isn't this cousin Xue? I didn't expect to see you here. Please, go ahead. Xuanhuan Na disregarded Ma Jianchu's flattering actions and expression, and instead looked at Murong Lin, who was fanning himself, and mocked, oh, isn't this the 3rd prince? Why are you so free to come here today? Murong Lin was unbothered by her enigmatic tone, smiled and answered, I came because I knew you were here. His retort disgusted Xuanhuan Na. Hearing this, She furrowed her brows as she turned around, and started walking up the stairs. She was followed by a group of Shui clan's disciples, each looking at Murong Lin and Ma Jianzhou with contempt. "Tch tch tch, is this how it feels like to have no support?" Murong Lin murmured softly. "What's wrong?" Ma Jianzhou glanced at Murong Lin as he led him to their private room, which already had a few people inside. "Nothing much, I was just lamenting." Murong Lin walked into the room, closing the door behind him. Within the room were the wealthy disciples that Murong Lin had won over. "Old Lin, how are you so late? Come come, take a gander at the great golden-headed general I've been training." A monkey-like youth dug out a cricket from his body, caressing it between his hands. "Aya, did you guys meet that woman just now?" A man wearing a pink, bewitching outfit spoke, his fingers bent, resembling an orchid. 3. A skinny man smoking a cigarette looked at the two of them, and then continued to smoke without saying anything. "I've been busy these days, you guys should know, I'll probably be sent to the south to suppress the beast wave tomorrow." Murong Lin casually sat next to them, placing his legs on the table as he looked at them. These people had treated him with hostility and contempt in the past, due to the fact that he had the reputation of a third prince that neither had the support of the emperor nor his maternal family. "It can't be, has it been confirmed?" The vixen-like man was shocked, and he quickly expressed his concern, "Should I lend some servants to you?" As the bastard of an officer in the army, he had obviously had some warriors under his control. "Old Lin, I'll pay today, order as much as you want." Li Ming, who was still playing with his cricket, spoke up. As the son of a merchant, he was naturally wealthy. "I have some detailed information about some places in the south here, take it." Zhou Miao, the skinny guy, who took a strong puff as he spoke, threw a jade tablet towards Murong Lin. "Don't worry, don't you believe in old Lin's strength?" Ma Jianzhou spoke as he patted his belly, causing the surrounding people to laugh as the atmosphere relaxed. And at this moment, as Murong Lin was catching the jade tablet that Zhou Miao had tossed, the system's voice rang out in his mind. "Ding! The system has detected a protagonist nearby. Please note." Murong Lin's gaze turned to the outside, and he could see an aloof figure entering the area, walking towards a private room. He had a delicate appearance, but looked fierce with his contemptuous gaze, giving off a strong aura. He had a tall body, dressed in simple clothes that were similar to the clothes that the people following him wore. I will not stick to ancient China's timekeeping throughout this novel, and this explanation was only directly translated as it was mentioned in the novel. Moving forwards, any mention of time would be adjusted to today's terms. 2er is a suffix added as an endearing way to call a woman's name. 3 womanly way to hold your hands. Chapter 9, Warren Selection. Ding! Master has found a protagonist. Name, Sheng Yi. Protagonist value, 400. Age, 16. Cultivation, peak of the crystalline realm. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, knowledge of the future. Auntie, what's with the exclamation marks? Murong Lin curiously asked. He wasn't shocked that Sheng Yi was already at the peak of the crystalline realm. After all, as a protagonist it was normal to have a relatively higher cultivation base. He wasn't surprised by the knowledge of the future talent either, since he was already sure that he was a time traveler type protagonist. But, what on earth did the 3 exclamation marks mean? Ding! The exclamation marks are a cautionary warning, and the warning is as follows. Sheng Yi is from a time period where Master did not exist, which was 30 years in the future, and his cultivation had reached the majestic realm at that point in time. Majestic realm? Murong Lin asked, his expression bewildered. The majestic realm is the 3rd realm of Abhij, a with Macron Enigma realm. After the 4 realms of both the fetal Enigma realm and the nature Enigma realm, there is the Abhij, a with Macron Enigma realm, which is divided into the Abhij, a with Macron realm, the virtuality realm, the majestic realm, and lastly the Tribulation Realm. Each realm is then divided into 9 layers, the first 2 correspondingly can utilize resources of the barren level, and the last 2 can use the vast level resources. The sky is dark cyan, the earth is grey-yellow, and the universe was in a state of boundless chaos at the beginning of its formation? Is there another Enigma realm after that? Murong Lin thought of something, and asked Auntie. That is correct. There is the Supreme Enigma realm afterwards, divided into the Immortal Emperor realm, the Saint realm, the Godly Emperor realm, and the Supreme realm. The first 3 realms are divided into 9 layers, and can use the resources of cosmic level and the universal level. Please note, the Supreme realm is just a name, and it cannot be divided according to 9 layers. At the same time, there can only be one Supreme realm in existence at any point in time. For another Supreme realm being to exist, the other must die first. Oh? How would someone who is already at the Supreme realm die? How could an existence considered to be the strongest, die? Killed by enemies outside of the heavens, or by the universe themselves? Murong Lin decided to stop asking, it was still too early for him to be discussing all this. Currently, he had no means to understand the answers given by the system, nor could he truly imagine the power of Supreme Realm beings. The few people in the private room watched as Sheng Yi and his company walked into a different room, whispering among themselves. Ma Jianzhou mocked, "Why is this bookworm at the apricot flower establishment today? He even brought along a group of trash. Ha, they're just some dogs from trashy families, only someone like Sheng Yi would curry favor with people like them." Li Ming spoke as he took a yellow gourd from his bag, placing his pet cricket within it before throwing it at the side. The people following Sheng Yi were trash that even Murong Lin was unwilling to recruit. They were either losers that were ostracized by certain clans, or members of isolated and fallen noble families. They were weak, had no influence or cultivation resources, and were considered to be the type of people that the second generation of the capital wouldn't even bother to think about. But, it was exactly these people who were the greatest of threats in Murong Lin's eyes. There was plenty of trash that was able to evolve into phoenixes and dragons, as long as they were next to the protagonist. The trashy people who were recruited by Sheng Yi, a time traveler, would at least become heroes eventually, surpassing Ma Jianzhou and the rest of the second-generation youngsters around them. What a pity, what a pity! Murong Lin sat on his seat as he memorized the appearances of those 3 people, before turning his attention away from Sheng Yi's private room. His true purpose in coming here today was to ensure that there weren't any other protagonists here. The 33 private rooms were filled with noblemen, and aside from the second generation, there were also a few people of the 100-flower sect that was backing the apricot flower establishment mixed in, as well as people from other countries and places aside from Yan here to join in on the fun. The owner of the apricot flower establishment, a woman with a slim figure, walked out to stand at the central podium. Murong Lin could feel the strength of the peak origin realm from her, but looking at her, he could tell that she was at least 60 years old, despite appearing no more than 30. The proprietress spoke a few words, adjusting the mood of the crowd, and then swiftly left. Afterwards, the 4 ladies came up to show their talents. Yu Xiu'er had a solo stringed instrument performance, Kei Renner danced, Ji Tian'er dipped her dainty feet in paint to draw, and Ru Menger performed a play. Each of them was extremely skilled in their craft, inciting the cheers of all the men who were watching. The extraordinary performance even excited the guests in the 33 private rooms. Ma Jianzhou leaned on the windows of the room, gawking at the performers on stage without blinking once, his drool on the verge of flowing out of his mouth. Li Ming was no exception, with his eyes fixated on the stage. Bai Xiao Xiao stayed seated, indifferent, while Zhou Miao also moved over to the window, with the cigarette in his mouth as he covered himself in smoke. Murong Lin's legs were placed on the table, his back against the chair as he leisurely watched. These women were incapable of arousing his interest anymore. What he wanted, more than anything, was to be the strongest. Neither the 4 esteemed courtesans nor the 4 beauties of the capital, all of whom he had seen before, could stir his heart. Only Xuanhuan Na could affect him, and that too only due to the hatred and grudge inside his heart left by the original owner of this body. I'll add another 3,000 taels of gold. A rough voice snapped Murong Lin back into reality, causing him to turn his head to the source. As the currency of this world, silver and gold was used for trading by those in the fetal Enigma realm, while those in the nature Enigma realm circulated spiritual stones, which could also be absorbed by the cultivators. Spiritual stones were one of the most valuable resources in this world, hidden deep in the earth in spiritual veins like minerals. They were hard to find, possessing a spiritual seal capable of avoiding the divine senses of the origin realm. Spiritual veins or spiritual stones were capable of increasing one's cultivation, and as long as they were absorbed during cultivation, the spiritual power increase was the equivalent of 10 days of cultivation. Also, a lower-level spiritual stone was a day of cultivating in the origin realm, and a higher-level spiritual stone was a day of cultivation in the sky-reaching realm. As such, while 3,000 taels of gold weren't considered to be expensive to Murong Lin, who was a cultivator in the origin realm, it was a lot of money to most of the people here. And the fact that this money was simply used to vote for a courtesan, which didn't bring in any real value, was akin to throwing away money. Fuck, this idiot is really showing off his money. Did he go crazy for Ji Tian'er? Ma Jianzhou spoke incredulously, staring at a tall burly man from the opened window of his private room. Li Ming shook his head. You should know, that guy, Li Kai, has a foot fetish. It's already good enough that he didn't become a dog in front of Ji Tian'er's feet, ha ha ha. The two of them laughed obscenely. Murong Lin looked into that room. There was an arrogant-looking man inside with a similar appearance to Murong Lin. That was Murong Lin's brother, the fifth prince, Murong Ju. Murong Ju had an unruly personality that had no regard for anyone, and compared to the seventh prince, who had the same mother as him, he was much more violent and uncontrollable, and was seen as a lunatic. Like others, he too had a few rich disciples around him. Murong Ju and Murong Lin were the same age, at 19 years old, and he had just entered the origin realm with average talent. Li Kai was his head lackey, with the cultivation of the first layer of the origin realm at 20 years old, and a father that was the third highest rank official at the Department of State Affairs. Zhou Miao looked at the surroundings as he smoked, causing the surroundings to become hazy. Suddenly, his expression changed substantially and he hastily spoke, "It's strange. The first prince is in the second private room, so who was the person in the first?" All of them were shocked, and they quickly turned their heads to look. They had just noticed that the first prince and the sixth princess, along with the nobleman disciples, were the ones in the second private room, despite always being in the first. Li Ming spoke dumbfoundedly, "That's right, who is it?" Bai Xiao Xiao stood up, looking into the private rooms in the surrounding area as his expression hardened. "It's strange, there are too many people here today, all kinds of people are here." Hearing that, Murong Lin carefully surveyed his surroundings. The royal family, the 4 great clans, the 3 great sects, and most of the noteworthy second generations were all here, even including some seniors. And the first private room, the room that was regarded as the most prestigious, was actually not the place of the Murong family. Who was it? Murong Lin looked at the room, whose windows were closed, before turning his head to look at the first prince in curiosity. Obviously, they weren't the only people who had noticed this strange situation. Most people were already aware and whispering among themselves, forgetting entirely about the Warren selection. The owner of the apricot flower establishment had an expression of helplessness as she peeked at the first private room, before signaling for the last esteemed courtesan to enter the stage. The previous 3 candidates, Yu Xiu'er had received 59,200 taels of gold, K. Renner had received 61,000 taels of gold, and Ji Tian'er got 63,000 taels of gold. Ru Menger would be the last to receive her votes. Murong Lin held the fan in his head and lowered his head in thought, before raising the voting sign in his hand, shouting, 10,000 taels of gold. Auntie, what's with the exclamation marks? Murong Lin curiously asked. He wasn't shocked that Sheng Yi was already at the peak of the crystalline realm. After all, as a protagonist it was normal to have a relatively higher cultivation base. He wasn't surprised by the knowledge of the future talent either, since he was already sure that he was a time traveler type protagonist. But, what on earth did the 3 exclamation marks mean? Ding! The exclamation marks are a cautionary warning, and the warning is as follows. Sheng Yi is from a time period where Master did not exist, which was 30 years in the future, and his cultivation had reached the majestic realm at that point in time. Majestic realm? Murong Lin asked, his expression bewildered. The majestic realm is the 3rd realm of Abhij, a with Macron Enigma realm. After the 4 realms of both the fetal Enigma realm and the nature Enigma realm, there is the Abhij, a with Macron Enigma realm, which is divided into the Abhij, a with Macron realm, the virtuality realm, the majestic realm, and lastly the tribulation realm. Each realm is then divided into 9 layers. The first 2 correspondingly can utilize resources of the barren level, and the last 2 can use the vast level resources. The sky is dark cyan, the earth is grey-yellow, and the universe was in a state of boundless chaos at the beginning of its formation? Is there another Enigma realm after that? Murong Lin thought of something, and asked Auntie. That is correct. There is the Supreme Realm afterwards, divided into the Immortal Emperor Realm, the Saint Realm, the Godly Emperor Realm, and the Supreme Realm. The first 3 realms are divided into 9 layers, and can use the resources of cosmic level and the universal level. Please note, the Supreme Realm is just a name, and it cannot be divided according to 9 layers. At the same time, there can only be one Supreme Realm in existence at any point in time. For another Supreme Realm being to exist, the other must die first. Oh? How would someone who is already at the Supreme Realm die? How could an existence considered to be the strongest, die? Killed by enemies outside of the heavens, or by the universe themselves? Murong Lin decided to stop asking. It was still too early for him to be discussing all this. Currently, he had no means to understand the answers given by the system, nor could he truly imagine the power of Supreme Realm beings. The few people in the private room watched as Sheng Yi and his company walked into a different room, whispering among themselves. Ma Jianzhou mocked, "Why is this bookworm at the apricot flower establishment today? He even brought along a group of trash. Ha, they're just some dogs from trashy families, only someone like Sheng Yi would curry favor with people like them." Li Ming spoke as he took a yellow gourd from his bag, placing his pet cricket within it before throwing it at the side. The people following Sheng Yi were trash that even Murong Lin was unwilling to recruit. They were either losers that were ostracized by certain clans, or members of isolated and fallen noble families. They were weak, had no influence or cultivation resources, and were considered to be the type of people that the 2nd generation of the capital wouldn't even bother to think about. But, it was exactly these people who were the greatest of threats in Murong Lin's eyes. There was plenty of trash that was able to evolve into phoenixes and dragons, as long as they were next to the protagonist. The trashy people who were recruited by Sheng Yi, a time traveler, would at least become heroes eventually, surpassing Ma Jianzhou and the rest of the 2nd generation youngsters around them. What a pity, what a pity! Murong Lin sat on his seat as he memorized the appearances of those 3 people, before turning his attention away from Sheng Yi's private room. His true purpose in coming here today was to ensure that there weren't any other protagonists here. The 33 private rooms were filled with noblemen, and aside from the 2nd generation, there were also a few people of the 100 Flower sect that was backing the apricot flower establishment mixed in, as well as people from other countries and places aside from Yan here to join in on the fun. The owner of the apricot flower establishment, a woman with a slim figure, walked out to stand at the central podium. Murong Lin could feel the strength of the peak origin realm from her, but looking at her, he could tell that she was at least 60 years old, despite appearing no more than 30. The proprietress spoke a few words, adjusting the mood of the crowd, and then swiftly left. Afterwards, the four ladies came up to show their talents. Yu Xiu'er had a solo stringed instrument performance, Kei Renner danced, Ji Tian'er dipped her dainty feet in paint to draw, and Ru Meng'er performed a play. Each of them was extremely skilled in their craft, inciting the cheers of all the men who were watching. The extraordinary performance even excited the guests in the 33 private rooms. Ma Jianzhou leaned on the windows of the room, gawking at the performers on stage without blinking once, his drool on the verge of flowing out of his mouth. Li Ming was no exception, with his eyes fixated on the stage. Bai Xiao stayed seated, indifferent, while Zhou Miao also moved over to the window, with the cigarette in his mouth as he covered himself in smoke. Murong Lin's legs were placed on the table, his back against the chair as he leisurely watched. These women were incapable of arousing his interest anymore. What he wanted, more than anything, was to be the strongest. Neither the four esteemed courtesans nor the four beauties of the capital, all of whom he had seen before, could stir his heart. Only Xuanhuan Na could affect him, and that too only due to the hatred and grudge inside his heart left by the original owner of this body. I'll add another 3,000 taels of gold. A rough voice snapped Murong Lin back into reality, causing him to turn his head to the source. As the currency of this world, silver and gold was used for trading by those in the fetal enigma realm, while those in the nature enigma realm circulated spiritual stones, which could also be absorbed by the cultivators. Spiritual stones were one of the most valuable resources in this world, hidden deep in the earth in spiritual veins like minerals. They were hard to find, possessing a spiritual seal capable of avoiding the divine senses of the origin realm. Spiritual veins or spiritual stones were capable of increasing one's cultivation, and as long as they were absorbed during cultivation, the spiritual power increase was the equivalent of 10 days of cultivation. Also, a lower-level spiritual stone was a day of cultivating in the origin realm, and a higher-level spiritual stone was a day of cultivation in the sky-reaching realm. As such, while 3,000 taels of gold weren't considered to be expensive to Murong Lin, who was a cultivator in the origin realm, it was a lot of money to most of the people here. And the fact that this money was simply used to vote for a courtesan, which didn't bring in any real value, was akin to throwing away money. Fuck, this idiot is really showing off his money. Did he go crazy for Ji Tian'er? Ma Jianzhou spoke incredulously, staring at a tall burly man from the opened window of his private room. Li Ming shook his head. You should know, that guy, Li Kai, has a foot fetish. It's already good enough that he didn't become a dog in front of Ji Tian'er's feet, ha ha ha. The two of them laughed obscenely. Murong Lin looked into that room. There was an arrogant-looking man inside with a similar appearance to Murong Lin. That was Murong Lin's brother, the fifth prince, Murong Ju. Murong Ju had an unruly personality that had no regard for anyone, and compared to the seventh prince, who had the same mother as him, he was much more violent and uncontrollable, and was seen as a lunatic. Like others, he too had a few rich disciples around him. Murong Ju and Murong Lin were the same age, at 19 years old, and he had just entered the origin realm with average talent. Li Kai was his head lackey, with the cultivation of the first layer of the origin realm at 20 years old, and a father that was the third highest rank official at the Department of State Affairs. Zhou Miao looked at the surroundings as he smoked, causing the surroundings to become hazy. Suddenly, his expression changed substantially and he hastily spoke, "It's strange. The first prince is in the second private room, so who was the person in the first?" All of them were shocked, and they quickly turned their heads to look. They had just noticed that the first prince and the sixth princess, along with the nobleman disciples, were the ones in the second private room, despite always being in the first. Li Ming spoke dumbfoundedly, "That's right, who is it?" Bai Xiao stood up, looking into the private rooms in the surrounding area as his expression hardened. "It's strange, there are too many people here today, all kinds of people are here." Hearing that, Murong Lin carefully surveyed his surroundings. The royal family, the four great clans, the three great sects, and most of the noteworthy second generations were all here, even including some seniors. And the first private room, the room that was regarded as the most prestigious, was actually not the place of the Murong family. Who was it? Murong Lin looked at the room, whose windows were closed, before turning his head to look at the first prince in curiosity. Obviously, they weren't the only people who had noticed this strange situation. Most people were already aware and whispering among themselves, forgetting entirely about the Warren selection. The owner of the apricot flower establishment had an expression of helplessness as she peeked at the first private room, before signaling for the last esteemed courtesan to enter the stage. The previous 3 candidates, Yu Xiu'er had received 59,200 taels of gold, K. Renner had received 61,000 taels of gold, and Ji Tian'er got 63,000 taels of gold. Ru Menger would be the last to receive her votes. Murong Lin held the fan in his head and lowered his head in thought, before raising the voting sign in his hand, shouting, 10,000 taels of gold. Chapter 10, Sheng Yi's Smile. The gazes of the crowd instantly turned towards him, and Murong Lin smiled in response. The owner of the apricot flower establishment also showed a sly smile and said, Ru Menger has received the 10,000 taels of gold from His Highness, the third prince. The crowd was getting excited, among them were plenty of young masters that had yearned for Ru Menger in the past few years, and they quickly started to vote in her favor. Within the private room, Ma Jianzhou and the rest were curious. Old Lin, why would you vote for her? Murong Lin fanned himself lightly as the corner of his mouth rose, thinking to himself, of course, you idiots wouldn't know, but these kinds of scenes were cliché for the members of the protagonist's harem. Ru Menger was clearly a part of his harem. Nothing much, I just was interested. And around them, each of the private rooms was also discussing this event. Third brother's taste is quite unusual. The fifth prince leaned on his seat as he enjoyed the service of the female servants around him. Tch, I wonder where he got his money from. Xuanhuan Na had a disdainful expression. Isn't the third prince known for his aversion to women? Why did he vote today? Bullshit. What do you mean he avoids women? He's humiliated at least 100 women alone in the past few years. Ha, it's truly the one who stays near vermilion that gets stained red. Murong Lin ignored the chattering and noise around him as he turned to look at Sheng Yi. Sheng Yi and his 3 followers were seated in the furthest private room, and when met with Murong Lin's gaze, the 3 naturally shied away while Sheng Yi matched his gaze fearlessly with a strange smile on his face. Murong Lin blinked his eyes in shock as he asked the system, Auntie, didn't you say that I wasn't in his time period? How does he know me? Auntie is sure that he doesn't know who you are, and he also isn't aware of the system's existence. As Murong Lin listened, he smiled back at Sheng Yi before turning his head away, no longer looking at him. Then, why was his expression so strange? Clearly, he wasn't aware of the fact that Murong Lin had reincarnated, or about the existence of the system. He recognized him, and that meant that he had probably come into contact with him in the future. But how? There was only a single reasonable answer. Blood spirits. The cult that Murong Lin had created. The organization that had massacred tens of thousands of people to procure pills for his cultivation. But Murong Lin wasn't worried. He thought that Sheng Yi might expose him, but he didn't think that he would threaten his life. He had the system, and the blood spirits were now in existence that meant nothing to him, ready to be thrown away at any time. On the other side, Sheng Yi, who had seen the smile Murong Lin responded with, was shocked. In his memory, Murong Lin was a greedy, cold individual that not only created a cult like the blood spirits but also someone that had attempted to kill his brothers for the throne, as well as attacked the Shui clan. But he was someone that had eventually died in the next 5 years. But Murong Lin actually reacted to his smile. This was an action that he couldn't understand. In full honesty, he was rather desperate. When he had roused from the coma that the fifth prince had beaten him into 6 days ago, he had gained the memories of the next 30 years of his life. He didn't know if he had absorbed those memories, or if his future self had stolen this body. And the big events of the future plagued his mind. In the next half of the year, the beast wave in the south would become more serious as the traces of a sect that existed 2,000 years ago surfaced, revealing countless treasures and opportunities that skyrocketed the strength of quite a number of lucky people. The elder of the Murong clan would pass away, causing both the 4 great clans and the 3 great sects to waver in their loyalty to the imperial family. In an effort to win over his father, the prime minister, the Emperor Murong Tong had forcefully wed his daughter to Shang Yi. But no one knew what lengths Murong Lu would resort to, and she had cunningly seduced the 4 great clans into going against family. While trying to protect him, his father died falling off a mountain while he had barely survived after falling into a river. In the following 5 years, the South Village King who had benefited from the beast wave started a revolt. In his rampage, he killed a number of princes, destroying the Black River cult, which was ranked as the #1 wanted organization in the country, and fought his way into the capital. Within the capital, the Murong clan was isolated by the 4 great families, and the situation continued to worsen. At the same time, Murong Lin, who had also benefited from the beast wave, started a rebellion, faking an attack on the imperial palace while puppeteering the blood spirits into attacking the Shui clan, creating the dark age of the capital for the next half of the year, as his bloody heaven art was distributed throughout the country, sowing further chaos within the country. In the end, under the lead of the surviving Shui clan, the 4 great clans had come together to destroy Murong Lin. At that time, the Great Nanyuanguo tournament was held, in which Shang Yi had secretly obtained the right to participate. During the tournament, he serendipitously gained the right to enter the 10 great sects of the Nanya continent. And after attaining success in his cultivation, he returned to Yan to take revenge for his father. 30 years later, after reaching the majestic realm, he was betrayed and killed by his friend. Returning to the past, Shang Yi swore to change everything, and he had started with his cultivation. As a cultivator that had reached the majestic realm, he naturally had cultivation methods of the barren and vast level, but it wasn't enough. He needed the resources from the southern sect that would surface in the beast wave this year, as well as the prizes of next year's Great Nanyuanguo tournament. Shang Yi looked at the first private room with a mysterious smile as he returned to his seat, as if waiting for something. The 3 at his side naturally sat down next to him. Each of them were people who had great achievements in the future. The bastard of the elder of the Wang clan, one of the top killers in the future responsible for assassinating the 3 manifestation realm elders of the Wang clan. The descendant of Luo Jiho, Luo Pao Pao, a future talented general that led 200,000 soldiers and horses and conquered 9 counties in the west and 5 counties in the north under the South Village King. A servant of a tea shop at the city's entrance, Akui, a future drug expert who had become the greatest flower THIF1 in the capital 10 years later. These 3 were the talents he had recruited for his father. Naturally, he had the ambition to rebel as well, considering how his entire family had suffered at the hands of Yan. Compared to the arrogant Murong clan, he was better off as the emperor. And traveling back in time, he had 3 goals. One was to protect his family from ruin, then kill Murong Lu, and finally kill the friend who had betrayed him in his previous life. He thought of the people and events he could make use of. And at this time, the voting for Ru Menger had ended. She had successfully become the Warren with a total of 65,400 taels of gold. She stood on stage, with her unchangingly cold expression. Without taking off her face veil, she simply nodded and left the stage. Discussions rang out from underneath the stage. Shang Yi was naturally unconcerned, he knew Ru Menger's personality. Her true appearance wasn't as beautiful as everyone had thought, but her heart was definitely a lot colder than the average person's. Seated within the room, Murong Lin's brows were furrowed as he watched Ru Menger leave the stage. Why didn't it seem like Ru Menger and Shang Yi had any relations? Wasn't she a supporting female character? This was more interesting than it otherwise would have been. At this moment, a strong aura was released, enveloping the entire area. The aura was mighty and as sturdy as earth, giving off a threatening yet passive feeling. Murong Lin was shocked. He had felt a similar aura before. From his grandfather. It was the aura of the sky-reaching realm. He turned towards the first private room, which windows were slowly opening to reveal a yellow-haired, middle-aged man. Everyone's gazes were fixated on the middle-aged man, who was smiling in response. The first prince had an expression of apprehension. He was in the second private room, which faced the first private room. With a deep bow, he spoke, "I've met with the emissary of the alliance, Mr. Huang." Everyone bowed in unison, perplexed and nervous due to the arrival of such a powerful figure. Ma Jianchu's expression also greatly changed as he exclaimed, "Emissary of the alliance? Oh, right. 1r** pissed. Chapter 11, Are You Menger? Murong Lin was naturally aware of the alliance, and he instantly recalled who they were upon hearing the first prince's words. The alliance referred to the Ridge Fur Alliance, comprising of Yan and the few countries around it, each of varying strength and with Yan ranked in the middle. The emissary referred to the messenger bringing the news of the Great Nanyuanguo tournament. There were tens of thousands of countries in Nanyu, and the mighty 10 great sects led the matters of the entire continent. Aside from the 10 great sects, there were dozens of sects that were considered to be quite strong, backed and worshipped by countless countries. The reason for the 10 great sects' strength was due to their ancestors that had gone through tribulations, and it wasn't hard to imagine that each of these sects had bountiful resources and cultivation methods. There wasn't a single person that didn't hope to enter one of the 10 great sects, but due to their limited capacity for disciples, they would organize the Great Nanyuanguo tournament once every 5 years. Led by the 10 great sects and supported by the other sects, people would attend in hopes of being selected as a disciple. This tournament was the most prestigious tournament in the entire Nanyu continent. And the last person from Yan that had succeeded in this tournament was from 300 years ago, which meant that not a single person had successfully entered the 10 great sects in the past 60 tournaments. The start of the next year marked the beginning of the Nanyuanguo tournament, and that was why an emissary was sent from the alliance to inspect the situation of each country. This person was the emissary of the alliance from Daling, Mr. Huang Zhisheng. The Prime Minister, Sheng Guogong, who stood next to Huang Zhisheng, spoke. The crowd became excited as they shouted, "Greetings to Senior Huang." Daling was one of the strongest countries in the Ridge Fur Alliance. Not only did they have 2 experts in the cognizance realm, but they were also the country with a citizen that had entered one of the great sects as a disciple in the last 100 years. And it was no longer strange that an emissary was at the sky-reaching realm. Huang Zhisheng had a calm smile, "Ha ha ha, I'm only here to look around at the pride of Yan. And seeing it for myself, you are all definitely extraordinary. I hope that each of you will be able to put in your utmost effort for the Ridge Fur Alliance in the coming tournament. How kind of you, our disciples are still lacking." Sheng Guogong spoke humbly as he followed him out. And the atmosphere was still full of excitement despite their departure, with most of the people remaining in the area. Murong Lin fiddled with his fan as he laughed, "I didn't expect it to be an emissary from the alliance. What a lively turnout this year." That's right, and here I was wondering who it was." Ma Jianzhou cowered while he watched their leaving backs. "Is the Highness, the third prince, here?" A servant of the apricot flower establishment knocked at the door to their room, stuttering, "Lady Ru Menger has invited you to her private room." Murong Lin's eyebrow was raised, and the other 4 people present were shocked for a moment before they started snickering. "Ha ha ha, old Lin, you're about to get lucky. That's right, your 10,000 taels of gold were spent well. Ha ha ha, be more cautious tonight, you still have the morning court to attend tomorrow, don't be late." Met with the snickering of the group, Murong Lin maintained his expression. "Ah, did the charm of a villain finally reveal itself? Ah! Damn my charming manliness!" Waving his hand at the 4, Murong Lin calmly followed the servant downstairs. After turning a few corners, he arrived in front of a room. With a bow, the servant left. Murong Lin stood in front of the door, and after stretching his waist, he knocked on the door. "Lady Ru Menger, it is Murong Lin here. Please enter." A clear voice rang out from within the room. With a wide stride, Murong Lin closed the door behind him as he entered. Turning around, he inspected the quiet surroundings. Aside from some wooden furniture and dark-colored curtains, there was nothing else in the room. If anything, it didn't seem like the residence of Xuanhuan. "Come here." A voice came from the bed, and as Murong Lin walked closer, he could see Ru Menger, who was laying flat on the bed. The entire bed was dark, it had a black bed sheet, quilt, and even the pillows were black. Ru Menger laid on the bed, splayed out to resemble the character of, as her eyes stared at the ceiling above her. "Fa weeb no m. That fast? Are we not even having a meal first?" Murong Lin mumbled. "I'll let you lay with me, and in return, you will help me kill Murong Tong." Ru Menger's cold voice rang out from the bed. Murong Tong? What a familiar name. He had heard it somewhere before. And it seemed to be pretty important to him. Fug. The current emperor's name was Murong Tong. That was his cheap father. Murong Lin's eyes widened, his gaze fixated on Ru Menger, whose eyes were closing, as if he had seen a retard. "You're letting me, the son, kill his own father? The emperor? Was he the idiot, or was she the idiot? Did she think he was some sex-craved maniac? What are you waiting for?" Ru Menger spoke. Her voice was cold, without a shred of emotion, resembling the words of a robot. Take off your veil first, let me see." Murong Lin spoke as he stared at her face. And she took off her face veil. A pale face was exposed to the eyes of Murong Lin. She wasn't very beautiful and her face was very pale, resembling a corpse. Murong Lin stopped fanning himself as his eyes fixated on her. "I am not very beautiful, but I am still a virgin." Ru Menger closed her eyes again. "Are you the illegitimate daughter of my imperial father?" Staring at the woman with a similar appearance to his, he spoke slowly. "Yes." "Interesting." He wasn't sure at first, but he could feel the reaction of the bloody poison insect within his A-cup ointment, it was telling him that they were related by blood. "The cult leader of the blood spirits is afraid." Ru Menger spoke again. Murong Lin's spiritual power fluctuated as he threw his fan towards the bed, nailing it to the wall as it pierced through Ru Menger's hair. "Who told you that? Why would Xuanhuan like herself know about his true identity? Did he expose himself? Or did someone tell her?" "I don't know, someone left me a note." "Judging from your reaction, it was right." "Great. Someone was using him. And he even fell for it." A savage look flashed past the depth of his eyes. But what was the use of telling Ru Menger his identity? Was he looking forward to the chaos of the Murong clan? Murong Lin walked to the bedside, looking down at Ru Menger's face. "What can you give me?" he asked. Since his identity was already exposed, there was much more benefit to working together rather than killing her and silencing her mouth. "Everything, except for my resentment." "Good." Murong Lin patted his bag of holding, taking out the book of the Bloody Heaven art and tossing it to Ru Menger. Alongside the book, he also took out another bag of holding, filling it with cultivation resources as well as a token. "Take it and start cultivating. This is a token of the blood spirits, you can use it to mobilize some helping hands. I want you to reach the origin realm by next year, you may kill as many people as you want." Murong Lin spoke calmly, "At the same time, I will bring the head of Murong Tong to you." Ru Menger had gotten up, seated on the bed, she stared at her brother who had the same father as she did and took the items. "Okay. If necessary, you can sacrifice the blood spirits." Murong Lin smiled at her as he felt the bloody poisonous insect in his A-cup ointment. Chapter 12, Found the protagonist Long Chen. The morning court of the next day. Murong Lin had arrived at the imperial palace early, and he stood at the square in front of the palace alongside the ministers. He stood there, absently watching the clamoring officials. Next to him, some of the princes, as well as the princesses, were waiting as well. It didn't take long for the gates to open and people rushed in. Each minister had their assigned seats and the front left seats were reserved for the royalty. After they had stood at their respective seats, the emperor walked in from the back, seating himself on the grand throne with the support of the sixth princess. The eunuch next to him announced in a loud voice, "Report any important matter. Leave if you have nothing to say." Following that, Prime Minister Sheng Guogong and a few other ministers each walked up to report the recent matters of the country. Then, the people of the 6 departments and the 25 syndicates walked up as well, each receiving orders from Murong Tong, the emperor. Lastly, Murong Tong brought up the matter of the beast wave in the south. The beast waves of the south occur once every 7 years, and this year, they are back again. As such, I will personally dispatch a few people to the south to aid the South Village King. As you command. The third prince Murong Lin, the top warrior Zhu Xiaoming, cabinet member Zheng Sik, and the son of the prime minister, Sheng Yi. The 4 of you will depart today to assist the South Village King in suppressing the beast wave. Yes. Murong Lin walked forward and cupped his hand. Behind him, the 3 that were mentioned took a step forward as well, shouting as they cupped their hands. Aside from that, inform the people of the 32 counties to start preparing for the preliminaries within the country. Yes. After the morning court had ended, Murong Lin followed the crowd and exited the imperial palace. At the side, Murong Tong had brought a few ministers with him to have a private discussion in the back. Murong Lin's gaze scanned the crowd before stopping on Sheng Yi, who was conversing with a few ministers. Was he the one that had revealed his identity to Ru Menger? Murong Lin thought for a bit, and without caring too much, he walked towards the carriage that was waiting for him. Despite the great difference in strength, he couldn't defeat Sheng Yi yet, considering his protagonist halo and his backing. What Murong Lin wanted was an absolute victory. He did not wish to leave anything to chance. Returning to the palace, Old Man Bai had already prepared his luggage. Your Highness, everything has been prepared. Are you sure you do not need me to accompany you? Old Man Bai placed a large bag of holding into Murong Lin's hands, which he hung casually at his waist. No need. Murong Lin sat in his study, allowing the bloody poison insect to crawl out from his A-cup ointment and perch itself on his fingertip. Proceed with what I had mentioned earlier, also find an isolated house. Murong Lin waved his hand, signaling for the old man to leave. Yes. With a bow, the old man left the room. Let's not waste any time and depart now. As for that Sheng Yi fellow, it's best if I avoid him. Murong Lin thought to himself. Changing his clothes, Murong Lin left his residence and entered a carriage. The 2 of the flowering steel trees sat within the carriage, while the 8 great butcher kings protected the sides of the carriage, and the 3 fierce operators drove the carriage towards the outside of the city. People walked on the busy street, not noticing the carriages that were headed outside of the capital towards South Village City. The Empire of Yan was developed with the capital in the north, and the South Village was known as the Heart of the South, developing along the demonic beast forest, which stretched out towards the north. The demonic beast forest was surrounded by 4 countries, with Yan occupying a large swath of land within the forest, that didn't contain any beasts that were exceptionally strong. It was considered to be relatively safe, except for the weak demonic beasts that reproduced at a horrifying speed. Despite their efforts, humans were incapable of completely exterminating these beasts and would suffer the onslaught of the occasional suicidal beast waves, which reduced internal conflict. South Village was the city that played the most vital role during the beast wave suppression, and it was also the place that was under the highest pressure of the beast wave's onslaught. The current city governor, the South Village King, was personally appointed by the current emperor, Murong Tong. And with the strength of the sky-reaching realm, the South Village King protected the city and aided in its resistance against the beast waves. However, in the past few years, his discontent with the imperial court had been growing. As South Village was rather far from the capital, the trip would take at least 10 days even on a carriage. As Murong Lin had no need to hastily arrive at the city, he naturally decided to lie in his luxurious carriage and make his way there serenely. But unexpectedly, his carriage was stopped by a group the moment he exited the gates of the city. "Dare I ask if the seniors are heading towards the South Village city?" The group was filled with young men and women, wearing the same outfit that made it seem like they were disciples of the same sect. Among them, one of the young men walked forward and bowed. "Your Highness." The 3 men were silent, and within the carriage, flowering steel trees asked, "What should we do?" Murong Lin waved the fan in his hands as he thought before responding, "I will deal with these people myself." And after he had finished speaking, he pulled the curtains and shouted, "That is indeed correct, why not travel together and aid each other in the journey?" Obvious expressions of joy flashed past the group of disciples as they quickly cupped their hands and responded, "We are the disciples of the Purple Goose sect, and we are grateful to Senior." Murong Lin smiled, "No need to call me Senior, I am the 3rd Prince of Yan, Murong Lin. You all can refer to me by my name. Where are your seniors from your sect?" So it was His Highness, the 3rd Prince. The young man that was the leader of the group spoke, "I am the head disciple of Purple Goose sect, Lu Chi, and we have descended the mountain to suppress the beast wave in South Village as a form of training. Our seniors have already left for the south, and as the disciples, we are making our way there ourselves as well." So it was like that. Murong Lin pulled a face as he inspected the group. The strongest person among them had just reached the crystalline realm. He nodded, "It'll be boring for all of you on the road, why not travel together and we can discuss interesting events of the Jianghu?" "Exactly my thoughts." Lu Chi smiled stupidly, and paired with the treasure sword on his waist, he looked exactly like an adventurer. The remaining disciples at the back all had grateful expressions as they looked at Murong Lin. In the end, the disciples took the front with their horses as Murong Lin's carriage followed behind. The people in front were all whispering amongst themselves. "Whoa! It's actually the 3rd royal prince. He looks to be exceptionally strong." "That's right, those people on the carriage seem to be even stronger than the elders of our sect. The 3rd prince is not only handsome and strong, but he's amicable as well. Wah, it'll be great if I could marry him. Ha ha ha, look at you daydreaming again. We must show off our Purple Goose sect's might during the suppression of the beast wave this time." Of course. Murong Lin was also in a conversation with Lu Chi. "Brother Lu, did you say that the Black River cult was acting strangely these days?" "That's right. Not just the Black River cult, all the cults are acting strangely. The Black River cult is madly attacking the disciples of our sect, and this was the reason why we wanted to travel with you. For example, the blood spirits aren't even killing people anymore and they instead went into hiding. There must be something going on." Lu Chi spoke surely. Well, Murong Lin couldn't guarantee that there wasn't a conspiracy going on in the other cults, but he was sure that there was nothing going on in the blood spirits, they were just busy looking for protagonists. But he naturally wasn't stupid enough to explain this to him. "Brother Lu, tell me more about the events of the Jianghu, I haven't heard much while living in the capital." "Ha ha ha. Alright. I'll tell you about the big events that transpired in the past few years. I mostly have information relating to the sects, such as the absolute genius that appeared in the Moonfire sect last year. He overwhelmed all heroes, and his swordsmanship is considered to be the best." And as he listened to Lu Kai's chattering, Murong Lin comfortably laid inside the carriage. Suddenly, he heard a piece of interesting information. The young master of the Long clan of Beitan City had his engagement with the 100-Flower Fairy of the 100-Flower sect annulled. The entire affair was pitiful to watch. The young master of the Long clan isn't someone to lightly offend either, and he chose to abandon Zhu Zhu Shu in front of the entire crowd. If it weren't for the fact that I had a friend in the Long clan, I wouldn't even know about this. The engagement breaking off cliché. This was definitely the protagonist's engagement breaking cliché. What's the situation with the Long family's young master? Murong Lin pretended to be curious as he asked. And Liu Qi naturally knew the answer. Long Chen is the sole child of the Long family in Beitan City, and he is somewhat considered the pride of the family. It's just sad that his talent for cultivation isn't very good, while Zhu Zhu from the Zhu clan, who was betrothed to him when they were just infants, was born talented and became the 100-flower fairy after entering the 100-flower clan. Unwilling to proceed with the engagement, Zhu Zhu had formally requested to break it off with the Long clan, and the engagement was eventually ended a year later to prevent any conflict. At the time, Long Chen had made a bet that he would compete with Zhu Zhu a year later. Now that the deadline for the match is close, I wonder what's going on. And as Liu Qi spoke, the system's voice spoke in Murong Lin's mind. Ding! Master has found a protagonist. Name, Long Chen. Protagonist value, 300. Age, 18. Cultivation, unknown. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, unknown. Chapter 13, Southern Beast Wave. Auntie, why are there two unknowns? On the system screen in front of him, there were two unknown items. One is the unknown cultivation, and the other is the unknown innate talent. Is that so? Unknown cultivation? Why? Is it because I haven't met him yet? Alright, then this unknown innate talent should be referring to his golden finger, right? Master can interpret it that way. What a pity, another protagonist popped up even before I could get rid of the previous one. But this guy seems to be much easier to deal with, right? Murong Lin quickly snapped back into reality, looking towards Liu Qi with a smile. After nightfall, the group decided to rest in a small town. Murong Lin sat at the tableside, practicing his calligraphy as a shadow flickered within his room. A man wearing red clothes appeared, the blood paladin from the blood spirits. And this was a different paladin from the last two. With a long scar running down his face, he gave off a vicious, dangerous feeling. And he was also the fiercest blood paladin under Murong Lin. Blood paladin marauder. I greet the master. The blood paladin knelt on the floor, presenting a notebook with his outstretched arms. You may rise. What is this? Receiving the notebook, Murong Lin started to flip through the pages. These are the individuals we found to fit your descriptions. Oh. Hearing his words, Murong Lin started to read the book more carefully, taking his time as he turned the pages. The marauder simply stood at the side as he waited, not making a single sound. As he read, Murong Lin identified quite a bit of people that had the qualities of a protagonist, but it was a pity that none of them were actual protagonists. He knew that because the system didn't react at all. That meant that there weren't any new protagonists recorded in this notebook. But it did have Long Chen's detailed information. Continue investigating this guy, Long Chen. Be detailed about where he has been, what he's been doing, and who he has interacted with. Yes. The marauder nodded. Right, there will be a woman using the blood spirits to murder people and cultivate. Cooperate with her fully and ensure that she will reach the origin realm at least, got it? Yes. If I may ask, does she know about the master's identity? Yes, there's no need to hide anything from her. Mobilize the full power of the blood spirits to assist her. Aside from that, prevent your subordinates from coming into contact with Sheng Yi, do not speak to him, and do not get caught by him. Yes. The marauder simply agreed to do as he was ordered, without the slightest hint of curiosity towards the reasons behind his master's commands. I'll be in the South Village City for a period of time, be careful and don't get caught, now leave. Yes. And the room regained its silence. Murong resumed practicing his calligraphy, resembling a refined gentleman. In the following days, the group traveled peacefully, only getting interrupted once by a group of ignorant bandits that were promptly taken care of by the disciples of the Purple Goose sect. Wah! We're finally at South Village. The group of disciples looked at the Great Wall before them as they cheered. That's right, it was a short and pleasant journey. Murong Lin got off the carriage, and looking at the almost 10-story high city walls, he sighed. Your Highness, the third prince, it is time to say goodbye, please come and visit us when you can. Cupping his hands, Liu Qi respectfully expressed his gratitude. I feel the same. Murong Lin spoke politely before entering the city. South Village was different from the capital, it gave off an intimidating and domineering feeling while the capital felt luxurious and prosperous with its resplendent decor and busy traffic. With over 1,000 years of history, even the stone bricks that paved the ground in South Village were imposing. The road was wide, enough to fit 10 carriages side by side. Murong Lin continued to sit in his carriage as it slowly made its way to the governor's mansion. Ningwei Wu was 130 years old this year, and with a lifespan of about 300 years as a sky-reaching realm expert, he was still in the prime of his life. Looking at the muscle-bound man before him, Murong Lin bowed respectfully, I greet the South Village King. No need for excessive formalities. Ningwei Wu looked at the third prince who behaved differently from the rumors, you are the last one to arrive, the other 3 have already been assigned to their respective subordinate cities. Come, pick one Riol.C. Murong Lin walked forwards and looked at the map that was spread out on the table before him. The complicated roads were connected to quite a number of cities that surrounded the demonic beast forest in the north. The other 3 people, the top warrior Zhu Xiaoming, cabinet member Zheng Sik, and the son of the prime minister, Sheng Yi had already chosen their locations. After thinking for a moment, Murong Lin pointed at the city next to where Sheng Yi was located, this humble servant will choose this location. Despite their identity as inspectors sent by the emperor, they were also responsible for suppressing the beast wave and following the commands of the South Village King. They were expected to aid the local city governors as they suppressed the oncoming beast wave this year at their allocated border cities. This venture could be bad or good. But, why would he give up an opportunity to gain glory? Though there was always the chance of something going wrong, and the beast wave could very well siege their cities. Yet, the chance to gain fame and credit was far more important than a possible encounter with death. And the reason why Murong Lin had chosen the city next to Sheng Yi, was because he knew that Sheng Yi was a time traveler. The place a time traveler would choose, would naturally be where fortuitous encounters would appear. And Murong Lin wanted a part in that. The best outcome he could achieve was if he could kill or gravely injure Sheng Yi. Ningwei Wu nodded his head, then go and protect that place, I will give you a token that will allow you to command the city's garrison. And after he had finished speaking, he retrieved a token from his bag of holding and tossed it towards Murong Lin. I thank the South Village King. Murong Lin caught the token and checked it before placing it in his bag of holding. Right, some forces will be headed towards your city, including the Shui clan, they will help ensure your safety. Ningwei Wu nodded as he waved his hand. Is that so? Ha ha ha, they indeed will. Murong Lin laughed amicably. The Shui clan was coming? How wonderful! It wouldn't be strange if some of the members of the Shui clan died in the beast wave, right? Had. Murong Lin skillfully evaded the banquet invitation from Ningwei Wu, citing the excuse of being worried about the beast wave and wanting to head over to his assigned city as soon as possible. Within the carriage, one of the flowering steel trees asked, Master? What was the reason for leaving so soon? Looking at the scenery outside of his window, Murong Lin spoke in a low voice, Ningwei Wu is suspicious. South Village is clearly the city under the most stress, but here he is, chasing out the forces that came to help him to the cities where the beast wave wouldn't hit as strong. He isn't the kind to worry about us getting hurt, and the only explanation is that he's hiding something in this city. Do you mean that he's trying to get rid of us? That's right. My blood poison insect is telling me that this city was drenched in not only the blood of tens of thousands of demonic beasts, but there are substantial human blood and vengeful spirits mixed in as well. Releasing the curtains, Murong Lin calmly fanned himself. Interesting, there's truly something wrong with this country. Ha ha ha, it's no wonder that there are so many rising protagonists here. The carriage moved slowly towards its destination. Arriving at the city, the garrison was naturally polite towards him. With the strength of Murong Lin's subordinates, they were comforted by the fact that they could help lessen their burden. In reality, Murong Lin had instructed the flowering steel trees and the 8 great butcher kings to conceal their aura to the first layer of the manifestation realm, giving him more cards for his plans. Even so, there were still plenty of curious people that had started their secret investigation into their identities. It was a pity that their efforts would be futile. After all, they were the products of the system. Murong Lin sat within a room, cultivating as his spiritual power encircled his body. He had not only recently fortified his cultivation, but he had also mastered lifelessness law as well as familiarized himself with Bloody River God Sword and Bloody River God Finger. Enti, open the system window. Undefeatable villain Systmoner, Murong Lin. Villain score, 150. Age, 19. Cultivation, peak of the origin realm. Innate talent, bloody poisonous insect A cup ointment, little villain halo. Cultivation method, bloody heaven art. Skills, blood river god sword, bloody river god finger, night assassination, heart hurting arrow. Equipment, god sword bloody river. Familiar spirit, bloody poisonous insect. Servants, the 3 fierce operators, 8 of the 8 great butcher kings, and the 2 bodyguards, flowering steel trees. Inventory, must-read villain instruction manual, a fragment of Great Villain Halo, the Blessed Enigma Cauldron, a mysterious map. What a pity, I still need to kill a protagonist to obtain a mortal form and reach the manifestation realm. I hope that this beast wave will be fruitful. Closing the system window, Murong Lin sat with his legs crossed and started cultivating. Suddenly, the voice of the flowering steel trees rang out from beyond the door, Master, the Shui clan is here. Who is their leader? Xueling Na. Chapter 14, Beginning of the Beast Wave. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Xuelin Na. Murong Lin quickly got up and asked. Yes, she is leading over 30 of the Shui clan's disciples. Their guardians are 2 elders at the 7th layer of the manifestation realm, the 2 of us can kill them in one blow. The flowering steel tree spoke confidently since their cultivation was already at the 9th layer of the manifestation realm. Xuelin Na was the pride of the Shui clan, entering the peak of the origin realm at the age of 18, at the same level as Murong Lin. The only thing she lacked was a suitable mortal form. Good. That's good. Ha ha ha, it seems like I'll be able to fulfill the second wish of this body soon. Murong Lin laughed crazily. Continue to investigate, I want to know everything that is going on. Yes. The sky was already dark, and as Murong Lin stared at the sky, he grinned, Xuelin Na, this place will be your grave. To completely assimilate with his body and soul, he needed to fulfill the wish that was buried in his heart. The 2 wishes of this body were taking the throne and extermination of the Shui clan. Murong Lin already had a plan to become the emperor, and he could wipe out the Shui clan even sooner. Aside from the elder of the sky-reaching realm whom he couldn't defeat yet, everyone else could easily be killed by his servants. Early next morning, Murong Lin arrived at the mansion at the heart of the city. There were quite a number of people gathered here, and he easily noticed the group from the Shui clan with a glance. Xuelin Na was looking down at the map that was placed in the center of the hall as the disciples around her glanced at him with interest. One of them leaned towards Xuelin Na, whispering something in her ear, and the moment she heard their words, she raised her head to look at Murong Lin. Murong Lin walked forwards. There wasn't a governor in this city, and the highest in command was the commander of the defending army. He had surveyed the city walls earlier, successfully avoiding the conflicts of the people that had come from the capital. Xuanhuan Na walked over towards him with her group in tow. Staring at Murong Lin, she spoke coldly, "What are your plans?" Murong Lin paused for a moment before quickly smiling, "I may be the inspector assigned to this city, but all of you may proceed according to your own plans, there's no need to look for me." "Good." Xuanhuan Na glanced at him before leaving with her group, "Leave the south wall to us." Murong Lin nodded, before turning to look at the rest of the people within the hall. Xuanhuan Na could be haughty and disrespectful to him, but the others neither could nor had the guts. Murong Lin looked at the disciples sent from the small forces of Yan, and displeasure rose in his heart as he pretended to be amicable, assigning them according to his plans before sending them off. Murong Lin sat within the empty hall as he stared at the map on the table before him, and with a cold smile, he left as well. In the afternoon, the beast wave was finally here. The south of the city was the demonic beast forest. Roars erupted constantly within the woods, reverberating with the sound of a stampede. Dust flew in the air as all kinds of demonic beasts rushed out. There were beasts that flew in the sky, ones that ran on the ground, and even beasts that dug through the earth, all of which were heading in their direction. It was hard to imagine what it was like in the South Village City, where the beast wave was known to be more menacing. The soldiers stationed on the walls were prepared, and after receiving the signal from the scouts, they started donning their armor and readying their weapons. Next to them, the support sent from all over the country was also preparing for the oncoming battle. Murong Lin stood on the east wall, looking at the Shui clan members that stood only 700 meters away as he laughed coldly. Turning to the two flowering steel trees next to him, he spoke, "Hide your strength. I don't think the scale of this beast wave would exceed the origin realm, stay by my side in this battle." "Yes." The beast wave approached. Hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts were charging their way, their vicious appearances and wild auras becoming stifling as they neared the city walls. There were more than 10,000 soldiers in the city's garrison and over 1,000 allies standing on the walls, and almost all of their faces had turned pale. It didn't mean that they were afraid, but it was a natural response to a threat of this scale. There were all kinds of species mixed among the large number of demonic beasts. In the skies were grey eagles with enormous wingspans, blood bats with sharp fangs, falcons with huge claws, flying beasts with incredible speeds. On the grounds were giant white tigers the size of a 3-story building, rhinoceros with shiny horns, packs of bloody wolves, tiny blue-bearded snakes. The two groups moved closer from a visible distance. And before they could arrive at the city, the scouts of the city had already predicted their movements the night before and had their men lay traps throughout the night. Ping! 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 Large sounds resounded through the ground as dust was sent flying through the air and rays of light burst forth, accompanied by the screaming of the demonic beasts. The army had buried fire mines into the ground. These were consumable artifacts of the lower and higher yellow levels that the army had frequently utilized. Each explosion of a fire mine would kill over 100 demonic beasts while injuring thousands of them in the process. Finally, the demonic beasts arrived at the caution area. Large-scale crossbows and a few other long-range weapons on the wall were hastily prepared as they aimed towards the beasts. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued to report to the general. Report. The demonic beasts have entered the caution area. Report. The beast wave has appeared in the east, south and west directions with an estimated force of 67,000 beasts. Report. 7 demonic beasts at the manifestation realm have been identified in the south, the strongest being an armored earth tiger at the 4th layer of the manifestation realm. Report. 2 demonic beasts at the manifestation realm have been identified in the east. Both of them are at the 1st layer of the manifestation realm. Report. A 1st layer manifestation realm demonic beast has been identified in the west. The demonic beasts in the manifestation realm were the greatest threat to the stronger members of the army. There were only 6 experts at the manifestation realm among the entire garrison, and even after including the support dispatched by the different forces, there were only a total of 15 manifestation realm experts present. Facing the beast wave would be difficult for them. As for the weaker members of the army, it was hard to estimate how they would fare. Fawbolom. Murong Lin stared at the beasts coming his way, quickly spotting the two demonic beasts at the first layer of the manifestation realm. It was a fire behemoth the size of a 3-story building and a 20-meter-long double-headed python. Fire! The general of the garrison shouted. The long-range ammunition shot out from the city walls. Murong Lin raised the lower black-level nonchalant guest's bow and aimed at the weaker beasts. Shoo! The forehead of a demonic beast in the spirit ablation realm was pierced as its body was sent rolling 10 meters backwards. Shoo! The body of the demonic beast of the flesh refining realm was pierced and it fell to the ground powerlessly, dropping from the sky. Tch, how boring! Murong Lin grumbled as looked at the people madly firing away around him, but he was quickly distracted by a tremor that came from his feet. Demonic beasts were now attacking the city walls. Demonic beasts couldn't build ladders, but there were quite a number of beasts capable of using earth-attributed spiritual arts, and it didn't take long before they quickly made their way up the wall. The defenders grabbed their swords and rushed into combat. The two manifestation realm demonic beasts had also almost reached the city walls in the meantime. Within the skies, most of the demonic beasts had descended and started fighting with the humans. Murong Lin leisurely casted his spiritual skills, and after killing another demonic beast, he simply stood at the sides of the flowering steel trees and left the rest of the work to them. On his side, a soldier of the manifestation realm and another idol cultivator were now engaged in a battle with the two manifestation realm demonic beasts. Both of their mortal forms were released, and they used brute force against the beasts as they viciously fought. Occasionally flame and ice breath spewed out of their mouths. Murong Lin's gaze alternated between the fight and the southern wall as a hint of hidden delight appeared on his face. Raising the nonchalant guest's bow, he aimed towards the beast wave without loading an arrow. This was an ultimate technique that Fang Yingqian had stolen from the 13th Origin Restrictions. Hard-hitting arrow. Chapter 15, Traces of Remnants. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. A disciple of the Shui clan was bravely swinging his sword against a demonic beast, and with a sudden cry of pain, his eyes turned vacant as his body became stiff. Taking advantage of that momentary pause, the demonic beast that was fighting against him bit onto him and tossed him out of the city walls. The corpse was instantly dismembered the moment it fell onto the beast wave outside, turning into a mess of splattering blood and flesh. This was the might of the hard-hitting arrow. With the heavens and earth as his bow and arrows, and the power of his interminable heart, his shots would be able to never miss their target, even from 1,000 meters away. Murong Lin didn't have to load an arrow, just by pulling the bow, he fired a shot with the power that sprouted from his heart, piercing the chest of the Shui clan's disciple and causing him to die instantly. Murong Lin wasn't worried about an autopsy, since those that died within the beast wave wouldn't even leave a corpse behind. Shoo! Murong Lin shot again. Yet another disciple of the Shui clan died on the spot, and his body was ripped apart by the beasts instantly. Even after his death, fear and confusion remained in his eyes. As if he had felt a great pain in the instant before his death. Shoo! Another shot. A disciple that had just killed a demonic beast in front of him froze as his eyes glazed over, and it only took a split second before the beasts behind opportunistically pounced on him. Ah! Duo Ming! 3 of the disciples nearby had seen this sight. In anger, they charged forwards and stabbed the demonic beasts to death, but they couldn't even save his corpse. How hateful! How did this happen? Xuanhuan Na had also noticed what was going on, and her expression changed dramatically. In her eyes, the disciples that were sent from the Shui clan were all capable, and they definitely had the ability to survive even in front of the countless beasts. But 3 disciples had died now, and not even a single one of them had their body left intact. More importantly, one of them was the grandson of the clan's great elder, Shui Duoming. She would be held responsible for his death. Did someone ambush us? Just as this thought surfaced in her mind, Xuanhuan Na quickly brushed it off. Who would dare to kill the disciples of the Shui clan in bold daylight like this? They would have been caught the moment they started to move. But why did 3 disciples die consecutively like that? Xueling Na couldn't figure out why, and she instead chose to vent her anger onto the demonic beasts before her. After killing 3 people, Murong Lin kept his nonchalant guest's bow happily back in its place. Reincarnated. His gaze fell back onto the battle of the 4 manifestation realm experts, and it was already clear who had lost. The fire behemoth and the double-headed python were retreating. It was obvious that they were no match for the manifestation realm humans. With a pained cry, one of the heads of the python was severed as blood and flesh spewed out. It fearfully tried to back away as it commanded the demonic beasts around to protect it. Finally, with the sacrifice of many other beasts, the 2 manifestation realm demonic monsters were able to escape. But this left their remaining forces vulnerable to the 2 manifestation realm experts. After a fierce battle, the beast wave started retreating, leaving behind almost 10,000 corpses in its wake. The humans on the east wall started to cheer at that sight, celebrating as they waved their weapons in the air before quickly heading over to the other walls. After half an hour, the battle had ended on the other 2 walls as well. Leaving behind the 5 corpses of the manifestation realm demonic beasts and almost 30,000 demonic beasts, the beast wave retreated. And this just was the beginning of the beast wave. Returning to the city's center, Murong Lin watched with a smile as Xueling Na hurriedly led the group of Shui clan's disciples in. One of the disciples, unable to contain himself, shouted at Murong Lin in anger, "What are you smiling at?" Shaking his head, Murong Lin stopped smiling. "I thought of something that made me happy." "You?" That disciple was furious, and before he could say anything else, he was stopped by Xueling Na. "Come back!" Her cold voice rang out, before turning to Murong Lin. "Ha, I hope you survive." Murong Lin wanted to laugh, but he instead responded emotionally, "Ah! I didn't know you cared so much about me, I." But before he could even finish, the group of Shui clan members left. "Ha ha ha ha!" Laughing crazily, Murong returned with the flowering steel trees behind him. In the following days, the beast wave gathered and attacked a few more times, but it wasn't as strong as the first wave. Under the command of the manifestation realm experts, they successfully dealt with the beast wave without many casualties. And on the 5th day, the beast wave exploded in strength. The vast number of beasts covered the skies and the lands as they rushed out from within the demonic beast forest. There were more than 100,000 demonic beasts, led by 16 manifestation realm demonic beasts, the strongest among them being at the 7th layer of the manifestation realm. Their assault was no longer split between the 3 walls, but they instead fearlessly charged towards the southern city walls. The 15 manifestation realm human experts went through their manifestation transformations, using the aura of their mortal forms to threaten the 16 manifestation realm experts within the beast wave. And on the city walls, more than 10,000 garrison troops and allies were facing over 100,000 demonic beasts. Blood and flesh were splattered all over the city walls as ear-splitting roars rang out. Murong Lin stood and fanned himself comfortably behind the flowering steel trees, without any intention of fighting. However, not a single person present could rebuke him, simply due to the fact that no one knew his true strength and that his servants were working hard in his stead. On the other side, Xuelin Na led less than 20 Shui clan disciples in a fight with the demonic beasts. They had gathered together to prevent any ambushes. Murong Lin had assassinated a total of 10 Shui clan disciples, including a disciple that had lost his life due to carelessness, the group of Shui clan members that had lost 11 members and were now as powerless as they were infuriated. They were clearly very careful, yet no matter how cautious they were, they couldn't avoid Murong Lin's heart-hurting arrow, a spiritual skill with an invisible, formless attack. Furthermore, the disciples that had lost their lives didn't even leave behind their dead bodies, which were ravaged by the demonic beasts in battle, making it impossible for them to investigate the cause of their deaths. Xuelin Na's suspicions of foul play were gradually disappearing, and she thought that perhaps the disciples of her clan were simply too weak. As of right now, she chose to defend the side without using her full strength, trying to observe the surroundings. Her gaze fell onto Murong Lin, who was still leisurely fanning himself, causing disdain to flash past her eyes before she turned away. At the peak of the battle, 5 manifestation realm demonic beasts and 1 human in the manifestation realm had fallen. The demonic beasts continued to charge forwards recklessly despite their injuries, and pain, blood, and flesh continued to spill, accompanied by constant screaming and howling. Murong Lin couldn't spectate any further as well. Hundreds of demonic beasts were surrounding his area, attacking without a care for their lives. So he had no choice but to take action as well. Under the effects of lifelessness law, Murong Lin's punches were stronger than higher black-level spiritual skills, and the bodies of the flesh-refining realm demonic beasts disintegrated upon contact with his attacks. Ping! A dark wicked tiger in the crystallization realm exploded, its blood and flesh scattering over the ground. Cha! The head of a sword spirit beast was blown off, dying instantly. And just like that, the forces of the beast wave were gradually dwindling. On the other end, a demonic golden speckled python at the manifestation realm at the height of the city walls suddenly shrieked as its skull started to crack. Dying at the hands of a human expert at the manifestation realm, its giant body crashed into the group, squashing a number of demonic beasts to death. This was the lowest point of the beast wave's momentum, and at the same time, the human expert at the manifestation realm swung his arm, causing over 10 demonic beasts to explode in one go. Kill every single demonic beast. May the Yan live forever. With the battle cry of the garrison general, humans began their assault as the demonic beasts finally became flustered with fear. There were even people that jumped off the city walls, running directly into the beast wave with battle-crazed eyes. In that instant, there were only the roars of humans and the wailing of the demonic beasts left on the battlefield. After cleaning up the demonic beasts around him, Murong Lin shook his head and turned towards the fight of the manifestation realm experts. There were only 6 manifestation realm beasts left struggling in the fight, while only 2 manifestation realm experts were lost on the human side. The 2 elders of the Shui clan had returned to their disciples, carefully watching over them. The 11 deaths of their disciples had agitated them. While these deaths were something that they couldn't have predicted, they still had to shoulder the responsibility for their lives. And at this moment, the sound of a bell rang out from the skies. Dong! The sound reverberated throughout the skies and the land, booming in the ears of the people present as it shook them. At the same time, a golden halo appeared in the skies, spreading slowly. The formless halo resembled a cloud as it floated high up in the skies, but it continued to move past these people, traveling over a few hundred miles. Chapter 16, Entering the Remnants. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Murong Lin as well knew that this was a sign of remnants. The halo was a trademark of remnants. Remnants were the term to describe hidden worlds. These hidden worlds were different from the small dimensional spaces in this world. They were usually naturally formed, complete tiny worlds on their own that could be filled with life, or completely devoid of any life. There were also hidden worlds created by humans or non-humans, for various reasons, each with its own laws and requirements. Without energy, these hidden worlds would gradually die as their barrier was absorbed by the main world. As a result, its remnants would appear in this world occasionally. Of course, there were hidden worlds that would simply shatter and vanish, their contents forever disappearing from this world. When a hidden world was absorbed into the main world, the heaven's halo would appear, signifying that it had been absorbed. And the halo that had appeared in the sky was such a heaven's halo. That also meant that in a distance not too far away, a hidden world had appeared after being absorbed into this world, becoming a remnant that they could enter and leave as they wished. And remnants weren't just a hidden world, it contained all kinds of resources within it, or even the path, in becoming a god. There were countless people that had reached the skies by benefiting from these remnants. As for most of the cultivators, remnants were like an opportunity that contained cultivation methods, spiritual skills, medicinal pills, artifacts, arrays, talismans and more, all of which could aid in their cultivation. Everyone went wild as soon as the remnant world appeared. According to the size of the heaven's halo, it was visible to at least 3 nearby cities. And its center wasn't too far away, it was right at the entrance of the demonic beast forest. Ah! Remnants! Everyone was going crazy as they charged forwards, completely forgetting about the beast wave. At the same time, the momentum of the beast wave was already broken, with the remaining 6 manifestation realm demonic beasts escaping as they screamed and the forces of over 10,000 demonic beasts escaping back towards the forest. With the great number of casualties they had, it was likely that most of them wouldn't even survive the night. But they were simply too terrified of the look in the humans' eyes. The garrison held back as the thousands of cultivators that had come as support all went insane, running recklessly towards the remnants. Murong Lin frowned as he looked at the location of the remnants. It was extremely close to the city that Shang Yi had chosen to defend. So it was like that. Shang Yi had chosen that city because it was the closest to the remnants. Then he definitely knew the locations of the treasures within the remnants as well. Damn it! He would have no choice but to play a cat-mouse game. Murong Lin waved his arm and shouted to the flowering steel trees next to him, "Go! We are going as well." On the other side, the disciples of the Shui clan were eagerly being led towards the remnants by their greedy-eyed elders. With the signal from the garrison general, close to 10,000 soldiers quickly organized themselves into troops and started making their way there as well. Murong Lin led the flowering steel trees and the 8 great butcher kings, hiding his breath throughout the entire 30 minutes it took for him to get to the remnants. And he could see that there was an obvious change to the color of the ground beneath him beyond a certain point. On the ground of the entrance to the demonic beast forest was originally yellowed dirt, but there were now large patches of dark yellow soil, with the grass above it much thicker than the rest. It seemed as though the dirt of the remnants were much more fertile. And there were demonic beast corpses littered all over the ground. The remnants not only attracted human cultivators, but demonic beasts as well. It was due to the spiritual pills, fruits, and flowers that were extremely enticing to demonic beasts. These items were not just helpful to their cultivation, but they were directly capable of raising their cultivation to the next level. Murong Lin continued to run forwards before noticing a large group within a valley. The most obvious figure that he could recognize was the South Village King. He wielded a broadsword as he was surrounded by an army of 10,000 soldiers, sweeping away at the demonic beasts around them. On his side, Shang Yi was also implicated. This was the only entrance to the valley, but it was also the territory of more than 10,000 demonic snakes. Looking at the mountain that was covered in demonic snakes, Murong Lin was disgusted. These snakes didn't seem to be from the demonic beast forest, but instead from the remnants. It wasn't clear how much they had reproduced, but it was to a point where every inch of the mountain was covered in snakes. Despite their low cultivations, their great numbers and poison meant that they could easily kill an expert at the flesh-refining realm with a single bite. And these snakes were the reason why Murong Lin could catch up to the South Village King and Shang Yi, despite the fact that his city was the farthest from the remnant world. Seeing the great number of casualties from his army, the South Village King was enraged. With a mighty jump, he flew into the air and hovered there. This was the ability of the sky-reaching realm, they were capable of flight. Even at just the 3rd layer of the sky-reaching realm, the South Village King was capable of flying and stopping in mid-air. Ningwei Wu's palm also descended from the skies, as the aura of his manifestation transformation suppressed the thousands of demonic snakes present, killing the leader of the demonic snakes that were at the peak of the manifestation realm. And the group of snakes instantly started to scatter in all directions. Achieving his goal, Ningwei Wu had a pale face as he descended onto the ground. After taking a look at the people around him, he was the first to charge inside with his soldiers behind him. Behind him, 60,000 people and horses trailed behind. Murong Lin surveyed the surroundings. There were people from the different forces that were assigned to defend the nearby cities, this meant that most of the people here were the weaker cultivators sent here to suppress with the beast wave. There was only one sky-reaching realm expert, Ningwei Wu, and over 100 manifestation realm experts. 8 great butcher kings, split up and look for cultivation resources, focus on getting the strengthening kinds. Flowering steel trees, both of you follow me in chasing the Shui clan. Murong Lin spoke stealthily under his breath. Yes. The 10 of them responded unanimously. The 8 great butcher kings hid and scattered into the crowd, while Murong Lin led the 2 flowering steel trees in pursuing the Shui clan. After entering the valley, 10 mountains appeared before them, their peaks standing at over 1,000 feet tall as it was surrounded by clouds, each mountain with a base of 10 miles. The eyes of the onlookers brightened. This kind of setting meant that there were great opportunities and treasures present. It seems to be the remnants of a sect. Murong Lin thought to himself as he watched the soldiers of the South Village King split into 10 different paths, each running towards a different mountain peak as they killed the demonic beasts that blocked their way. The South Village King led the remaining soldiers towards the tallest mountain that stood in the middle. The protagonist, Sheng Yi, had made the same choice as the South Village King, heading to the tallest mountain in the middle with multiple forces following closely behind, including the Shui clan and Murong Lin, who naturally decided to pursue them in the rear. There were quite a number of demonic beasts along his path that were killed by the people before him, and the remaining beasts that he fought were too weak to pose any danger to him. It didn't take long for him to reach the foot of the mountain. Someone had noticed a totem at the base of the mountain and cried out in shock, "Jade Snow Sect! It's the remnants of a sect. We're going to be rich. Let's go quickly, before everything gets snatched away." The remnants of sects were the most anticipated among the different kinds of remnants, due to the fact that there were all kinds of cultivation resources hidden in these fallen hidden world sects. It had contained the entirety of a sect's resources. And those that were capable of creating a sect within a hidden world were at least at the cultivation of the sky-reaching realm. That also meant that there were at least sky-reaching realm resources hidden in this sect's remnants. Jade Snow Clan? Don't know them. Murong Lin pouted as he looked at the Shui Snow clan. They can't be related, right? He then turned to Sheng Yi, but he was long gone despite being under the watchful surveillance of him and his 2 9th-layer manifestation realm servants. Hey, is this what a protagonist is like? Murong Lin knew that he wasn't able to prevent Sheng Yi from obtaining treasures. As a time traveler, he definitely had knowledge of the future, and it wouldn't be strange if he had already gotten hold of the greatest treasure in this entire remnant by now. Let's go. Murong Lin glanced at the others. There were people that were still dealing with the demonic beasts. But some had also rushed up towards the mountain peak. Turning back, he looked at the Shui clan and spoke to the flowering steel trees next to him. Today, we will make this place their graves. Chapter 17, Murdering Xuanhuan Na. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. The peak of the mountain was vast and tall, with a maze-like main road diverging into over 1,000 paths, each heading in a different direction. It was obvious that these areas held places like herbal fields, residences, and warehouses of the Jade Snow sect, each location containing its own treasures Fawibno. But Murong Lin wasn't concerned with these places, and he continued to follow the Shui clan as they headed into a path. Watching their movements, the surrounding people chose to walk in different directions, avoiding any conflict with the Shui clan. There were plenty of treasures and opportunities on the mountain, and there was no real need to fight with the 2 manifestation realm experts of the Shui clan. With his divine senses, Murong Lin ensured that there was no one watching before he quickly pursued the Shui clan as the 2 flowering steel trees followed him. With the 2 shields that were the 9th-layer manifestation realm experts next to him, Murong Lin was able to conceal their presence and hide from the Shui clan. The members of the Shui clan walked forwards curiously, and one of the manifestation realm elders turned and asked Xuanhuan Na, "Lin Na, are you sure of the great opportunity that lies beyond this path?" Xuanhuan Na nodded, her gaze fervent. "The scent of spiritual medicines is the strongest here, it must be a large herbal field." Since Sister Xue has spoken, it should be correct. Sister Xue's divine senses are the most attuned towards spiritual medicines. That's right, let's walk faster. If not, those spiritual beasts might beat us to it. The disciples of the Xue clan spoke excitedly. It seemed that this remnant was at least 1,000 years old, and if there were truly herbal fields here, then each of the herbs would be at least 1,000 years old each. The group hastened their pace, and as they arrived at the herbal fields, they exploded in joy. Ha 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 ha! There's even a protective array here to preserve the medicinal effects of these herbs. Right. Look at the streams of light within that array, those are definitely 1,000-year spiritual medicines inside. We're rich. Quick, let's kill those demonic beasts before we open the array. The members of the Xue clan moved quickly. An elder brought the disciples to kill the demonic beasts lured by the smell of herbs, while the other elder led the remaining disciples in breaking the protective array. Murong Lin and his 2 servants hid in the forest behind them, and watching the sight unfold before him, he was extremely delighted as well. There was a dome-shaped array covering a herbal field that was 10 acres wide. Streams of spiritual light shone as spiritual medicines appeared and disappeared from within, causing the demonic beasts that had gathered to pace outside anxiously. The leading elder killed an entire group of demonic beasts with just one move, using a powerful skill where his sword's light split into 4. After instructing the disciples to clean the corpse, he returned to the array and asked, "How is it? Is it possible to break the array?" Beads of sweat formed on Xuanhuan Na's forehead as she pressed her palms against the array. As spiritual light circulated, vitality escaped from within the array and a pattern of light appeared. With a face full of joy, she spoke, "It's done, elders, please put in your spiritual power." Hearing her words, the 2 elders' faces lit up with awe as they quickly placed their hands against the protective array, transferring their own spiritual power into the array. And as they continued to transfer their spiritual power, the color of the array faded before it shattered with a loud sound. The scent of herbal medicines washed over them. Marveling at the herbal fields that appeared before them, their faces were filled with wonder. Even the greatest genius of the Xue clan, Xuanhuan Na, hadn't seen such a large number of spiritual medicines before. The 2 manifestation elders started laughing crazily, unbefitting of their status. Ha ha ha! Higher earth level, 1,000-year snowy winged snake flower. Consuming it increases 1 layer for the manifestation realm. There's actually 10 flowers here. Damn! That's the lower sky level shining tree. It gains a ring of light every 100 years, and this trunk has a total of 13 rings of light. More than 100 shining fruits. Hey, look here, that's the higher sky level soaring dragon crystal fruit. There's even the higher sky level dark profound sword grass. Ha 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 ha, we're rich. Quick, go harvest them quickly. And just as they were celebrating, a dark shadow flashed before them, gently touching the forehead of the manifestation realm elder. Kaka. The joyful smile of the manifestation realm elder remained on his face as his head exploded, his brains splattering onto the area around him. No one could react as the second shadow flashed by, passing through the Xue clan's disciples as it punched, causing the bodies of the 9 disciples to explode before they could even scream in pain. Who? The other manifestation realm elder looked towards the shadow that had attacked the other elder. It was a person with a steel tree towering behind him, his fists enormous. He only had a single moment to think about how familiar this person seemed. That man punched forwards, gently coming into contact with his temple as his body was sent flying backwards. Even before he could hit the ground, he had already died mid-air as his manifestation transformation was stopped midway, shattering into bits of light. Manifestation realm expert, dead. Xuanhuan Na looked at the shadow that had attacked the disciples with a deathly pale face. The drastic change was almost comical when compared to the expression of joy in her rosy complexion earlier. She only had enough time to take out her weapon from her bag of holding, and in just the blink of her eye, every single one of the Xue clan's disciples was dead. All 20 Xue clan disciples were killed. Not even a single one of them had an intact corpse. She was the last one left. But the two shadows stood silently at the side, looking in a different direction. Xuanhuan didn't know if she should escape at that moment, but she couldn't stop herself from looking in that direction, and she immediately noticed a person she didn't expect to see. Murong Lin. It was you. Her face was full of disbelief. She suddenly recalled the fact that she had seen these two shadows next to him before. It was the two men in the first layer of the manifestation realm. Ha ha ha, the first layer of the manifestation realm? She was truly an idiot. With a pale complexion, Xuanhuan opened her mouth. Kill me. She slowly closed her eyes, her heart filled with hate and unacceptance. Ha, did you think I wouldn't dare to? Murong Lin laughed coldly as his silhouette flickered, appearing before Xuanhuan as her expression turned even worse from the shock. Bloody River God Finger. A blood-red light shot out from Murong Lin's fingertip, turning into 4 rays of light that flew towards Xuanhuan's kneecaps and elbows. You! What have you done? Xuanhuan's eyes widened in shock. Murong Lin had an indifferent smile. I want you to suffer through a fate worse than death. The flowering steel trees had dissolved the bodies of the Shui clan members with something, and after the corpses had disappeared, they started collecting the various spiritual medicines in the area, sorting them by their unique traits and storing them in their bags of holding. After 20 minutes, Murong Lin walked out slowly from a small house. He had an indifferent expression as he turned his head to glance at the inside of the small house. Xuanhuan was sprawled out on the floor, her 4 limbs shattered and torn as she stared at Murong Lin with resentment in her eyes and curses in her mouth. What a pity, and here I thought a protagonist would show up. Murong Lin returned to the house, and with the circulation of his blood-red spiritual power in his hands, he absorbed the blood from her body. Before the resentment in her eyes could change into fear, Xuanhuan was reduced to nothing but a shriveled corpse. Her large eyeballs jutted out from her skull, resembling the eyes of a dead fish. Xuanhuan, dead. Lowering his hand, Murong Lin turned to look at the flowering steel trees that had come to his side. The two of them nodded and presented the bag of holding in their hands. Master, this is all of the spiritual medicine in this herbal field. Looking at the herbal field that was now emptied of even the spiritual soil within it, Murong Lin shook his head and took the bags of holding into his hands. Go, let's go take a look at the peak. The 3 turned and left, and with a wave of their hands, the flowering steel trees destroyed the entire area, not leaving a single trace of what had just happened. Chapter 18, Pillaging the Remnants. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. On the highest point of the mountain was a huge platform. With just a glance, one could see the residence of the sect leader, a discussion chamber and countless pavilions which were all sheltered under an array. The array was already broken, and the floor was littered with a puppet of the sky-reaching realm and a few dozen manifestation realm puppets. Over 1,000 corpses of the South Village army were scattered on the square, with resting casualties sprinkled amongst the bodies. By the time Murong Lin and his 2 servants had arrived, this entire place had been swept clean. What a pity! Murong Lin sighed, the best treasures must have been snatched by the protagonist already. Walking to the back of the square, Murong Lin and his servants passed by the sect leader's residence and arrived at a library pavilion. Murong Lin activated his divine senses. Most of the yellow-level paper books were tattered, its contents unsalvageable. The black-level records were kept within jade tablets, protected from the passage of time. And there were also a group of people inside fighting for the earth-level jade tablets inside. With a sweep of his divine senses, Murong Lin activated his lifelessness law and recorded everything before leaving. At this moment, an idea flashed past in his mind as he turned to look at the tallest part of the pavilion. There was a jade plaque named the Jade Snow Sect. Retrieving it with his spiritual power, Murong Lin and his servants left the pavilion, to the shock and regret of the people within. The reason why he had taken this jade plaque was that he had absorbed not only the cultivation methods here but also the historical and classical records of the Jade Snow Sect. With the information he had understood quite a bit about the inner workings and secrets of the Jade Snow sect in a short amount of time. This remnant was originally a hidden world named Jade Snow, that the founder of the Jade Snow clan had bought from a powerful expert. The Jade Snow clan was created 3,000 years ago, and at the peak of the founder's cultivation, he was in the Abhij, with Macron realm and possessed a sky-reaching arcane ability named the Sky Kalas, being Jade Snow. The Jade Snow sect thrived within the hidden world for more than 1,800 years, but disaster befell upon them and the entire sect was annihilated, ending the 56th-generation lineage of the Jade Snow sect. Without anyone to maintain the Jade Snow hidden world, it had simply drifted within a spatial dimension before it was finally absorbed into this world. Looking at the other historical records with interest, Murong Lin had found the descriptions of great events in the Jade Snow clan's era. He quickly lost interest in the events that happened long before Yan's establishment. One of the books had recorded the three great treasures of the Jade Snow sect: the lower Baron level Jade Snow sacred art fragment, a lower Baron level spiritual item, the blood refined golden crystals, and the lower Baron level artifact, the Snow Fly Whisk. These three items were left behind by the Jade Snow sect's founder, but the items were practically worthless in the hands of his descendants, since none of them had attained the sky-reaching realm. The other treasures of the sect had gradually vanished following the founder's death, and by the time the Jade Snow clan was annihilated, there was only one cognizance realm expert left. To Murong Lin's relief, this also implied that the Jade Snow sect and the Shui Snow clan weren't related. As for the jade plaque that Murong Lin had just taken down, it was something that was useful to him and no one else, since the lifelessness law that he had cultivated could absorb the essence from within it. Murong Lin walked as he cultivated, absorbing the essence from the jade plaque as its color faded before it eventually turned into a pile of ash. After waving his palm, Murong looked at his own hands in boredom. This essence isn't as strong as the Jade Snow sect claimed it was, what a pity. Suddenly three shadows pounced towards Murong Lin, aiming at his bag of holding. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Murong Lin leapt backwards as he circulated his spiritual powers, avoiding the attack completely. At the same time, the two flowering steel trees pushed their palms forwards, attacking the three ambushers. The three shadows paused in midair before flipping their bodies backwards to reveal their figures. Three old men with cunning eyes and long arms appeared, sizing up Murong Lin. "Kid! Hand over the jade plaque you took from the book pavilion." The skinner of the three shouted with a hoarse voice. "Oh!" Murong Lin looked at the three of them, who were all at the first layer of the manifestation realm, then back at the flowering steel trees who had concealed their strength to be at the same level, and smiled without saying anything. "It looks like we have to do it the hard way." The three of them were furious as they released their manifestation transformations. Three massive wolves appeared behind where they stood, staring straight at Murong Lin and his servants. Taking a step back with a helpless expression, Murong Lin signaled for the two flowering steel trees to step forwards. Without even releasing their manifestation transformations, they pushed their palms forwards. The air trembled. The trio's eyes were filled with fear as their manifestation transformations shattered under the pressure, blood pouring out uncontrollably from their bodies. They didn't even get the chance to beg for their lives. Exploding into a mess of blood and flesh, the three were slaughtered instantaneously. Shaking his head, Murong Lin mumbled, "Hey, a villain like me is actually getting robbed." After he had finished speaking, he turned in another direction as he noticed a shadow with an extremely suppressive aura flying his way. Ningwei Wu. He was standing upright in midair as he flew, his hand grabbing onto a trembling white fly whisk. It seemed to be an untamed artifact that was still acting defiantly. It was the lower Baron level artifact, the Snow Fly Whisk. Looking at Ningwei Wu, who was standing in midair, Meng Ke was surprised, but he quickly came to accept that Ningwei Wu, the strongest person here, had obtained this treasure. It wasn't impossible for the other two treasures to be in his hands as well. But Ningwei Wu's face was dark as he flew towards his army. "Go and find Sheng Yi. Bring me the items in his hands." His enraged bellow was loud enough to be heard within an area of 1,000 meters. Pausing in shock, Murong Lin's expression quickly turned into elation as he laughed, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect Sheng Yi to be seeking his own death like this. Did he actually get caught by Ningwei Wu? A time-traveling protagonist like him wouldn't be lacking in cultivation methods, so did he get the blood-refined golden crystals? What a pity that someone like him got a treasure like that. Master, should we look for him as well?" "No need." Murong Lin smiled as he continued to walk forwards. "He's definitely long gone. None of you will be able to find him, just let him go and play around with Ningwei Wu." And the group then continued to scour the remnants. Within a kitchen, Murong Lin had found a ring of holding that contained an acre of storage space, more than 100 times bigger than a bag of holding, that had quite a number of spiritual ingredients stored inside. He then found a 9th-layer manifestation realm puppet within a small square, but due to the deterioration caused by the passage of time, it was now only at the strength of the 1st to the 2nd layer of the manifestation realm. Lastly, they killed a spider of the manifestation realm within a cave, obtaining a lower sky-level universal snow poison bead that was poisonous enough to kill a sky-reaching realm expert. Aside from these, Murong Lin couldn't find anything else. Most of the remnant was already plundered clean by over 10,000 people, but since most of them were still within the fetal enigma realm, they were bound to lose the items they had gathered. There would be people from nearby areas entering the remnants for the next few days, and another wave of blood and death was bound to sweep this place. Murong Lin was unbothered as he led his 2 servants to look for the 8 great butcher kings that were still searching for treasure, before descending the mountain with the group. There were a large number of people still eagerly climbing the mountains, their eyes filled with excitement and greed as they passed by the similarly eager people that were crawling down the mountains nervously. Occasionally, a fight would break out between the 2 groups as they stole and snatched from each other. Fortunately, with the 2 flowering steel trees walking ahead of Murong Lin, no one had the guts to approach him. Returning to the valley that he had come from, Murong Lin looked strangely at a few red-robed people that were respectfully following behind their leader. The bloody poisonous insect trembled within his A-cup ointment, signaling something to him. Murong Lin instantly knew who the leader was, it was Ru Menger. But she was currently wearing a red mask and her cultivation had reached the crystalline realm, her entire body emanating a bloody and vicious aura. She didn't notice Murong Lin, and he had no plans of greeting her either. Chapter 19, Northbound Towards the 100-Flower Sect. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Sheng Yi was currently running madly within the forest. He had started running to the tallest peak the moment he had entered the remnants according to the memories of his past life, rather than fighting with Ningwei Wu for the treasures the moment he had broken the array. He slipped into a faraway hall and retrieved the lower barren-level spiritual item, the blood-refined golden crystals. This was a treasure that could accelerate his cultivation speed. And this was a treasure that should have gone to Murong Lin. But Sheng Yi never had any goodwill towards Murong Lin, and he felt no guilt in taking away the treasure of a madman that loved to kill. Holding the spiritual item close to his chest, he descended the mountain as fast as he could. The other cultivation resources here meant nothing to him since he had countless cultivation methods and skills stored away in his mind. His sights were on the items that could aid or supplement his cultivation. But he didn't expect a garrison soldier to have seen his movements and report it to Ningwei Wu. Once he had seen the spiritual item, Ningwei Wu became greedy and lusted after it. With his current cultivation of the 3rd layer of the sky-reaching realm, there were plenty of items here that could raise his strength, but none of them was as good as the one in Sheng Yi's hands. "Who is it?" Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the front of him. Raising his head, Sheng Yi saw a herb gatherer, a girl wearing a coarse cloth outfit. "Little girls should mind their own business, leave." Sheng Yi tried to put on a cold demeanor, but he couldn't help but slow down his pace. "Humph! The more you want me to stay out of your business, the more I'll poke into it." The herb-gathering girl's face was filled with defiance. "Are you running for your life? What's it to you?" Sheng Yi responded. Come with me, I know a secret route. The girl spoke confidently, raising her eyebrows at Sheng Yi. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past them. Sheng Yi ran forwards and picked her body up. Laying within his arms, her expression changed from shock to embarrassment. What are you doing? She couldn't even react in time to reject him and get angry, and she instead grabbed onto her clothes as she spoke timidly. Quickly, where is the secret route? Sheng Yi asked hurriedly, looking down at the girl in his arms helplessly. As a reincarnator, he naturally understood what the girl's expression meant. He had unintentionally seduced her. As if she had just recalled the dire situation they were in, she quickly pointed in a direction that Sheng Yi immediately headed off in while she laid in his arms. A small voice spoke slowly from within Sheng Yi's embrace, My name is Zi Linear. On another side, Murong Lin, who was still rushing, suddenly paused. His expression was strange as he thought of the sentence that had just rang in his mind. Ding! The protagonist, Sheng Yi, has encountered an event. His protagonist value has increased by 50 to 450. Murong Lin mumbled, What event? What happened? Shouldn't he be running for his life? How did his protagonist value rise? Was it some kind of lucky encounter? He couldn't understand what had happened, but he once again realized how scary the protagonists were. Murong Lin helplessly thought. He couldn't even get scraps while following behind them, but if he didn't do so, he would also lose out on a lot of good opportunities in the future. By the time he had returned to the city he was assigned to, the garrison that had left for the remnants hadn't returned yet, and he could see crowds gathering to visit the remnants. Scanning the excited people that had filled the city, Murong Lin sighed. At this moment, his divine senses sensed a hint of blood and he quickly smiled, Come out, there's no one nearby. Two shadows appeared, kneeling on the ground as they lowered their heads in front of Murong Lin. We greet the master. Rise, how's the investigation going along? Murong Lin looked at the two men that were standing up. Master, this is all of the information that we could collect. The Blood Paladin Butcher took a step forward and presented a jade tablet. Scanning the contents with his divine senses, Murong Lin digested the information slowly. Long Chen, the only son of the head of the Long clan in Beitan City. Born with below average strength, achieved the third layer of the flesh refining realm last year. Due to his weak talent, the engagement annulment with Zhu Zhushu happened, causing Long Shen a lot of shame as he chose to cancel the engagement himself and set the one-year bet with Zhu Zhushu. Afterwards, his strength grew exponentially as his talent improved with no end in sight, gaining the ability to learn spiritual skills with ease. He broke through to the Spirit Ablation realm in a month, defeating the clan's disciples in the clan's tournament and winning first place. Afterwards, he simply left his clan and left to train in the Jianghu. Half a year later, someone had met Long Chen in Ling Mo City, which was close to Baitan. He had said that Long Chen had broken through to the crystalline realm, reaching the peak. His aura resembled the king of beasts, capable of suppressing the nearby spirit beasts with just his presence alone. Another 3 months later, yet another person had spotted him in the capital and his strength had already broken to the origin realm. Looking at the information presented to him, Murong Lin tried to rationalize it. Long Chen had gotten his own golden finger after the annulment of his engagement. Was it something that was related to talent and potential? It seemed like he wasn't using a strange spiritual skill or cultivation method, so that eliminated the possibility of the grandpa cliché. His strength had grown reasonably, and it seemed more like his potential was better, so it wasn't a system. He acted recklessly within the Jianghu and made enemies along his way, so it wasn't a reincarnation either. Then he should have one of the most basic types of golden finger, the miracle type. Adding in the fact that his potential grew, it was either that he had consumed a godly pill that changed his innate talent, or he had unsealed his own innate talent. Murong Lin then took a look at the people he had interacted with and the people he had offended, and laughed, this guy is truly a protagonist. Look at the messes he made. Laughing nonchalantly, he turned towards the two blood paladins. Where is he now? Master, he is now at the city under the 100-flower Sex Mountain. The date set for their bet is 15 days later. Oh? Interesting. If I remember correctly, Zhu Shu is at the first layer of the manifestation realm, right? That is correct. Send some people to go and kill all of the members of the Long clan in Baitan City. Remember, pretend to act as Zhu Shu's fanatics and insult Long Chen as much as you can. I have some puppets here, take them. Waving his arm, he tossed the 3 first-layer manifestation realm puppets towards his servants. He didn't plan on restoring these puppets, and it seemed like a good choice to use them here. The blood paladins' faces changed into an expression of joy. He took out a few more cultivation resources from his ring of holding and tossed them as well. Take these and go cultivate. Also, help me trace the actions of those cults and create a suicide squad for me. Yes. The 2 blood paladins kept the bag of holding that Murong Lin handed to them and responded respectfully. With a flash, the 2 figures instantly disappeared, only leaving behind the slight scent of blood. Murong Lin waved his hand, signaling towards the flowering steel trees outside. How's the beast wave? Master, they have retreated. It seems like it has ended. Already? What a pity, here I was thinking that I'll find something. The appearance of a beast-eared woman flashed past in Murong Lin's mind as he stood up. Walking towards the center of his residence, he sat down cross-legged in his room. Since the beast wave has ended, I have no reason to stay here anymore. Send a letter to the South Village King, after that we'll go and watch the fun which is going to happen at the 100-flower section. Chapter 20, Zhongxiang Gang. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. On a narrow road in Yan, a carriage was moving quickly. It was being driven by 3 large, burly men, and there were 8 knife-wielding guardsmen on the side of the carriage, each riding on a horse. It was Murong Lin's party. They had departed from the city a few days ago towards the 100-flower sect. Despite its close proximity to the capital, Murong Lin decided to head directly towards the city underneath the 100-flower sect mountain. He didn't want to be implicated in the deaths of the Shui clan's members since they had perished in the city he was responsible for. Well, it was his fault. Murong Lin smiled, he was full of smiles these days. Dang! The carriage stopped suddenly, and the 3 men driving the carriage said nothing. With the sounds of horses galloping, the 8 great butcher kings drew their swords and rushed forwards, followed quickly by the sounds of slaughter. Just as he raised the curtains, Murong Lin saw the group of mountain bandits that were being mercilessly cut down by the 8 great butcher kings, and he quickly shouted, "Leave one alive!" The 8 great butcher kings immediately stopped their knives and brought the one surviving bandit to their master, Murong Lin. The bandit's face was pale as he looked at the people around him with fear and disbelief. His entire body felt powerless, and seeing that Murong Lin seemed to be their leader, he quickly knelt and started begging for his life. "Master, Master, please have some mercy and spare me my unworthy life!" he cried as he trembled, tears and snot flowing freely from his face. "Where are you from?" Murong Lin was curious, staring at the clothes that the bandit wore. The man immediately cried, "Master, this lowly person's name is Wang Wu, from the Zhongxiang gang. I deserve to die for my identity, Master, Master please spare me. Spare my life." He didn't even dare to raise his head, fearful that Murong Lin might kill him if he had seen Murong Lin's face. Murong Lin scratched his ears at Wang Wu's pig-like screams as he helplessly spoke, "Shut up." Wang Wu immediately shut his mouth, trembling like a bullied mistress. "I ask, you answer. Got it?" "Yes. Yes. I got it." He quickly nodded his head. "Good. If I'm not wrong, the Zhongxiang gang was known to be the best at spreading information, correct?" Yes. You guys are the best at spreading rumors too, correct?" Yes. Then, can you help me spread a piece of information?" Murong Lin smiled. Ah? What? You want our assistance in spreading rumors? Information, not rumors. Why, you can't do it. Murong Lin raised the curtains. No. We can do it, we can definitely do it, but, this. You need to be paid, right? Don't worry about it, here's the deposit. Murong Lin threw out a stack of gold notes. I just need you all to spread a piece of information, as much as possible. Yes, what do you want us to spread? Wang Wu asked carefully. I want you all to say, there are ruins within the remnants near South Village, sprinkle as much truth and some lies as you'd like. Here, this is the information, go crazy. Keeping the jade tablet that was tossed his way, Wang Wu asked, Master, is that it? Yes, you may leave. Murong Lin gave his permission for Wang Wu to leave. Carefully glancing at Murong Lin, Wang Wu turned and left, his figure crawling and disappearing into the forest at the side. Murong Lin smiled as he watched him leave. He wasn't worried that Wang Wu would have the guts to run away, because the gang would not let someone who deserted them stay alive. The reason why he did this was to mess up the Jianghu even more with the aid of the Zhongxiang gang. And he had also left his contact information within that jade tablet. Afterwards, the carriage continued its journey. Murong Lin cultivated in boredom as the carriage slowly made its way, finally arriving at the entrance of the 100-flower sex mountain. Hold! Who are you? The two disciples guarding at the entrance asked sternly. The carriage was stopped, and the three men driving the carriage didn't speak a single word. Seated within the carriage, Murong Lin was just about to respond before he heard a strange voice from behind him. Third brother? You're here too. Hearing this familiar voice, Murong Lin raised his curtains and looked behind. It was his brother, the first Prince Murong Ding. He was riding on a horse, looking at him with a strange expression. Next to him was the sixth princess, currently seated within a carriage, gawking at him while raising her curtains. Staring at him, Murong Liu's expression changed from perplexion to joy. Murong Lin, you're doomed. Our imperial father sent you to guard the frontier, and you actually dared to come to the 100-flower sect to play? I'll snitch on my father and have him beat you. Murong Lin spoke with a helpless tone. Eldest brother, sixth sister, the beast wave in the south has already ended, my trip here today will not affect father in any way. Aside from that, what were your reasons for coming here? Of course we're here to watch the fun, to see Sister Zhu. Sixth sister, don't say any more. Murong Ding interrupted his eager sister as he invited Murong Lin, third brother, since you're here as well, shall we head up the mountain together? Naturally, Murong Lin had no reason to reject him, and he followed behind Murong Ding. After inspecting the invitation cards and the token that Murong Ding had, the guarding disciples respectfully let them through. And the party headed up the mountain, with Murong Lin behind them as they chattered. Hey! Murong Lin, where did you get these three guys that are driving your carriage? They look strange. Haha, I got them beyond the walls, they're not people of Yan. Oh. So they're barbarians? Why would you find barbarians to drive your carriage? Murong Lu continued the light conversation. Because of their skill in driving. Murong Lin responded matter-of-factly. Ha, this is boring. If it weren't for the show and the fact that I wanted to ask Sister Zhu Zhushu to teach me her ways, I wouldn't have come to such a shabby mountain. Renov.com. Sixth sister, watch your words. Murong Ding quickly stopped her complaints of the 100-flower sect, lest she offend them. Oh? Teach. Nothing much, it's just that father actually wants to marry me off to that little brat, Sheng Yi. Really? Why must I marry him? Murong Lu couldn't accept it. Murong Lin's face quickly changed into a smile. That's right. Our sixth sister's beauty is unparalleled, known as the four great beauties of the capital. With your cultivation at the peak of the origin realm as well, how would a brat like Sheng Yi be worthy of you? That's right, that's right. Third bro, you really know how to speak well. Unlike big brother. Murong Lu felt wronged. Murong Ding responded helplessly at the side, young miss, please calm down. Our Murong clan's strength isn't enough to suppress the 4 great clans anymore, considering our father's body riddled with discomfort and the old age of our ancestor. If we don't seek support now, the 4 great clans would definitely start to rebel. Using his spiritual power, he blocked off their conversations from leaking, only allowing the 3 members of the Murong clan to hear what they were saying. So he's marrying me off to that trash. Murong Lu was furious. What trash? His strength is already considered to be decent, and with his father being in the sky-reaching realm, he's not a bad choice. Humph! I'm the one that's getting married, not you guys. Of course it's easy for you to say these words. Marry him if you guys want, I don't want to. She waved her fists in the air, throwing a tantrum. Nodding along in interest, Murong Lin expressed his agreement. Strange, why was Sheng Yi completely unconcerned with Murong Lu? Did they not get together in the future? Was Murong Lu a villainess? Deep in thought, Murong Lin arrived at the 100-Flower sect. They had reached the plaza of the sect, designed to welcome guests. Within the plaza, there were quite a number of disciples sneaking glances their way. True to the rumors, the 100-Flower sect was filled with beautiful women. With just one look, plenty of gorgeous women would enter one's eyes, a pleasing sight to behold. The 100-Flower fairy was already in front of them, rigging her eyebrows as she smiled towards Murong Lu, who had eagerly jumped off the carriage. Little Lu. The two hugged each other tightly as Zhu Zhu patted her shoulders. After letting her go, she turned towards Murong Ding and Murong Lin. I've met with the first prince and the third prince. Murong Lin was unbothered, and after taking a glance at the disciples at the side, he nodded towards Zhu Zhu. On the other hand, Murong Ding respectfully bowed. I've met with the 100-Flower fairy. Ha ha ha. Zhu Zhu covered her mouth as she laughed, before walking forwards and leading the way. She held onto Murong Liu's hand, with Murong Ding and Murong Lu following behind, walking leisurely. Chapter 21, 7 Young Prodigies. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Wah! Is that the 6th princess? It's no wonder that she's a beauty with the same title as the young miss. That's right, that's right. Look at the 2 princes next to her, they're really handsome too. SHH. Be a bit softer, look at the first prince, he looks so righteous. Yet, look at the third prince too, whoa. He smiled at me. Ah! I'm going to faint. The disciples chatted amongst themselves excitedly. It was rare to see men within the 100-Flower sect. Zhu Zhu looked at the group with a helpless glance. Our disciples are all overly excited, please don't mind them too much. Why would we? I bet my big brother and third brother are hoping for us to go away so that they can go and flirt with those girls, am I right? Murong Lu grumbled. Ha ha ha, 6th sister, you jest. Murong Ding laughed loudly. But Murong Lin kept silent, walking at the side as he fanned himself. Right, wasn't your highness the third prince sent to South Village to suppress the beast wave? How did you find the time to come to the 100-Flower sect? Zhu Zhu asked. Murong Lin turned his head towards her. The southern beast wave has already been suppressed, and now that remnants appeared there, the entire south is in a mess. I figured that I'd rather come to the north to enjoy myself. Is that so? Remnants? No wonder. I heard that the sect leader is also aware of the news. Zhu Zhu fell into thought. On the other hand, Murong Lu was shocked, shouting, What? Remnants? Murong Lin, why didn't you tell me? Also, Murong Ding, did you know as well? Her face was red from anger. Murong Ding responded helplessly, Father has known since a few days ago, and he told me to watch over you in case that you decide to run over there. No wonder. I was wondering why you were being so nice. Humph. Murong Lin, quick, what did you get from the remnants? Did you find anything fun? Let me see. Murong Lu held onto Murong Lin, looking at him in curiosity. Without much choice, Murong Lin cursed in his mind as he took out a few interesting items from his ring of holding and handed them to Murong Lu. None of them was very highly leveled, but they were somewhat interesting to look at. Staring at the ring of holding on Murong Lin's hand, the others fell into silence before turning their gaze to the items he had handed over. Rings of holding weren't highly leveled, but the materials required to craft one were notoriously hard to find. Among them, only Murong Lu, who was favored by Murong Tong, had one. They sighed, thinking about how Murong Lin had gained a lot from the ruins. But they were quickly interrupted by Murong Lin's sigh, a pity, the best treasures in the remnants were taken by Sheng Yi and the South Village King. Oh! They were surprised. They weren't surprised by the South Village King, knowing that he was the strongest in the entire remnant world. But for Sheng Yi to obtain treasures within the remnants was immensely shocking to them. But they quickly moved on from this topic. Murong Lu and Zhu Zhu continued chatting as the topic naturally shifted towards this bet. Sister Zhu, did that guy, Long Chen, really dare to come? Murong Lu asked curiously. Naturally. Humph. However, I will definitely defeat him to prove that I was right. Zhu Zhu responded pridefully. That's right, that's right. That kid actually dared to come here and ask for a fight? If you don't beat him into a cripple, then it'll be unbefitting of our title of the beauties of the capital. Murong Lu responded, equally self-assertive as Zhu Zhu. I heard he had gotten significantly stronger recently, and he's very different from his past. Murong Lin reminded them. The few of them looked at him in surprise yet again. Zhu Zhu nodded, but her face was still full of pride, so what if he had gotten a lot stronger? He's nothing but an ant to me. I'm already at the first layer of the manifestation realm, and unless he went from the flesh refining realm to the manifestation realm in 1 year, there's no way he'll amount to anything. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Sister Zhu is one of the 7 young prodigies of Yan. The 7 young prodigies of Yan referred to the experts that had broken through to the manifestation realm before the age of 22, which included Zhu Zhu, who was already at the first layer of the manifestation realm at 22. It was rumored that she had a unique physique, known as the tender peach blossom body, which belonged to the wood elemental category. The mortal form that she had absorbed was the rare tender peach beast, and combined with the 100-flower sex cultivation method, her strength grew exponentially. Aside from that, the 6 other young prodigies were the second prince, Murong Zhan, the Lu clan in the south's Lu Xing Mang, Donghai Lu Sheng's younger brother Lu Wu, One-Shot's disciple Yan Si Lu, the wandering swordsman Li Yifan, and Zhongxiang Gang's gang leader's daughter Lu Haimiao. Indeed. On the surface, Murong Lin seemed to have faith in Zhu Zhu, but he was snickering in his mind. These people hadn't experienced how terrifying protagonists were. Long Chen's talent was just scratching the surface, but he was currently someone following his destiny. So, how would the people that went against him fare? It seems like Zhu Zhu will die soon. They made their way towards the residences as they chatted, and under Zhu Zhu's arrangements, Murong Lin was provided a guest room. Looking at the somewhat luxurious room, Murong Lin laughed coldly in his heart before taking a seat and starting to cultivate. Rebol.com. This fight between Zhu Zhu and Long Chen was bound to be abnormal. As a protagonist, how would Long Chen lose? Similarly, Zhu Zhu wouldn't take a loss lying down, considering her personality, and neither would the 100-flower sect allow for such a shameful result. After all, Long Chen was going against the best talent in the 100-flower sect, how could she be defeated by a nameless small fry? This was how their conflict had escalated to a conflict between Long Chen and the 100-flower sect. And when the conflict started between these two, it would be time for Murong Lin to step in. He couldn't interfere with Sheng Yi right now, so he shifted his sights onto Long Chen. Murong Lin was deep in thought as he circulated lifelessness law. Tomorrow was the date for their one-year bet, and he believed that Long Chen would appreciate the gift he had prepared for him. His lips curled into an unhinged smile as a breath escaped from his lips, the powerful air instantly extinguishing the lanterns within the room, enveloping it into darkness. At the base of the 100-flower sex mountain was a luxurious, bustling city where people came and went. The reason for its liveliness was due to its business dealings with the 100-flower sect, and naturally, there were plenty of cultivators in the city. Merchants and adventurers came from all directions, and adding in the relatives of the 100-flower sect's disciples, the mid-sized city was full of life. Seated within an inn was a striking young man, eating at the restaurant as an old man with white hair accompanied him. The young man was actually Long Chen. Just a year ago, he was a piece of trash that had his engagement annulled, but after being struck by lightning, he had awakened his bloodline and greatly changed his potential. Within this time, his cultivation journey became smooth as leveling up became something as natural as drinking water. In just 1 year, he had gone from the flesh-refining realm to the peak of the origin realm, and with his backfire ash dragon bloodline he was easily capable of defeating an expert that had just entered the manifestation realm. On this journey, he defeated countless demonic beasts in valleys, collected countless spiritual fruits, and met with many charming ladies. But most importantly, he had saved the sky-reaching realm expert, out of an ancient array. Due to this, even with his unsatisfactory cultivation level, he could at least guarantee his safety in this fight. Long Chen turned to look towards the direction of the 100-flower sex mountain, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he thought about how he would teach that bitch a lesson this time. At this moment, a man stumbled into the inn, his clothes tattered and his face covered in dirt and fresh blood. His fearful and despair-filled eyes scanned the entire inn before stopping on Long Chen. With a pained voice, he shouted, "Young master! Help! The Long clan is doomed!" The others present in the inn watched with interest as this miserable man ran towards Long Chen's table, whispering amongst themselves. Watching the tattered man run his way, Long Chen had a strange expression on his face. It took him a while to realize that this was his servant Xiao Chong, someone he had left behind when he departed the Long clan. "Xiao Chong, why are you here?" His expression changed dramatically. He could sense that something was off and pressure started weighing on his heart. Xiao Chong looked at Long Chen as if he was his savior, running towards him and pouncing to hug his thighs as he spoke, "Young master! The Long clan is gone. It's all gone." He sobbed as he tried to speak, but all he could do was take out a bloodied ring from within his clothes, presenting it towards Long Chen. By this time, Long Chen's face had already gone pale as misery and anger filled his eyes. This ring was the symbol of the clan head's status within the Long clan, a ring that he had seen on his father's hand unfailingly these past few years. And if Xiao Chong had brought this ring to him, it wasn't hard to imagine what had happened to his father and the Long clan. Chapter 22, Long Chen's Arrival. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. What happened? Explain it to me clearly. Long Chen grabbed onto Xiao Chong, pulling him to his room while activating his spiritual power. The white-haired old man was left outside of the room, standing at the entrance as he blocked the noise within the room from escaping with his spiritual power. Xiao Chong slowly explained the situation between his sobbing. 5 days ago, in the middle of the night, at a time when we were all asleep, some black-clad men suddenly rushed into the Long clan, killing everyone that was in their way. They didn't even leave the dogs alive. The elders and the clan head wanted to fight them, but they were surrounded by a lot of those black-clad men. It was too terrifying. Who are they? Why were they attacking the Long clan? Didn't we already annihilate our archenemy clans? Long Chen asked. By the time he had left the family, the Long clan had already killed off the nearby enemies that they had. This gave him peace of mind as he departed to train himself in his journey. I don't know, they used a vicious cultivation method that no one could block. It seemed like they had come for you since they were saying things like how you weren't fit to challenge Fairy Zhu, and how they would get rid of the disturbances around her. The Great Elder tried to reason with them, but he was hacked to death by one of them the moment he tried. Xiao Chang's eyes reddened as he cried pitifully. What about my dad? Didn't I send him a Tonghua pill recently? He should have already become a manifestation realm expert. Threads of red lines appeared throughout Long Chen's eyes as blood dripped out from between his teeth. With a vicious expression, his eyes were focused on Xiao Chang. It was useless. There were 3 experts as strong as the old master, he couldn't defeat them at all. He was barely able to toss this ring to me with his spiritual power, entrusting me with bringing it to you, before dying at the hands of those 3 men. Xiao Chang was in complete despair, the dread from that night still remaining within his eyes. How could that be? Long Chen gripped the ring within his hand as the faces of his family members flashed past his mind, tears slowly flowing from his face. His tears were cold, so cold that it pierced his heart. He felt as though his whole world had collapsed. I was sent outside by the last remaining strength of the old master, and I ran here without stopping for 5 days and 5 nights. Sob sob, young master, you must avenge the Long clan. Xiao Chang cried as blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth, his eyes slowly losing its light. Long Chen finally looked his way, his eyes meeting with Xiao Chang's vacant eyes as his breathing stopped. Xiao Chang? Xiao Chang! Wake up! Long Chen was distressed as he shook Xiao Chang's body. The white-haired old man appeared next to him, and after touching Xiao Chang's forehead and checking his eyes, he shook his head. Qin Lao? What's wrong? Long Chen asked in distress. Qin Lao, who was the white-haired old man, shook his head as he sighed. This kid ran for 5 days and 5 nights without rest, and he even sacrificed his blood essence to maintain his speed. As of right now, his vitality has completely been exhausted, it is irreversible. Unrecoverable. Long Chen didn't know if he wanted to laugh or cry. In anger, Long Chen raised his arms, as if wanting to do something to vent his anger. But he quickly stopped himself as he paced around, bloody tears flowing freely from his eyes. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks as a mouthful of blood burst out of his mouth, and with eyes of despair, he screamed, "Zhu Zhu Shu! I will definitely kill you!" And then, he fainted. Qin Lao quickly picked him up and placed him onto a bed for treatment. Staring at the unconscious youth before him, he sighed. He had fallen into a trap laid by his enemies over 50 years ago and trapped within the array for all this time. Just as he was about to die, Long Chen had broken the array using his bloodline, saving him. The despair he had quickly changed into gratitude as he promised this youth that he would protect him for 3 years by his side. But he didn't expect his incredible cultivation speed that didn't seem to have any limits. Within a short amount of time, he had closed the gap between them by one great realm. He also didn't expect this youth's enemies to be so vicious, plotting the deaths of Long Chen's entire family a day before the bet to crush his spirit. The calm and composed Long Chen that he had gotten used to during this journey had crumbled entirely in front of him. While this was a common sight in the Jianghu, watching it happen personally to someone he knew was infuriating to Qin Lao as well. Outside of the windows, a dark sky was being shadowed by pillars of smoke within the city. On the bed, a great change was currently happening within Long Chen's body. The backfire ash dragon bloodline, along with his rage and resentment, were corroding his flesh. And his strength rose without rest, he had unconsciously taken half a step into the manifestation realm. The next day, it was the date set for the 1-year bet, the date for Long Chen and Zhu Zhu Shu's fight. It was unusually lively in the 100-Flower sect, filled with people here to watch the fun and disciples that detested Long Chen. They were all gathered at the courtyard in front of the sect's entrance, seated on the surrounding seats. It was originally a space used for the disciples' training and sparring, but it was currently emptied to be used for the venue of the 1-year bet. After selecting a quiet location, Murong Lin sat down quietly as he awaited the protagonist's arrival. The flowering steel trees stood behind him, and after consuming the spiritual medicine obtained from the remnants, their cultivation was now at the peak of the manifestation realm. As soon as they were able to experience an epiphany, they would be able to reach the sky-reaching realm. And by that time, Murong Lin would be able to do whatever he wanted within Yan. As a result, Murong Lin was in a great mood. His legs were crossed as he laid comfortably on a recliner, serviced by a servant of the 100-Flower sect. Looking over, his eyes stopped on the highest point of the courtyard where the elders and disciples of the 100-Flower sect were seated. Zhu Zhu stood at the most visible spot, her eyes full of self-confidence as she stared at the entrance as if she was able to see Long Chen. Next to her were the first prince and sixth prince, seated as they chatted between themselves. Murong Lu was even leaning onto Zhu Zhu's body, behaving in a spoiled manner. On the left were the disciples of the 100-Flower sect, all of them discussing excitedly amongst themselves. In their eyes, they had believed that their senior sister was undefeatable, and most of them were busily critiquing Long Chen's idiocy. On the right were the people here to watch the fight, all of them were young cultivators, mixed in with some people from the 4 great clans and wandering cultivators of the Jianghu. Of course, the older generation took no interest in watching 2 juniors bicker and fight. Murong Lin stared at the 3 Shui clan's disciples, a cold light flashing in his eyes. On his side, someone recognized him and had asked why he was here, gaining the attention of the crowd and leaving him no choice but to make an excuse, in order to shift their focus. Naturally, the crowd started excitedly clamoring among themselves, even creating parties among each other to head off for the remnants next. Staring at these naive people, Murong Lin could only laugh in his heart as he planned to kill these Shui clan disciples. Anyways, he had already killed so many in the remnants, what difference would these few make? Dong dong dong, the sound of a bell resonated throughout the mountain. As the bell rang, Murong Lin knew that Long Chen had arrived. It wouldn't take long for this match to begin. As such, he raised his head, only to see 2 figures charge in from the side of the courtyard, accompanied by a loud sound as they arrived at the courtyard with lightning-fast speed. Even before the afterimages on them could fade, a hoarse, cold voice could be heard, "Zhu Zhu Shu. Come out to die." The faces of the crowd changed, some were bewildered, some were laughing, some were angered and some were simply in disbelief. All of their gazes turned towards the source of the voice, and the sight of a white-haired old man with his hands held behind his back could be seen. His aura was threatening, and it was clear that he wasn't an ordinary person. Next to him was a young man filled with hostility, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent as he stared at Zhu Zhuning. Chapter 23, Humiliation in Progress. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Long Chen circulated his spiritual power as a threatening pressure descended on the victory. Releasing the backfire ash dragon bloodline within him, a powerful, undefeatable aura suffocated every single person present that was beneath him in cultivation. Impertinence. The expression of the great elder seated at the highest position changed dramatically as she looked at Long Chen grimly. At the same time, she released the pressure of her own spiritual power to protect the disciples of the 100-Flower sect, alleviating some of the pressure that was placed onto them. Unbothered by the actions and anger of the 100-Flower sect's great elder, Long Chen continued to glare at Zhu Zhu with eyes full of fury, as if he was about to devour her flesh and drink her blood. His words took great effort to escape out of his gritted teeth. Zhu. Zhu. Shu. Come. Out. To. Die. Zhu Zhu was frowning as well, looking at Long Chen in confusion. She didn't know what had happened to him, but despite her bewilderment, she was currently representing the honor of the 100-Flower sect. Regardless of how she felt, she simply jumped forwards haughtily from the stage onto the sparring ground, her green dress fluttering from the wind as the unique scent of the 100-Flower sect wafted in the air. The surrounding onlookers had gradually gotten used to the suppression of Long Chen's bloodline, and color gradually returned to their faces as they continued to stare at Long Chen in hatred and shame, some of them even shouting out curses. Long Chen, you're taking it too far. Releasing your aura like that? How could you insult us like that? Fairy Zhu. Defeat him. That's right. Snuff out his arrogance. Just kill him. Long Chen turned his head towards these people, bellowing, "Trash! Silence!" In his eyes, the people here were no different from those people that had annihilated the Long clan. They were all the blind worshippers of Zhu Zhu, fanboys and trash that were the sinners that had caused his family's demise. Of course, the biggest sinner was the woman in front of him, Zhu Zhu. Murong Lin checked the system window in interest. Name, Long Chen. Protagonist value, 200. Age, 18. Cultivation, half step into the manifestation realm. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, backfire ash dragon bloodline. Not bad. He's actually taken half a step into the manifestation realm. Does that mean he'll break through into the manifestation realm the moment he gets a mortal form? He's just 18, how interesting. Backfire ash dragon bloodline? Ha ha ha, so it was the strength of his bloodline. Look at him now, did his family already get annihilated? How interesting, he went crazy. This will be interesting. Murong Lin critiqued with a straight face as he stared at the center of the courtyard. Zhu Zhu had walked in front of Long Chen, looking at him with a calm and prideful expression as she slowly opened her mouth. I didn't wish to torment you like this, but it doesn't seem like you'd back down anyways. Come. A year. It's been a year. Long Chen roared, his expression vicious as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Blood dripped from his fingernails. I've waited a whole year for this day. I will return the grudge I felt that year and the resentment of my clan's annihilation, tenfold onto you. What do you mean? Zhu Zhu's brows furrowed slightly, she didn't understand what the furious man before her was saying. What do I mean? It doesn't matter anymore. Come. Let me see what kind of strength a prodigy like you has. Long Chen gathered his spiritual power, creating an armor of scales on his body as sharp claws grew from his fists. This was the effect of the backfire ash dragon. Zhu Zhu's expression changed slightly as she immediately circulated the 100 flower scripture, facing Long Chen straight on. Wah! Is this the 100 flower scripture? It's really fairy-like. That's right, that's right. The 100 flower fairy truly deserves this title. She's as strong as she is beautiful. Look at Long Chen, what's that thing on his body? I don't know, is that an effect of his cultivation method? It looks abnormally savage. Pui. Something like that dares to fight with the 100 flower sect? I bet that he won't even be able to last 10 attacks. Murong Lin started to estimate the number of attacks remaining in this fight with interest. Long Chen's claws had finally reached Zhu Zhu's spiritual power, and they watched as his blood-red claws tear apart Zhu Zhu's spiritual barrier, almost grazing her skin. Gathering her focus, Zhu Zhu knew that her barrier was useless against Long Chen's attacks. She twisted her waist and her legs, flipping her body to evade Long Chen's attack as she circulated the 100 flower scripture to counterattack. The beauty of the tender peach shines brightly. Invisible petals formed with spiritual power started to materialize in the air, instantly surrounding Long Chen with hundreds of pink peach flower petals dancing around him. The soft petals were as sharp as knives, each surrounded by a cold chill. It seemed as though a single petal was capable of cutting apart a human's bones, and with more than hundreds of petals in the air, Zhu Zhu unhesitantly sent them towards Long Chen from all directions. Long Chen remained calm. Seeing that his attack had been evaded, he simply twisted his body and attacked again. More than hundreds of flower petals capable of splitting apart boulders came into contact with his scale armor, and the sound of collisions could be heard as the petals dissolved against his armor as if snowflakes landing onto a burning furnace. Completely unbothered by the disappearing petals, Long Chen continued to dash forwards. The originally smooth scales on his armor turned sharp as the claws on his hands retracted, transforming into a glove. Clenching his hands into fists, he was surrounded by a prideful aura as his spiritual power gathered in his right fist. Ash Dragon Ascension Fist. Long Chen roared as his figure became blurry, arriving in front of Zhu Zhushu. By the time the shock was apparent on her face, Long Chen's fist had already locked into her. Zhu Zhushu knew wouldn't be able to evade this attack, and she had no choice but to block it. With the circulation of 100-flower scripture, an unyielding aura enveloped her body as her skirt fluttered. Placing her hands together, a cold light shone in her eyes as Zhu Zhushu roared, 100-flower pain, flawless. A pink light shot out from her body, transforming into a small, round shield that covered her front, just large enough to block the incoming fist. Gritting his teeth, Long Chen put more strength into his left hand as he hastened the speed of his right fist. With a loud sound, Long Chen's fist and Zhu Zhushu's shield collided. Instantly, Zhu Zhushu's small shield shattered into wisps of spiritual power, dissipating in the air as she was pushed back by 3 steps, her face pale and hair disheveled. With the momentum of his punch gone, Long Chen rolled to the side as well, avoiding the hasty attack that Zhu Zhushu had thrown his way. This Long Chen is pretty good. He is actually holding his ground against Zhu Zhushu. What are you saying? Fairy Zhu hasn't even used her manifestation transformation. If she did, he wouldn't even have the time to kneel and beg for his life. Indeed, no matter how strong he is, Long Chen is still at the origin realm. Discussions rang out among the crowd as their interest in Long Chen grew. However, the expression of the great elder of the 100-flower sect was sour. Seemingly deep in thought as she stared at the pale Zhu Zhushu and the hatred-filled Long Chen. The unbothered Murong Lin continued to shout at the sides, cheering Zhu Zhushu on. However, Murong Ding was evaluating Long Chen's unusual performance, mumbling to himself. Despite her pale complexion, Zhu Zhushu was as haughty as ever, "You're just an ant beneath the manifestation realm. Long Chen, I'll show you the might of the manifestation realm." The moment she finished her sentence, she released her manifestation realm, transforming into the tender peach beast, a pink demonic beast with wings. And the moment she finished transforming, her aura grew explosively, slightly surpassing Long Chen's bloodline. It's not like I haven't killed a manifestation realm expert before. Long Chen had a vicious smile as he maximized the release of his bloodline. The two collided yet again, utilizing all kinds of spiritual skills. It didn't take long for the two clashing silhouettes to separate. A stream of blood trickled from the corner of Zhu Zhushu's lips, her dress was tattered and a slash wound had appeared at her side. Despite that, her prideful expression didn't falter. "Long Chen, if you can withstand my next attack, I will consider it your victory." Long Chen spoke with the same amount of haughtiness, "Then, if you can withstand my next attack, I will consider it your victory." The two circulated their spiritual power at the same time. Long Chen transformed into a huge dragon with his red spiritual power, with 2 horns adorning his head, wings sprouting from his back, claws on his hands, and his mouth filled with sharp fangs. On the other hand, Zhu Zhushu's spiritual power condensed into a bundle of pink light, slowly dispersing gorgeously as a refreshing scent wafted in the air, her complexion regaining its color. Backfire Ash Dragon's Execution. Descent of the Sky-Crushing Peach. Chapter 24, Unexpected Suicide. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Sister Zhu. The great elder seated at the top stood up instantly, shouting loudly. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't have any intentions of stopping the match, but after feeling the after effects of the collision between the two, they watched as the entire sparring ground was shattered. A few disciples and young cultivators opened their divine senses, futilely trying to scan through the entire area despite the dust. Only after the dust had settled could they see the two figures, the sight shocking every single spectator. Long Chen was still standing in the middle of the sparring ground, his head lowered as he panted. It was clear by the speed of his breathing that he had depleted all of his spiritual power. The scaled armor on his body was damaged, slowly recovering as he breathed. Countless injuries could be seen on his body, with fresh blood flowing freely onto the ground. And at the side of his feet, a girl was kneeling on the ground with a dazed, pale expression. Her clothes were tattered, her left arm was visibly broken, a large bleeding wound could be seen at her waist, and her hair was now messily strewn about. She looked as if she had lost her soul. And that woman was the pride of the 100-Flower sect, the 100-Flower fairy Zhu Zhu Shu. How could it be? How did this happen? The sixth princess, seated on the platform, looked at the two people on the ground in disbelief. Her gaze shifted between Zhu Zhu Shu and Long Chen, as if she couldn't accept Zhu Zhu Shu's defeat. In reality, most of the spectators couldn't accept it either, and all of them looked on in dismay. Zhu Zhu Shu was one of the 7 young prodigies in Yan, someone that was undoubtedly strong, a fact that was ingrained in their minds. But all of them could see that Long Chen had the upper hand in this fight, and Zhu Zhu Shu had lost to Long Chen, a result that they couldn't accept. Despicable! The Great Elder cursed under her breath as she stared at the two of them, her thoughts unclear as a solemn expression remained on her face. On the other side, Qin Lao looked at Long Chen with a big smile, his eyes filled with appreciation. The crowd started discussing amongst themselves. What kind of a situation is this? Is no one going to come out to say anything? Are you blind? Long Chen obviously defeated Zhu Zhu Shu. Look at how she's kneeling on the ground. A pity, the first layer manifestation realm Zhu Zhu Shu couldn't defeat a mere origin realm Long Chen, how shameful. Ha! What are you saying? Long Chen, that rat clearly used some cheap tricks to defeat the 100-Flower fairy, how could that be shameful for her? Get lost, you fanboy! As the spectators spoke amongst themselves, the two on the sparring ground had gradually regained their bearings. Zhu Zhu Shu stood up unsteadily, looking at the claws that Long Chen had placed in front of her. She had a bitter expression as she shook her head, she knew that she had lost. By this time, Long Chen had also caught his breath, and his ears trembled as if he had heard something, his head turning towards the direction of the Great Elder on the platform. Long Chen, if you admit your defeat this time, the 100-Flower sect will be grateful to you. Naturally, Murong Lin couldn't hear what was said, but the flowering steel trees did, and they passed the contents of his message along to Murong Lin word for word. Murong Lin laughed coldly in his heart. Long Chen already had plenty of hostility towards all of you, and now you're running straight first into his blade? Long Chen responded with his middle finger outstretched, his expression full of disdain. Seeing this, the Great Elder wavered. Despicable! The corners of her lips trembled, the Great Elder knew this would be troublesome. Zhu Zhu Shu was defeated by her fiancé whom she had despised, it wasn't just shameful for her, but Long Chen had basically dragged the reputation of the 100-Flower sect to the mud. The moment Zhu Zhu Shu opened her mouth and admitted her defeat, the 100-Flower sect couldn't raise their head anymore. That was why she planned on teaching Long Chen a lesson. The Great Elder released her spiritual power and started suppressing him, shouting loudly, "Long Chen, you child! You dare to use a forbidden medicine? Admit to your mistakes now." She didn't understand the reason behind Long Chen's appearance after awakening his bloodline, but this didn't affect her decision. She just needed to knock him unconscious and frame him for the crime of consuming a forbidden medicine to regain the lost honor of the 100-Flower sect. But just as she was about to make a move, Zhu Zhu Shu's body moved first. Long Chen was currently resisting the suppression from the Great Elder, and he turned his head to look at Zhu Zhu Shu, who was standing in front of him with a disheveled appearance. She asked him with a bitter smile, "Do you hate me?" Her voice was cold but powerless, her throat hoarse after the battle. "I hate you." Long Chen spoke with gritted teeth, "I dream of skinning you alive." Zhu Zhu Shu nodded, a sorrowful smile on her face, "I know what I did was wrong, but it was already done, and I have no regrets." Long Chen turned his head, ignoring her words as he focused on resisting the Great Elder's suppression. In his eyes, his entire family had died because of Zhu Zhu. The resentment between them was something that would never be resolved. Seeing that he was completely disregarding her, Zhu Zhu smiled bitterly as she truly experienced just how unyieldingly fickle the world was. She slowly raised her right palm into the air. A gust of wind blew past, the dust and fragments on the sparring ground were long gone, allowing the spectators a clear sight of the two figures and their movements on the stage. Murong Lin stared at Zhu Zhu's strange actions with the corner of his lips slightly raised. No. The great elder no longer bothered with suppressing Long Chen, and she watched Zhu Zhu's actions with great dismay as she tried to rush towards her. The crowd could only watch as her body flickered from the sparring ground to the side of the courtyard. What? Long Chen heard a voice from behind him before he could even turn his head to react. Zhu Zhu looked at the 100-flower sex courtyard with emotion, then at Long Chen's back coldly. A helpless voice came from her throat. Your sinful disciple Zhu Zhu has lost today. I am too ashamed to face the seniors of the sect. I will pay for my sins with my death. What? The crowd didn't have any time to digest her words as they watched her raised hand swing downwards, directly slamming into her head. Ping! A strong spiritual power was imbued in her strike, instantly shattering her brain as her body wavered and fell powerlessly onto the ground. Zhu Zhu had killed herself. No one had expected it. No. The great elder had reached Zhu Zhu's side, but she was too slow. Zhu Zhu had died, her soul gone from this world, forever unable to be resurrected. Everyone was in shock as well, some stood up, and some even jumped over the railings of the stage and ran towards the sparring ground. The 100-flower sex female disciples were dazed, some of them had expressions of disbelief, some were covering their mouths in distress, and the rest were looking at Long Chen with hatred, enough for Long Chen to feel the hundreds of eyes piercing his back. As for Zhu Zhu's suitors, they were in complete disbelief. They even started to doubt their eyes, suspecting whether or not this was a dream or a play that Long Chen and the 100-flower sect had prepared together. None of them could accept the fact that Zhu Zhu was dead. Murong Lin looked at the sparring ground with distress and despair, mumbling to herself, Sister Zhu. Murong Ding was equally upset as well. He hadn't expected something like this to happen on their journey, and that the 100-flower fairy, one of the 4 great beauties of Yan, would commit suicide like this. The eyes of the great elder were reddened as she caressed Zhu Zhu's face. She had just witnessed the suicide of a young girl that she had considered as her own granddaughter. In hatred, she looked towards Long Chen as she roared, Long Chen! Die! Long Chen was equally stunned as he stared at Zhu Zhu's corpse. He was conflicted, but he quickly regained his senses. He wasn't the one that had killed her, but Zhu Zhu's suicide would undoubtedly implicate him. As such, he quickly retreated back to the side of the sparring grounds, running towards Qin Lao. No one knew how to react as they watched the gap between the two figures shorten. They watched as the hand of the great elder inched closer towards Long Chen's back. Murong Lin, who was seated on the platform, burst into laughter, his body trembling as he covered his mouth. The system's voice rang out in his mind, ding! The protagonist Long Chen's little protagonist halo has started to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining 50 villain value. You now have a villain value of 150, you can use it to purchase the items in the system shop. Chapter 25, Qin Lao's Action. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Murong Lin had spent 5 villain value to purchase a spiritual talisman from the system shop this morning, the higher sky tier spiritual talisman, Convolution of Life and Death. The target of this talisman would have their guilt amplified, to the point where they would commit suicide unhesitatingly. Murong Lin was sure of Zhu Zhu's emotions towards the 100-flower sect, and he knew that her defeat would implicate the 100-flower sect. Already aware of the outcome of the battle, Murong Lin had purchased such a rare talisman and used it on her in the morning. But he didn't expect Zhu Zhu to kill herself so quickly, and with her death, all traces of the talisman vanished from the world. As the fiancée of an engagement annulment cliché protagonist, her death would naturally affect the protagonist's halo. This was how Murong Lin earned the 50 villain value. Murong Lin turned towards the sparring ground, watching as the great elder of the 100 Flower sect grabbed onto Long Chen's back while another figure jumped in between them. It was Qin Lao. Qin Lao's hand blocked the attack of the great elder and grabbed onto Long Chen's shirt, pulling him away. But would the great elder of the 100 Flower sect allow him to run away like that? She immediately roared, "Elders, stop him! Do not let them escape!" The two Manifestation Realm elders standing guard at the entrance immediately jumped into action as they circulated the cultivation method of the 100 Flower sect, attacking Qin Lao together. With a wave of his hand, Qin Lao sent the two flying. The two elders immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood, suffering serious injuries. At the same time, the great elder had released her manifestation transformation. She transformed into a vine plant that was almost 5 stories tall, and swung her vines towards Qin Lao and Long Chen, displaying an overwhelming might as the air crackled. Qin Lao had no choice but to release his manifestation transformation to defend against the great elder's transformation. In his heart, he lamented, "Long Chen, I'll have to do my best for you this time." Despite being in the sky-reaching realm, Qin Lao was sealed within an array for more than 50 years, which had caused his strength to deteriorate to the manifestation realm. Qin Lao's manifestation transformation was a 6-armed golden ape, around the same height as the vine plant. The hundreds of vines wrestled against the 6 limbs, their swift movements hard to see clearly. With the intensity of their fight, the surrounding crowd started to retreat in fear of losing their lives. Who would dare to involve themselves in a fight between two experts at the peak of the manifestation realm? Murong Lin looked at the two with squinted eyes as he laughed coldly in his heart. With a wave of his hand, he led the 2 flowering steel trees and the 8 great butcher kings away. Qin Lao and the great elder of the 100 Flower sect seemed to be in an impasse. Both of them were elders with impaired physical strength, and with their similar capabilities, it was hard for a victor to emerge between them quickly. Qin Lao smiled bitterly at the sight of the great elder's resentment towards the both of them. "Who are you? Why are you protecting that child, Long Chen?" The great elder roared, incapable of understanding his actions. "I'm just repaying him for saving my life." Qin Lao spoke lightly as his face remained calm, despite the anxiousness that plagued his heart. Despite his status of once being an expert in the sky-reaching realm, he was currently only at the manifestation realm. Against the great elder of the 100 Flower sect, he could only maintain a deadlock as he tried to look for an opportunity to escape. Not only that, the sect leader of the 100 Flower sect hadn't appeared just yet, which caused further uncertainty on whether or not he could escape with Long Chen. Suddenly, the face of the great elder turned pale as a mouthful of blood essence escaped her lips. Her aura continued to grow, slowly surpassing Qin Lao as beads of sweat formed on her forehead, drenching her clothes. The expression of Qin Lao changed dramatically. "You're depleting your blood essence? Have you gone mad?" He quickly performed a stance, circulating his spiritual power and manifestation transformation as he deployed the strongest defense skill he had. The hundreds of vines danced between the two experts, entangling to form a huge cone. The tip of the cone was incomparably sharp. With a cold light, it rushed towards the Long Chen in Qin Lao's hands. On the other side, a golden light shone from Qin Lao's golden ape, forming a golden bell. With its 6 arms holding up the revolving bell, the golden ape gritted its teeth as a resolute light shone in its eyes. Third flight of the willow leaf. Radiance of the 6-armed golden ape. The strongest skills of the two experts clashed, causing a great shockwave to send the surrounding items flying, and even the trees were uprooted. Luckily, the two had already battled their way outside of the 100 Flower sect, avoiding any casualties. Qin Lao had barely blocked the attack of the great elder, but he had also sustained injuries in the process. Vomiting out a mouthful of blood, he looked at his opponent with an unsightly complexion. The hair of the great elder was scattered, and she glared at Qin Lao and Long Chen with her messy appearance, speaking with a vicious tone, "None of you will be able to escape." Perhaps sensing the looming danger, the backfire ash dragon bloodline within Long Chen's body was stirred, instantly awakening. The scorching dragon blood circulated through his entire body, and he felt as though every single meridian within his body was filled with unlimited power as his rapid breathing slowed down. The human body contained 360 meridians, including the 9 hidden meridians that were the unique characteristic of the backfire ash dragon bloodline. All 369 of his meridians were granted strength by the dragon blood within. Long Chen's throat gradually turned red before it started to glow, the light shone brighter and brighter, to the point where it was glaring. The accumulation of this powerful strength forced his mouth open, and despite resembling a mouthful of blood, it continued to shine brightly. Qin Lao looked down in astonishment as if he was shocked by this unique ability, but he knew that this wasn't the time for an interrogation. He quickly raised his head to block yet another attack from the Great Elder to prevent her from interrupting Long Chen's momentum. The Elder of the 100-Flower Sect looked at Long Chen with shock and resentment, desperately trying to break Qin Lao's defense to interrupt Long Chen and take his life for the life that was lost. "Long Chen! Come and die!" She cried out resentfully as she gathered her strength for yet another ultimate move, pouncing towards Long Chen, who was still in Qin Lao's hands. At the same time, a glaring beam of light shot out from within Long Chen's mouth. The accumulated energy in his throat had formed a light beam attack that aimed at the Great Elder pouncing his way. Breath of the backfire ashen dragon. Long Chen's face reddened as his veins bulged, his vicious appearance was terrifying. After shooting the dragon's breath for about 10 seconds, he couldn't hold on any longer. The light disappeared into his mouth as smoke rose, accompanied by a mouthful of blood. Powerlessly, he spoke, "Let's go." The Great Elder was preoccupied with resisting the attack head-on. How could the dragon breath from the protagonist's bloodline be weak? Her manifestation transformation gradually disappeared as mouthfuls of blood poured out from her pale lips. The beam of light had directly pierced through her chest, even stabbing through the mountaintop behind her. With the sound of a large explosion reverberating through the vicinity, the people of the 100-Flower Sect trailing behind were appalled. "The Great Elder is dead." "Ah! He killed the Great Elder. Quick, search for the remains of the Great Elder." "No. Go and inform the ancestors first." The disciples of the 100-Flower Sect screamed madly, they were no longer brave enough to continue pursuing them. The body of the Great Elder had exploded, her blood and flesh raining from the skies. Her head, decorated with her long, beautiful hair, soared beautifully through the skies before landing onto the ground. On the other side, Qin Lao had used this opportunity to escape with Long Chen, despite the strange expression on his face. After escaping to a small stream, Qin Lao placed Long Chen onto the ground as he started to take care of his injuries. "We'll heal your injuries first. You've caused a big mess this time, their sect leader will definitely pursue us. Where should we escape to?" With a stream of blood flowing from the corner of his lip, Long Chen smiled bitterly. "Where to? The Long clan is long gone, FAWBOLOM. Pull yourself together, Zhu Zhu may have died, but the culprits responsible for annihilating your clan are still out there. Are you willing to leave them be?" With a deep breath, Long Chen's eyes were filled with hatred yet again. "Right. Those black-clothed men are still alive. Let's go, back to Baton." Chapter 26, Group Killing Long Chen. Subscribe to my KO5 for advanced CSCV chapters. Who? Hearing the voice, Long Chen and Qin Lao started panicking. Quickly turning their heads towards the source of the voice, a few human silhouettes slowly revealed themselves under their divine senses. The leader was naturally Murong Lin. Murong Lin had been following behind them from the start, and with the flowering steel trees speedily leading the way, they were able to barely keep up with them. Only after the two had arrived at a quiet, undisturbed location did Murong Lin finally reveal himself. "You are?" Long Chen asked in bewilderment as he signaled for Qin Lao to ready himself. Murong Lin couldn't be bothered to explain anything to Long Chen. He immediately waved his hand as he spoke with a serious expression, "Take care of it quickly. Don't leave a single one alive." And the silhouettes of the two flowering steel trees flickered as they unleashed their manifestation transformation, attacking Qin Lao fiercely. Qin Lao immediately tried to resist, knowing that he could no longer hold himself back. After dealing with the great elder of the 100-flower sect, he had realized just how tough it was for him to deal with someone of the same realm. And now, he was facing two highly coordinated men in the same realm. A single careless mistake here would guarantee his death. He immediately unleashed his six-armed golden ape manifestation transformation. Using his most powerful attack to resist the duo's attack, a mouthful of blood essence poured out of Qin Lao's mouth. The six-armed golden ape held onto his spiritual weapon as it attacked the two flowering steel trees. On the side, just as Long Chen was about to make his move, he was blocked off by the glint of 8 blades. The light from these blades contained different feelings, some were dreams and illusions, some were loneliness and helplessness, some were hatred, some were the humidity and soundlessness of rain, some were the creation of the world, all of which trapped Long Chen. They were the 8 great butcher kings under Qin Feng's command. The 8 blades were divided into Terrifying Blade Xi Lien Tian, Lonely Blade Cai Xiao Tiu, Reconvening Blade Meng Kong Kong, 28 Rain Zhao Lan Rong, Wide Sky Xiao Shat, Small Remote Land Xiao Bai, 5 Tiger Severing Soul Blade Peng Jian, 8 Hidden Blade Method Miao Bai Feng. These 8 were powerful swordsmen, their sword technique was undefeatable, responsible for cutting down countless lives. But most importantly, their value lay in their obedience. The 8 had known each other for very long, and their cooperation was almost perfect. In an instant, they had formed a sword array around Long Chen, with 4 attacking in front and 4 behind. Long Chen had no choice but to unleash the Backfire Ash Dragon bloodline again to go against these 8 people. Every single one of the 8 people in front of him was 10 times stronger than Zhu Zhu, and their combined strength was more than 100-fold. He had already severely depleted his strength in the last 2 battles, and it was clear that he had no chance of winning. His face gradually became solemn. He could only use that. As a protagonist, Long Chen naturally had his own trump card. Taking out a red spiritual pill from his bag of holding, he had a moment of hesitation before he resolutely consumed it. Long Chen was already gravely injured from the few exchanges with the 8 great butcher kings, and seeing that he was consuming a spiritual pill, their faces changed as they hurriedly attacked again. At the side, Murong Lin shook his head with an awkward expression. It seems like I'll have to teach them to prevent giving these protagonists a chance to turn the tables next time. In the meantime, the flowering steel trees were still aggressively attacking Qin Lao at the side. Qin Lao had already expended most of his spiritual power in the previous fight, and now that he was against formidable enemies, it didn't take long for him to vomit blood. His appearance was unsightly, with his scattered white hair dusted with dirt. Qin Lao's manifestation transformation was already fading away from the barrage of attacks, 3 of its 6 arms torn off by the duo. A vicious expression flashed past his face. Qin Lao was furious. He turned his head towards Murong Lin. He knew that this young man standing at the sidelines was the leader of this group, so he cunningly decided to directly take him as a hostage. Gritting his teeth, Qin Lao's body and the manifestation transformation behind him started trembling as the spiritual artifact in his hands imploded. Self-destructing his own spiritual artifact. Using the great explosion caused by his self-destruction as a cover, he tried to reach Murong Lin's side. The flowering steel trees hadn't expected Qin Lao to self-destruct his own companion's spiritual artifact from his time in the sky-reaching realm. The explosion of a lower sky-level spiritual weapon was indeed terrifying, the powerful shockwaves stopping them in the midst of their attacks as they watched Qin Lao opportunistically charge towards their master, Murong Lin. Panicked, the two forgot about defending and instead pursued Qin Lao relentlessly. Qin Lao stared at the unarmed young man before him. He didn't recognize this man, nor he did know his motives for attacking the two of them. However, his ignorance didn't stop him as the remaining 3 arms of the 6-armed golden ape reached towards Murong Lin. His expression was extremely nervous as he prayed in his heart, "I must succeed. I definitely must succeed." But it only took a split second for him to spot Murong's outstretched arms. He didn't know what Murong Lin was doing. Murong Lin was completely unfazed. He had already predicted that Qin Lao and Long Chen would eventually target him and planned for it. He stood in an archery stance, his left arm and fingers were outstretched and his left palm faced forwards, while his right arm was bent, pulling back. Hard-hurting arrow. This was the attack of hard-hurting arrow. One hand was the bow while the other was the arrow. It was a technique that neither required a bow nor an arrow. Seeing that Qin Lao had already arrived in front of him, the corners of Murong Lin's lips was raised as his eyes filled with mockery. A thought flashed past Qin Lao's mind, no. He knew that he had fallen into Murong Lin's trap, and that Murong Lin had been waiting for this moment. He could only hope for his attack to be effective. Murong Lin activated the mountainous scripture to drive the hard-hurting arrow, the 2 powerful techniques aiding him in pulling back his left hand and his right hand to shoot forwards. With his fists as the arrowhead, his arm as the arrow's body, and himself as the arrow's feather, he slammed into Qin Lao. This shot, advanced without retreat. This shot, was tricky, mysterious and unblockable. This shot, tore up the weeping hearts of the viewer. RioBL.cm. Even before colliding with Murong Lin's fist, Qin Lao felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He wanted to resist, but his heart went cold as he accepted his death. His manifestation transformation dissipated into thin air. The 6-armed golden ape maintained an expression of shock as it helplessly faded into specks of light. Kaka! Qin Lao's chest was pierced. Murong Lin's entire arm had gone through Qin Lao's chest, killing his soul the instant it entered. Qin Lao couldn't even react before dying in Murong Lin's hands, his lifeless corpse still dangling on his arm. As if still in shock, his widened eyes were fixed wholly on Murong Lin, his elderly face still expressive of his struggle. It was a pity that he died like this after finally escaping from 50 years of bondage. Qin Lao. Long Chen, who had just eaten the spiritual pill, watched this sight with a pained heart. His sorrow and anger assimilated with the spiritual pill, precipitating a powerful energy within his body as the scaled armor on his body changed to a black color. The red spiritual power surrounding his body changed into an opaque black color as well. Die. Blood tears flowed freely from Long Chen's eyes as he self-destructed his 9 hidden meridians. With his power growing rampantly, he gathered his rage and sorrow into a punch towards Murong Lin. This punch contained the anger of the Ash Dragon. This punch contained the bloodline of the Ash Dragon. This punch depleted Long Chen's body of his energy. Wait! I know the culprit behind your family's annihilation. Murong Lin shouted with a smile. Long Chen, who had long descended into madness, hesitated for a split second as he mumbled, "Clan? Clan? Clan? Who annihilated my clan? Father? Who was it? Who killed my father? Tell me." His fist visibly slowed. Murong Lin waved his arms, standing still with a bright smile, "Me. The 8 great butcher kings and the flowering steel trees that surrounded Long Chen moved unanimously, puncturing Long Chen's body with the steel chains in their hands. What? Die. I want you to die." Long Chen struggled madly, but just as he was about to attack again, he realized that he could no longer control his own bloodline. Lowering his head to look at the silver chains embedded into his body, he could feel the essence of his bloodline being sucked out by these chains. This is impossible. Why? Why? Chapter 27, Murdering Long Chen. As the 10 of them circulated their spiritual power, they drained Long Chen's backfire Ash Dragon bloodline through the silver chains. Impossible! Long Chen screamed miserably. Nothing's impossible, who asked you to self-destruct your 9 hidden meridians? If it weren't for your own actions, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Since you're so kind, then I won't be too polite. Murong Lin snickered coldly at the side, his arms crossed at his chest. He had purposefully incited Long Chen's fury so that he would self-destruct. Once he had found out about Long Chen's innate talent, Murong Lin had already begun his search for a method to deal with him. This was the cruelest method, using 10 silver chains to seal his broken 9 hidden meridians and heart, forcefully absorbing the backfire ash dragon bloodline in his body through the chains. Once extracted, he could convert it into a bloodline essence. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy to take a protagonist's bloodline for himself. Even after absorbing all of the bloodline essences, Murong Lin wouldn't be able to awaken the backfire ash dragon bloodline. Instead, he would only gain a small piece of its might, the pseudo-backfire ash dragon bloodline. These 10 silver chains came from the system shop, costing him a total of 5 villain value. As of right now, he was left with a villain value of 190. But it was definitely a profit. Ding! Protagonist Long Chen's little protagonist halo has started to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 100. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining 100 villain value. Master now has a villain value of 290, which can be used in the system shop. Murong Lin nodded in satisfaction as he turned towards the weakened Long Chen, his system window floating before him. Name, Long Chen. Protagonist value, 50. Age, 18. Cultivation, peak of the manifestation realm. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, shattering. Seeing that the backfire ash dragon bloodline was no longer written in his innate talents, Murong Lin walked towards the dying Long Chen with a big smile. The 10 silver chains were already ripped out of his body after his bloodline was completely stolen. All 10 of his servants stood respectfully at the side, each holding onto a clump of bloodline essence. Due to blood loss, Long Chen's shriveled body was completely fatigued, left with only his unbending back and unwavering gaze. He could barely stand, seeming as though he would snap from a breeze, but he held on regardless. Blood spilt from his mouth and the wounds that were all over his body. Why? 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 Long Chen mumbled in disbelief. Hearing his mutters, Murong Lin looked at him and shook his head helplessly. But what intrigued him was the remaining 50 protagonist value he possessed, and his protagonist halo that hadn't fully shattered. Why? Auntie, what's going on? Isn't he on the verge of death already? Murong Lin asked. The system, Auntie, spoke in his mind. Ding. Protagonists gain their protagonist value from fortuitous encounters, red strings of fate, and their will. The protagonist Long Chen still has a strong will, a strong hatred towards Master, and strong faith that he would survive. That is the reason why he still has protagonist value, and why his protagonist halo didn't shatter. Fucking hell! This worked too? Should he just stab him and be done with it? As Murong Lin thought, his eyes met with Long Chen's resentful gaze. Pouting, Murong Lin walked away with an innocent expression as he spoke to the 8 great butcher kings. Go, humiliate him as much as possible, to the point where he completely loses the will to live. After a brief pause, the 8 great butcher kings walked forwards and trampled on Long Chen. Long Chen only had enough time to glance at Murong Lin's back with fear and resentment before he was dragged to the side. Come. Let me castrate him. No. We should cripple him, strip him, then humiliate him. Tui. We're the only ones in this remote place, how humiliating can it get? Hey. If you guys aren't doing it, I'll go first. Ha ha ha. You're starting with the fingers? Not bad. Long Chen wanted to scream, but nothing came out of his poisoned throat. He could only watch as the 8 of them tortured him, tearing off his 4 limbs to feed the nearby beasts. The mental and physical torture, accompanied by the devilish words that entered his ears, broke his will. Kill me, he tried his hardest to speak as he turned his head towards Murong Lin, but what he saw was Murong Lin fiddling with a crossbow aimed towards him. What? There wasn't a bolt. Pang! Long Chen suddenly felt an indescribable sadness, he wanted to cry. He could feel his heart shatter as he recalled the hard work and glory he had experienced this year, then the pain and misery he was in now. Ding! The protagonist, Long Chen's little protagonist halo has completely shattered, his protagonist value has been lowered by 50. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining 50 villain value. Master now has a villain value of 340, which can be used in the system shop. Murong Lin played with the crossbow in his hands as he stopped the circulation of spiritual power for heart-hurting arrow. With a slight smile, he spoke, "All right, kill him." "Yes." They answered respectfully. Long Chen closed his eyes miserably, and he felt a chill at his neck before nothingness. Ding! Master has successfully killed a protagonist, the reward is a gift bag. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Murong Lin smiled again. With a wave of his arm, 2 pillars of spiritual fire shot towards Qin Lao and Long Chen, erasing their corpses and surrounding blood. Ding dang! A ring fell from Long Chen's corpse, its presence was glaringly obvious on the ashes of his corpse. Seeing that, Murong Lin curiously picked up the ring with his spiritual power. "Auntie, what's this?" Ding! It is unidentifiable and is registered as a mysterious item. Master! The surrounding 10 people walked over. Nodding his head, Murong Lin spoke, "Let's head back first, or we'll look suspicious." He tossed the ring into the system's storage. Yes. The group rushed back towards the 100-flower sect, their silhouettes weaving amongst the trees in the forest. After arriving at the place of the Great Elder's death, they could see quite a number of 100-flower disciples cleaning the area. Murong Lin glanced over and spoke with a sympathetic voice, "What a pity, this is a big loss for the 100-flower sect. Not only did they lose a prodigy, they also lost a great elder. I wonder what Song Qin Lan, the sect leader, is going to do." Song Qin Lan was the sect leader of the 100-flower sect, an existence of the sky-reaching realm. She had left the 100-flower sect despite the spar, which in turn allowed Long Chen to cause such a big mess. The reason why the Great Elder hadn't called for Song Qin Lan was that she wasn't here at all. Within the 100-flower sect, the 6th princess, Murong Lu, and the 1st prince, Murong Ding were currently packing their luggages to leave. After all, it was difficult for outsiders to remain here after such chaos had ensued. However, they were even more fearful that Song Qin Lan and the 100-flower sect would direct their wrath towards the outsiders, if they were to fail in capturing Long Chen. Seeing that Murong Lin had returned, Murong Ding smiled bitterly, "Third brother, you should pack quickly and leave with us." Murong Lin naturally accepted his offer, informing his 3 operator servants to prepare themselves. On the other hand, Murong Lu was rather dissatisfied. "Murong Lin, where did you go just now?" Putting on a fearful expression, Murong Lin explained, "I followed behind the Great Elder of the 100-flower sect and witnessed her death. Because her blood dirted my body, I went for a shower." Murong Lu mocked, "What a wuss! I was behind them as well just now." Wah, that was such a rare sight. Looking at her sparkling eyes, Murong Lin and Murong Ding were speechless. After they had finished packing, they quickly descended the mountain. After such a mess, the 100-flower sect's elders and disciples no longer cared to stop them, and the group was able to leave the 100-flower sect's mountain without any trouble. Seated within the carriage, Murong Lin was smiling, "Auntie, open the gift bag." "Yes." Chapter 28, Inheriting Ditching Lin's Legacy. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining a Syndicate Inheritance card, a Character Legacy card and a fragment of the Great Villain Halo. As the system spoke, Murong Lin listened in interest. Syndicate Inheritance card, upon use, Master will obtain all characters within an influential force. Character Legacy Card inherits the character card's legacy, which includes their cultivation techniques, spiritual skills, servants, and their innate talents, etc. Great Villain Halo Fragment can be turned into the Great Villain Halo by collecting 6 fragments. Looking at the items in the gift bag, Murong Lin realized that the rewards were similar to the last, with the only exception of the Strength Instilling card that was switched to the Syndicate Inheritance card. Anti, use the Character Legacy card. Ding! Congratulations to Master for using the Syndicate Inheritance card. Congratulations to Master for obtaining Ditching Lin's legacy. The hereditary successor, Ditching Lin, was a character in Parting Hook. He seemed to be a free spirit with boundless generosity, but he was actually a scheming, apathetic person. In all his appearances, he was seen wearing a white outfit while being accompanied by a different beauty each time. He never had friends, servants, lovers, or even a family. He was completely unpredictable, killing his own master after gaining strength, and was known to retaliate tenfold against any betrayals he experienced. He only had a paring knife and a heart that was colder than steel. The inheritable legacy. Equipment, nameless paring knife. Innate talent, wrathful, selfish. N. Ditching Lin. Murong Lin could faintly recall such a character written by Mr. Gu. Ditching Lin wasn't extraordinarily strong, but he was definitely ruthless. He was quite strong under the tutelage of his master, and he was effective and creative in killing, someone that was capable of going to extreme lengths to assassinate his targets, even if they were in the toilet. After his master had revealed the success of his cultivation technique, he stabbed him to death, and after a woman, someone he was physically intimate with, found out about his secret, he also stabbed her to death. He was careful, even with his allies, murdering and torturing them without a shred of hesitance the moment he felt something was amiss. Ditching Lin was such a person, someone regarded as a kind gentleman by the world, not knowing the countless amounts of blood that stained his paring knife. He wasn't as charming as Fang Yiqian, but he was definitely more vicious. No one could understand him. He was mysterious and callous. However, Auntie, why didn't I inherit any cultivation methods from him? Murong Lin asked with a displeased expression. He was greedy for Ditching Lin's self-created 72 candle severing art that took 11 tries to succeed. Ding! Auntie doesn't know. Hearing Auntie's cold response, Murong Lin helplessly chose to accept the legacy as he checked the innate talent. Wrathful, selfish, absolute rationality and indifference, superior talent for the way of the knife. Oh? That's not too bad, it counts as an innate talent for the way of the knife, right? Nameless paring knife, a paring knife forged with the refined material derived from demonic swords, capable of killing without leaving blood and wounds on the corpse. It contains a shred of an ego that can be evolved by killing. Currently, it is a spiritual artifact at the higher earth level. Oh? This isn't too bad. Murong Lin looked at the knife in his hands as his spiritual powers lit up the blade. It was incomparably sharp. Auntie, open the Syndicate Inheritance card. Murong Lin was excited to see what it was. Despite already having the blood spirits and the 13 servants, he enjoyed having more servants than fewer. Ding! Congratulations to Master for inheriting the Syndicate, Qingyi Tower. It is a tower with 108 floors, with 108 people on each level. All of them were extremely mysterious, their faces had never been revealed before. Some of them could be wanderers, some could be untraceable assassins, some could be government officials, and some could be roadside shop owners. All of their identities are hidden, and they were all obedient only to the floor masters. Strength: the 108 floor masters are in the manifestation realm, and their subordinates are within the origin realm. The strongest are the 8 ninth layer manifestation realm floor masters. Fug. Qingyi Tower. The Qingyi Tower written by Mr. Gu. Murong Lin was stunned. The prestige of the Qingyi Tower was equivalent to the Qinglong organization, and both were considered to be extremely mysterious. It was a pity that the person that had created the Qingyi Tower wasn't strong. However, the Qingyi Tower was definitely one of the most horrifying organizations out there, due to its absolute secretiveness. With their unique disguise technique and the absolute silence instilled upon every member, they had developed the 108 floors of the Qingyi Tower to become one of the strongest assassination organizations. "Auntie, how do I summon them?" Murong Lin asked. "After Master summoned them, they will randomly appear in the 32 counties of Yan. Master will not have to worry about their large numbers being too conspicuous." "That's good. Right, can the disguise techniques of the Qingyi Tower be used to falsify a manifestation transformation?" "Yes. The manifestation transformation of the manifestation realm experts in the Qingyi Towers is Qingyi. They are able to take on the manifestation transformations of the manifestation realm experts they have killed. While they are unable to exert the 100% might of the original manifestation transformation, 70 to 80% will not be a problem." "Then that's great." Murong Lin thought of his plan, and now with the numbers and disguise techniques of the Qingyi Tower, he could finally complete his plan and begin his execution. "Ha ha ha ha! Auntie, I want to buy a mortal form and enter the manifestation realm." Murong Lin laughed madly. He now had a villain value of 340, it was finally time to buy a mortal form he could accept. "Which one does Master want to buy?" Auntie asked. Murong Lin's eyes were squinted, the mortal form of the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness. Ding! Congratulations to Master for purchasing the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness mortal form with 200 villain value. Master now has the remaining value of 140. A small, transparent bottle the size of a thumb materialized in front of Murong Lin. He could see a black orb of air contained in the bottle, slowly orbiting as the rippling lines within it resembled the great 3000 Daos. It was mysterious, and it contained an unsurpassable might. "Flowering steel trees, guard me." Murong Lin spoke to the duo that was in the carriage with him. "Yes." The flowering steel trees responded respectfully. "I will break through to the manifestation realm today." Murong Lin looked at the bottle in his hands. The moment he shattered the bottle, the orb of black air flew towards Murong Lin's forehead, with traces of black air escaping the orb and entering his body slowly. Murong Lin closed his eyes as he circulated the lifelessness law, feeling his strength changing and increasing. While lifelessness law wasn't the greatest cultivation technique in the world, it definitely had enough potential. Additionally, it was also extremely compatible with the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness mortal form. However, under normal circumstances, the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness was a creature that lived in voids, an existence that was rare to see even in tens of thousands of years. It was a formless, lifeless being that was impervious to all kinds of techniques, and was known as an evil creature that eroded the minds of the living. In the Nanyu continent, Murong Lin hadn't heard of such a creature before. Therefore, he had no choice but to buy it from the system shop. As the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness slowly assimilated with Murong Lin's body, the speed at which he cultivated the lifelessness law also increased. The spiritual power that circulated quickly in his body felt as if it was about to condense into a liquid form, comfortably gliding through the veins in his entire body. The red color spiritual power on Murong Lin's body changed as well, its colorful glow beautifully illuminating the inside of the carriage. As it continued to orbit around Murong Lin, it slowly merged into a black color, losing its colorful and bright glow. It gradually gravitated towards his nose and mouth, entering his body as he breathed before completely disappearing from the carriage. Luckily, with the flowering steel trees guarding the carriage from within, they had covered the entire area with their spiritual powers, shielding the site of Murong Lin's cultivation advancement from any onlookers. After placing the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness safely within his spiritual sea, Murong Lin's aura settled down gradually. As he breathed, his strength was steadily increasing. The first layer of the manifestation realm. The second layer of the manifestation realm. The third layer of the manifestation realm. Chapter 29, The 108 Floors of the Qingyi Tower. Murong Lin's rising aura gradually settled down at the fourth layer of the manifestation realm. Afterwards, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath before exclaiming in joy, "This evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness is indeed powerful. Not only did it help me break through, it also aided me in advancing through 3 small realms. With my strength at the fourth layer of the manifestation realm, I should be the strongest amongst the younger generation of Yan, right?" The flowering steel trees quickly congratulated, "Congratulations to Master." Murong Lin waved his hands, signaling for them to stop. "Enough. The two of you better break through to the sky-reaching realm soon, by that time I'll be able to do whatever I want." "Right, where are we now?" "Master, we have already entered the capital." "Oh." Murong Lin lifted the curtains to check the surroundings, and he was indeed at the capital. He didn't know where exactly he was, but he could see the bustling crowd and the booming commerce around him. Small shops were selling and buying items, and there were also tall pavilions trying to invite passers-by in. This was the capital, the most luxurious place in Yan. However, Murong Lin didn't have any particular emotions towards such a sight, considering that this was his birthplace. Furthermore, he had seen cities in his past life that were more than 100 times more luxurious than this place. It was natural that nothing here was interesting to him. "Where are Murong Lu and Murong Ding?" Murong Lin asked. "Master, Murong Ding has already returned to his palace while Murong Lu went to the main palace. We are heading towards the Red Forest Square." All right, I wonder how much the news of the remnants at South Village and the events at the 100 Flower Sect is spreading." Murong Lin mumbled with a curious tone. After they had arrived at Red Forest Square, Murong Lin finally could see something familiar. Bai Lao Bo stood respectfully at the Faith Palace's entrance, greeting Murong Lin on his return. "Your Highness, welcome." "All right, get some people to clean up the place, I'll head to the study first." Murong Lin spoke as he walked. "Right, have you prepared the things I asked for?" "Do not worry, Your Highness, it has been prepared." Bai Lao Bo cupped his hands as he responded. With a nod, Murong Lin turned his head and entered the study. And Bai Lao Bo left as well. "Auntie, check my status window." Murong Lin suddenly spoke. Undefeatable Villain System Master, Murong Lin. Villain Score, 140. Age, 19. Cultivation, 4th layer of the Manifestation Realm. Innate Talent, Bloody Poisonous Insect A Cup Ointment, Little Villain Halo, Evil of Lifelessness, Lawlessness, and Formlessness. Cultivation Method, Lifelessness Law, Mortal Form, Evil of Lifelessness, Lawlessness, and Formlessness. Skills, Blood River God Sword, Bloody River God Finger, Night Assassination, Heart-Hurting Arrow. Equipment, God Sword Bloody River, Nameless Paring Knife, God Sealing Silver Chain. Familiar Spirit, Bloody Poisonous Insect. Servants, the 3 fierce operators, 8 of the 8 great Butcher Kings, and the 2 bodyguards. Flowering steel trees are at the 9th layer of the Manifestation Realm, 108 levels of the Qingyi Tower, unsummoned. Inventory, must-read Villain Instruction Manual, a fragment of Great Villain Halo, Blessed Enigma Cauldron, Mysterious Map, Zhou Fan, Essence of the Backfire Ash Dragon Bloodline *10, Mysterious Ring, Long Chen. Looking at the drastic changes in his system window, Murong Lin's lips were slightly curled as he turned towards the Imperial Palace. With a cold laugh, he mumbled to himself, "It won't be long before I reconcile my inner demons." With a wave of his hand, Murong Lin shouted towards the system, "Auntie, summon the 108 floors of the Qingyi Tower." "Yes." A flash of light appeared in front of Murong Lin, revealing 3 people. Luckily, this was within Murong Lin's study, and the door was tightly closed to avoid any suspicion. At the same time, within the 32 counties of Yan, more than 10,000 people inexplicably appeared. Within a forest in the Yanxia country, a green silhouette appeared wearing a mask while standing on top of a tree branch. With the flicker, he dissipated into a green smoke. Within the bustling city square in Yandu country, a drunk man looked dumbfoundedly at the person that had just appeared across his table. In just the blink of his eye, the person disappeared even before he could react. In the cold fortress of the Yandu country, the fortress governor was just about to go to bed. Suddenly a human figure appeared in the bed before him, scaring him into circulating his spiritual power before he was swiftly killed by a green flash of light. Afterwards, the person on the bed simply kept the knife in their hands before glancing at the corpse on the ground. With a quick wipe of his face, he took on the appearance of the governor. Yanxiao County, Yanlu County, Yannan County. Such occurrences happened all over the 32 counties. While it was somewhat conspicuous, they were able to conceal themselves successfully under the aid of the system. Ultimately, the 108 floors of the Qingyi Tower were able to flawlessly descend into this world. And the three men dressed in green clothing before Murong Lin were the top 3 floor masters of the Qingyi Tower. The floor masters Qing Miaolu, Qing Xiaolu, and Qing Longlu. The 3 of them were all at the 9th layer of the manifestation realm. Aside from them, there were 5 other experts at the 9th layer of the manifestation realm scattered in the country. We greet Master. The moment the 3 had appeared and noticed Murong Lin, quickly kneeling as they cupped their hands. Rise. Murong Lin examined the 3 of them. Their faces were disguised with masks, each with a unique design that was quite interesting to look at. Pass on my command for everyone to replace the heads of all of the influential forces in Yan, armies, county governments, clans, gangs, merchants, sects. Any influential force with any kind of military power must be replaced with our people. Do your best to ensure that everyone is able to replace one person each. They do not need to be very strong, they just need to disguise themselves well. Murong Lin instructed. Yes. The 3 answered respectfully. After thinking for a moment, Murong Lin spoke again. After the replacement is done, start suppressing the experts in the sky-reaching realm, the South Village Army, the 3 great sects and the 4 great clans, especially the South Village King, Ningwei Wu. Start rebellions for now, I will give further instructions when the time is right. Yes. The 3 left to gather the Qingyi Tower's members within the capital, instructing them to pass on Murong Lin's commands to the people scattered across the 32 counties. Da. Murong Lin sat at the table, his fingers lightly tapping on the tabletop. At this moment, the blood spirits arrived. The light within the room dampened and the temperature dropped as 4 figures appeared suddenly. Covered in a red robe, the 4 of them respectfully knelt. We greet Master. Murong Lin responded helplessly, Rise. Yes. Did anything interesting happen recently? Murong Lin asked. Master, after we ceased our production of the pills, the other influential forces have been investigating us. Luckily, with the appearance of Miss Ru Menger, we have successfully dispelled their suspicion towards us. Additionally, the clash of Miss Ru Menger and the South Village King in the remnants has allowed us the opportunity to find out that the Black River cult was actually under the command of the South Village King. Black River cult? The Black River cult with an enormous following. Murong Lin was confused. That is correct, it is them. On the surface, the Black River cult has been going against sect disciples in these few years, but they were secretly devouring their influential forces, stealing a sizable amount of resources and promising youths. Oh! Spreading his divine senses, Murong Lin was able to quickly understand the situation. Aside from that, there is the annihilation of the Long clan in the Beitan city that you have commanded for. Everything went smoothly, aside from the small hiccup that was the Long clan's clan leader being at the manifestation realm. With the aid of the puppets that Master has given to us, we have completed your task successfully. That's good. How's that woman, Ru Menger? Master, Miss Ru Menger is about to break through the origin realm, but it came with the cost of a great number of our subordinates' lives. Keep her satisfied until she reaches the origin realm. Right, I also have another task for all of you, let the suicide squad that I've created go first, here. Murong Lin tossed a jade tablet and a bag of holding towards them. The task is specified within the jade tablet, you just have to follow its instructions. Murong Lin spoke as he stretched his body. Yes. The 4 blood paladins bowed slightly before disappearing with the items in hand. Standing up, Murong Lin walked towards the window and looked outside as he mumbled to himself, it should be done soon. Chapter 30, Shui Clan's Warning. Oh? Ma Jianzhou wants to see me? Lead the way to the hall. Murong Lin's brows were furrowed as he followed. The moment he entered, he could see Ma Jianzhou seated on a chair as though he was sitting on pins and needles. He had a worried expression as he fiddled with his hands, it was obvious that he was full of hesitation and worry. Ma Jianzhou, did you see a ghost? Murong Lin laughed as he walked to him. Seeing that Murong Lin arrived, Ma Jianzhou laughed bitterly as he hurriedly stood up to look at Murong Lin. Ayo, how could you be in the mood to joke around? Do you know what happened with the Shui clan? What happened? Murong Lin asked, isn't it just a few people dying off? Ma Jianzhou's expression was dazed, before quickly turning into respect, just a few people died? You're really something. Not only did the Shui clan's prodigy, Xuanhuan Na, die, but not a single one of the 20-odd disciples they sent to the South Village King came back alive. Adding in the 2 manifestation realm elders, the Shui clan is practically imploding. What kind of implosion? Murong Lin asked in curiosity. This entire incident must be caused by one of the enemies of the Shui clan. How many clans do you think would dare to go against the Shui clan in Yan? They're going crazy over there, killing at the drop of a hat and chasing after all kinds of people regardless of the severity of their offenses. Their stronger enemies are getting offended left and right, and their weaker enemies are getting their entire families annihilated. The Shui clan is acting like a pack of mad dogs right now, biting everyone they can. Don't you think that counts as an implosion? Ma Jianzhou blurted out all the fear and misery in his heart, even he was investigated by the Shui clan thoroughly. But he did think that this incident was caused by one of the 4 great clans, and it might even possibly be the act of the Murong clan. The one thing he didn't expect was that the culprit was the powerless-looking 3rd prince, Murong Lin, who was standing before him right now. Ever since the Shui clan heard about the disappearance of their members after entering the remnants 2 weeks ago, they started madly investigating the entire area. The deaths of 2 elders, along with some prospective talents in their younger generations, was undoubtedly a blow even to the Shui clan, despite their success and size. The entire family was in chaos, and then they started their reckless retaliation. The Shui clan wasn't stupid, this entire incident happened discreetly, and to them, it was undoubtedly the work of a clan with a similar influence as them. It was an obvious answer, but also an answer that made them powerless in this situation. So? That's not even our problem, why are you even worried? Murong Lin pretended to ask. I'm worried? I'm worried for you. Aya, don't you understand? The Shui clan will bite anyone they can after suffering such a loss. If you weren't back, it would have been fine, but now that you are, considering your position as the inspector dispatched to the city that the Shui clan guarded, and the fact that you have grudges with them, you should know better. Even if you are the 3rd prince, they will still demand an explanation from you. Ma Jianzhou explained, our friends are all fine, but with your situation and your status, the Shui clan might target you. Murong Lin laughed coldly, have they not been targeting me in the past few years? I'm not afraid of them. Forget it. My grandpa told me to be careful these days, so I'll be heading back for now. I arranged a feast for you at our usual place at night, remember to come. Watching as Ma Jianzhou departed the Faith Palace, a cold look flashed past Murong Lin's eyes. Shui clan? They're about to be history. Just as Ma Jianzhou had guessed, 3 members of the Shui clan visited the palace at night. It was the Shui clan's clan leader Xuanhuan and 2 manifestation realm elders of the Shui clan. The 2 elders stood behind Xuanhuan with solemn expressions, surveying the surroundings carefully as they entered the palace as if they were looking for something. On the other hand, Xuanhuan was completely emotionless. It seemed as though he hadn't heard the news of his daughter's death at all. I greet the Shui clan's clan leader. Murong Lin welcomed them with cupped hands, his expression equally as calm. Murong Lin had only met Xuanhuan 3 times in his life, and every single time, he would leave a different impression. Just like Murong Lin, Xuanhuan was a clever man. In his efforts to become the clan leader, he sent off his younger cousin, Murong Lin's mother, into the palace while he was young. Afterwards, he relied on Xuanlin Na to suppress the elders of the clan while successfully garnering the support of most of the younger disciples, further solidifying his position as the clan leader. Today, he was a 9th-layer manifestation realm expert under the age of 50 that was considered to be one of the strongest members of the Shui clan, and other than the ancestor of the Shui clan, he was the one controlling the entire clan. But he despised Murong Lin. In Xuanhuan's eyes, Murong Lin was a trashy prince that was unworthy of his support and resources. Naturally, he had never interacted with Murong Lin much. Even his mother, a woman that only cared about the Shui clan, never had much affection for Murong Lin. This was one of the reasons behind Murong Lin's dark personality. Shui clan leader, please sit. Murong Lin gestured respectfully. No need. Xuanhuan rejected coldly, and he asked while standing, Little Lin, I have a few questions to ask you, is that fine? Murong Lin's eyebrows twitched as he retracted his outstretched arm. With a calm expression, he responded, Of course, please tell me. The party from the Shui clan was guarding the city you were assigned, is that right? Yes. Afterwards, they entered the remnants and went missing, right? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, I have no idea where they went, perhaps they found another fortuitous opportunity. Murong Lin faked a response to comfort him. No need to comfort me, if they're dead, so be it. Ha! Don't let me find out what exactly caused their deaths, or I will definitely return it 100-fold. Xuanhuan spoke coldly as his gaze swept towards the ring of holding on Murong Lin's hand. Little Lin, it seems like you've profited quite a bit from the remnants this time. Murong Lin followed his gaze toward his own hand, and seeing the ring of holding, he immediately understood what he was saying. These are just some knickknacks I found, and here I was, hoping to find some items to help boost my cultivation. The aura emitting from the lifelessness law he practiced was only at the 3rd or 4th layer of the origin realm, masking an entire great realm that even Xuanhuan couldn't see through. Never would he have guessed that the nephew that he had always disdained was at a higher cultivation than the prodigy of the Shui clan, Xuanlin Na. That's right, the tournament is nearing. I will let the Shui clan increase your supplies by a bit. After Xuanhuan finished his sentence, he turned to leave as he spoke, if you have the time, go and visit your mother. Yes. Murong Lin answered quietly as he stood. The 2 elders of the Shui clan didn't forget to glare at Murong Lin viciously before leaving. Murong Lin remained in the hall, his lips curled as he watched their leaving figures. Only after they had left, he finally couldn't contain his laughter anymore. Ha 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 ha. Someone, prepare my sedan chair, I will go into the inner palace to visit that cold-blooded mother of mine. Chapter 31, Unfit Mother. The courtyard of the imperial palace was luxurious, with the size of the center court over thousands of acres. The different buildings were scattered like constellations around the royal court, forming a sight that resembled stars around the moon. The imperial harem was about 500 acres, and the 3 palaces and 6 courts were unusually luxurious, with court women and eunuchs walking in and out of the place. It was undoubtedly a bustling, extravagant area. Seated on his little sedan chair, Murong Lin slowly entered the imperial harem to visit his mother concubine. His mother's name was Xuefei, titled by the emperor as concubine Xue. She resided in the large courtyard within the imperial harem. There were patrolling guards on the road, with eunuchs and female servants walking by. As Murong Tong was in the sky-reaching realm, aside from work, he spent most of his time and effort cultivating and had very little time to manage the imperial harem's affairs. However, as the emperor of this country, he had more than 100 prestigious concubines in his harem. Even if he didn't touch them, their existence alone in his harem was a boost to his prestige. Resting with his eyes closed, Murong Lin casually took out a cow blood rat from his ring of holding by its tail, bringing it to his mouth. Letting go, the blood cow rat immediately fell into his mouth, its blood and guts exploding on his tongue with a crunch. The scent of blood wafted in the air, making it so comfortable for Murong Lin that he almost couldn't hold back a blissful groan. "Your Highness, we have arrived." Bai Lao Bo's voice could be heard as the sedan chair gradually stopped. The curtains were slowly lifted, revealing the sight of a white-walled, red-tiled building in front of them. This was the garden palace that belonged to his mother, concubine Xue. Murong Lin walked out slowly, with the servants carrying the chair to the side and Bai Lao Bo following behind. Watching Murong Lin with scornful eyes, the two guards guarding the entrance greeted him respectfully despite their inner feelings. "We welcome the third prince, we will immediately inform concubine Xue of your arrival." "Good job." Murong Lin smiled with a tilted head and squinted eyes. He watched as one of the guards immediately run off into the palace, while the other stood by, continuing to guard the entrance. It didn't take long for the man to jog out. He quickly spoke to Murong Lin, "Your Highness the third prince, please enter." All right." Murong Lin followed behind, slowly entering the palace garden. Bamboo plants were scattered all over the garden, a common sight for the entire imperial palace, considering its status as the symbolic national plant for Yan. Passing through a small bamboo forest and an open space, Murong Lin arrived at his mother's door. With Bai Lao Bo staying outside, he entered to the sight of a few female servants. He could see concubine Xue, seated on the upper platform of the hall. Concubine Xue had a youthful, well-kept appearance attributed to her somewhat decent cultivation. With the merit of giving birth to an imperial prince and the Xue clan's backing, she lived relatively well in the harem. "Your son greets his great mother concubine." Murong Lin cupped his hands. What are you here for?" Concubine Xue spoke, without even raising her head once. She was dressed in a white robe, with a golden pin adorning her hair and a snow-white cat in her embrace. "Can't I visit my great-mother concubine just because?" "Haha." Murong Lin tried to joke as he looked at the cat in her arms. "Humph, then why aren't you cultivating to increase your strength?" "I will not help you to ask my elder cousin for his aid, our clan didn't just lose a few disciples this time. Lin Na has died, along with 20 of our young prospects." Concubine Xue glanced at Murong Lin in anger. Her heart and mind were with the Xue clan, and as for her son, he was only useful for stabilizing her position in the harem. She could be described as selfish, but not at the same time if you considered her sacrifices for the Xue clan. She could be considered as selfless, but not if you considered her complete indifference to her son, Murong Lin. Murong Lin's head hung low, and he didn't say a word. "All you do is play around." "Humph, you are truly hopeless, I'm telling you, even if you weren't involved with this matter, you must go and apologize to the Xue clan immediately. Aside from that, the tournament is only a month away now. With your strength, it'll be completely impossible for you to do well in the preliminaries, but you better risk your life trying, got it?" Drops of saliva flew out of concubine Xue's mouth as she spoke agitatedly, her hands uncontrollably pinching the fat white cat in her arms, causing it to yowl in pain. She immediately reacted to its cry, quickly consoling the cat with a gentle tone, "Oh, okay, don't cry kitty, mommy will rub the pain away." As she spoke, she gently caressed the cat, inducing it to immediately spread itself out in her arms in comfort. Murong Lin watched this sight with disappointment. This is a fucking mother? This? Even a dog would be better. It wasn't a wonder that the previous owner of this body hated the Xue clan so much, with concubine Xue being one of the reasons. His finger twitched slightly as an almost invisible black spiritual power flew out, entering the forehead of the white cat secretly. Why are you still standing here? Concubine Xue raised her head to look at Murong Lin, her expression dark. Are you expecting me to send you off? You son doesn't dare. With the cup of his hands, Murong Lin responded calmly, your son will leave first. And he left the moment he finished speaking. He originally held some guilt towards concubine Xue, but this meeting had completely alleviated any feelings he felt towards her. In this world, self-preservation was the first law of nature. For himself, he would simply destroy anything that stood in his way. Murong Lin's gaze turned cold. As he walked out of the courtyard, the spectating female servants quickly lowered their heads as they started whispering amongst themselves. Why is the relationship between the third prince and concubine Xue so bad? Ha, you didn't know that, did you? I heard that concubine Xue never liked the third prince, she treats that cat better than the third prince. I've heard about that before. I didn't expect the third prince to be so pitiful. Most of the people in the palace look down on the third prince, considering that he doesn't have any chances of seizing the throne, who would bother with him? If they could, they would unhesitantly trample on him to curry the favor of the other princes. Ha, this imperial family is really cold-blooded. Murong Lin shook his head as their whispers traveled into his ear, however, he simply left the court. The same two guards stood at the entrance, and seeing that the third prince was leaving, they simply nodded their heads without showing the proper courtesy towards Murong Lin, the third prince. Of course, Murong Lin wasn't bothered. His hands heated up slightly as a black spiritual power shone, speedily flying into their bodies and disappearing without a trace. With a grin, Murong Lin walked slowly towards his sedan chair with Bai Lao Bo behind. In the next few days, the two guards died miserably. One of them had his meridians destroyed and his strength crippled, then dismembered by the cat of concubine Xue. The spiritual power of the other guard ran wild, accidentally killing the treasured cat of concubine Xue in his rampage and was then tortured and killed by concubine Xue. As for the cat, it had gone crazy and was smashed into a bloodied mess after attacking the guard. In a fit of madness, concubine Xue turned her entire court upside down in a futile attempt to find the cause of this incident. As for the culprit, Murong Lin, he met with a party as he was leaving the court. The party consisted of 4 guards that stood at the front, 4 carrying the sedan chair in the middle with 2 female servants following at the sides, and 2 eunuchs following at the back. Murong Lin looked at the colorful sedan chair, immediately recognizing it as the 6th princess, Murong Lu, who was treasured by the emperor. Bai Lao Bo's pupils constricted as he stood guard next to the sedan chair. Your Highness, do we need to greet them? Chapter 32, Blackening of the 6th Princess. In a panic, the servants quickly stopped the sedan chair, leaving Murong Lin no choice but to respond. With the clap of his hands, he signaled to the puppets carrying the sedan chair his intention to stay. Bai Lao Bo pulled aside the curtains, allowing for Murong Lin to step out from within. On the other side, Murong Lu hopped off the sedan chair, running towards Murong Lin with a dissatisfied expression. 6th sister, did someone irk you? Murong Lin probed. Humph! Who else can it be? It was that trash Sheng Yi. Murong Lu couldn't contain her curses. Father expressed his wishes for me to marry him a few days back, so I decided to have a chat with him, but who would have expected that guy to bring back a woman from the remnants? Isn't he just blatantly insulting me? A woman? Murong Lin's eyebrows furrowed as he thought, a woman at a protagonist's side could only be a harem member. Sister, you've been cooked. That's right. I heard that that woman was a herb-gathering village lass. Murong Lin, you tell me, isn't Sheng Yi purposefully taunting and humiliating me? Murong Lu stomped her feet in anger, causing her 2 pigtails to sway cutely with her movements. That's right, what is Sheng Yi thinking? Murong Lin agreed. Humph. I, a princess, haven't even rejected him yet and he dares to find a trashy girl to come and humiliate me? How could I, a princess, be humiliated like this? Murong Lin, you're good at scheming, help me think of a way to deal with Sheng Yi. Murong Liu's face was completely red as she shouted. Seeing the surrounding guards and female servants turn pale, Murong Lin quickly circulated his spiritual power to prevent their conversation from leaking. Sixth sister, it won't be difficult to deal with that girl, but dealing with Sheng Yi wouldn't be that easy. Acting as though he was comforting her, Murong Lin started to subtly hint, Sheng Guogong doted on his son even when he was a useless bookworm, but now that he started cultivating and showing potential, completely disassociated himself from the term, trash, don't you think Sheng Guogong would dote on him even more? Right, that old man seems friendly on the outside, but I heard my sisters say that he's actually a cunning snake on the inside, that Sheng Yi guy is definitely cut from the same cloth as his old man. Murong Lin laughed coldly, all of your sisters are people from the four great families, do you think they would like Sheng Guogong? They're probably praying for his downfall. Murong Lin continued, that's correct, look, you need to consider Sheng Guogong if you want to deal with Sheng Yi. Father will definitely not stand on your side if Sheng Guogong remains in the neutral faction, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Then what can I do? I don't want to marry him, but I can't beat him, so do I really let that thief, Sheng Yi, step all over me like this? Murong Lu was frustrated. The lips of Murong Lin's mouth curled as he lowered his head to pretend he was deep in thought. After a while, he abruptly clapped his hands and started speaking again, how about this, you can go talk to your sisters since they're all around the same age, maybe you can ask for advice from someone that had gone through something similar before or someone that could understand your predicament. Ah? Does that work? What would they know? Murong Lu pouted as she thought. Ah, don't say that. Think about this, Sheng Guogong is in existence in the same sky-reaching realm as our father. If he truly wanted you to marry his son, do you think anyone in the palace and our clan would disagree? If you don't believe me, go and ask Grandpa, see what he says. Murong Lu and Murong Lin's grandpa was the previous Yan Emperor, a man named Murong Dao. Despite being at the sky-reaching realm, he had damaged his foundation a few years ago, and even with extensive medicinal treatment, his days were numbered. Of course, the old man naturally approved of the marriage between Murong Lu and Sheng Yi. After all, using the marriage of a young girl to rope in a sky-reaching realm expert at his peak was undoubtedly a profit for the Murong clan. As for Murong Liu's feelings, they had never considered whether or not she would be upset. Ultimately, what mattered was the stability of the clan and the throne. After thinking for a moment, Murong Lu nodded her head with all her strength, I'll go ask Grandpa now, and see what he says. And the moment she finished speaking, she quickly scurried back into her sedan chair, changing her destination to the Murong clan. Watching Murong Liu's leaving figure, Murong Lin retracted his spiritual power and dispelled the noise barrier he had created as an ambiguous smile appeared on his face. Bai Laobo stood at the side, carefully choosing his words, Your Highness, what is going on? Why did the sixth princess seem so unhappy? Turning away, Murong Lin casually responded, Nothing much, she just doesn't want to get married to Sheng Yi and came to ask me something. Let's go back to the palace, I have a feast to attend tonight. Murong Lin walked towards his sedan chair. Bai Laobo followed closely behind, and they slowly made their way out of the imperial court together. As for Murong Lu, the situation played out exactly like Murong Lin predicted. Everything was smooth at first. Murong Lu arrived at their grandpa's courtyard and spotted Murong Dao seated on a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. His days were numbered and his body was deteriorating. Now that he was susceptible to the cold, he could only feel alive when enveloped under the glow and warmth of sunlight. Murong Lu cutely went to his back, helping him massage his shoulders and legs. Murong Dao had a head full of white hair and an aged complexion, the sheer number of wrinkles on his face resembling the rippling of water, and a few locks of beard hair decorating his chin. Seeing how eager Murong Lu was and the bitter expression on her face, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. With a bitter smile, he asked first, "Luer, did you visit your grandpa today to ask for something?" Murong Liu's bitter expression instantly vanished as her hands stopped. She quickly knelt down at Murong Dai's side and spoke, "Grandpa, I don't want to marry that kid Sheng Yi." Hearing what she had to say, Murong Dao was stunned, but he quickly put on a stern expression, "Your willfulness will not change the outcome, your father has already been convinced. You must obediently listen to us this time. Tell me, what's wrong with marrying Sheng Yi?" "Ah! No. Grandpa, I don't like Sheng Yi, why must I marry him?" Murong Lu objected. "Humph! Feelings can be nurtured, cough cough, but we must bring Sheng Guogong to our side. By accepting this marriage, you will also be able to repay the family's care for you all these years." Murong Lu couldn't help but ask, "Then, why Sheng Yi? Just because his father is in the sky-reaching realm? Is that enough? Leave, this matter has been decided, and you will have no choice but to accept it. Your marriage will be arranged in the next few months when the time is right." In Yan, the age of maturity was 16, a marriageable age. "Humph! Grandpa, I hate you." Murong Lu stood up abruptly, her eyes red, "I knew you all would be like this." And she ran away the moment she finished speaking, her appearance pitiful as tears streaked her face. "Luer, Grandpa wants the best for you, you'll understand when you're older." Murong Dao looked at her back as he mumbled, "I hope you won't do anything rash to affect the reputation of the Murong clan." Running out of the courtyard, Murong Lu held her face as viciousness flashed in her eyes, "Just because his father is at the sky-reaching realm? Sky-reaching realm, sky-reaching realm, ha! You're all bullying me, you're all lying to me. Father refuses to see me, and I'll definitely show that Sheng Yi what he's dealing with." Chapter 33, Beginning of the Plan. Murong Lin sat in his carriage, slowly making his way back to his palace. After Bai Laobo had brought his lunch, he left to rest, leaving Murong Lin alone in his room to cultivate. While he was at the fourth layer of the manifestation realm, a strength considered decent in the younger generation of Yan, it was still too slow. After all, the Great Nanyuanguo tournament was only half a year away, and a cultivator of the manifestation realm would be akin to cannon fodder there. There were countless prodigies attending the Great Nanyuanguo tournament. It was a gathering of more than thousands of demon-like geniuses out for each other's blood. Were there any successful people that didn't climb higher by stepping on the corpses of other geniuses? Moreover, Murong Lin had a feeling that he would find new protagonists in the Great Nanyuanguo tournament, and not just one. He needed to quickly raise his strength to prepare for the future. Black wisps of spiritual power escaped from Murong Lin's lips as he circulated the lifelessness law to temper his meridians, and at the same time, the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness was slowly changing within his body. The mortal form was something that was inherently formless, capable of taking on countless forms. Within his body, it was constantly altering its form, changing its appearance with every breath he took. And as he cultivated, he lost track of time. After more than 100 cycles of circulation, Murong Lin could feel the bloody poisonous insect within his A-cup ointment twitch before it flew out, its wings fluttering as it barely emitted a bloody scent. It had actually broken through to the manifestation realm along with Murong Lin. Murong Lin's brows furrowed slightly. "Come in." He spoke, his voice hoarse before it was suppressed by his spiritual power, sent in a straight line towards the outside of his room. Voice transmission. This transmission traveled into the ears of a figure 100 meters away, transforming into his voice and shocking the listener. Instantly, the figure flipped over a few walls and houses, avoiding the patrolling guards before arriving at the front of Murong Lin's house. Her entire body was wrapped in a black outfit, and her face was covered with a black veil, but he could still see a hint of blood flashing in her eyes once in a while, seemingly uncontrollable. Her jade-like hands reached out, pushing open the door to Murong Lin's room slowly as she entered. In a flash, she closed the door without making a sound. "Why are you here?" Murong Lin controlled his breathing as he retracted his spiritual powers, before standing up to speak to the intruder. The person took off the veil covering her face, and with a calm expression, she responded, "I'm here to see you." Her voice was clear yet cold. It was Ru Menger. The Ru Menger that Murong Lin had placed in the blood spirits to raise her strength. "Why are you here, and not busy with increasing your strength?" Murong Lin walked over to her, looking down at her face. Ru Menger's face blushed slightly as she stuttered, "That, I'm already at a bottleneck, and I can't break through to the origin realm, so I came to visit you." The crystalline realm was the last realm of the fetal enigma realm, and the origin realm was the first of the nature enigma realm. It wasn't a simple bottleneck great realm dividing the two, but the great complexity between the two realms. So it wasn't a surprise that Ru Menger was stuck. "Don't worry, follow the cultivation method and the resources I gave you and slowly cultivate." Murong Lin responded coldly. "And, then, do you have any commands for me to follow?" Ru Menger looked at Murong Lin. A strange look appeared in Murong Lin's eyes. "No, just tell me straight, what are you here for?" "All right, then I'll just say it. How do you plan on carrying out the thing you promised me? You wasted a month's time in suppressing the beast wave in South Village, and you promised to bring Murong Tong's head to me next year. It's already the 8th month now." An expression of realization flashed past Murong Lin's face as he thought for a moment. Taking a step forwards, he embraced Ru Menger tightly. "And? What are you doing?" Ru Menger was shocked, but she didn't push Murong Lin away. Instead of responding, Murong Lin simply circulated his spiritual power as a black wisp of spiritual power escaped from his palms under the influence of the evil of lifelessness, lawlessness, and formlessness, entering Ru Menger's body without her noticing. Her reddened eyes that were caused by killing too many people and her rapid cultivation speed slowly became clear, restoring her bright and watery eyes that seemed even clearer now. And that wisp of black spiritual power slowly assimilated with Ru Menger's body, disappearing as it slowly and subtly changed her. With her low cultivation compared to Murong Lin, Ru Menger was naturally unable to detect anything aside from the feeling of a warm energy entering her body, easing and comforting her flesh. "Don't move, you've been absorbing too much human blood that has caused some poison to accumulate in your body. I'm helping you remove it to make it a bit more comfortable." Murong Lin spoke with a gentle voice. Nodding, Ru Menger buried her face into Murong Lin's chest, closing her eyes to enjoy the feeling. "Right, why did you send people to the remnants? Is there anything left there?" Ru Menger suddenly asked. Murong Lin's expression paused before he quickly hid the vicious look in his eyes. Grabbing onto Ru Menger's shoulders, he raised her head and spoke, "I placed a trap there in preparation to kill some people. You shouldn't worry about it. After I've killed them, I'll kill Murong Tong and exact revenge for you." Ru Menger's expression quickly became relaxed as a smile appeared. "Ah. All right, I'll go and prepare." Murong Lin nodded as he released her shoulders, watching as her silhouette flew out of the room and quickly disappeared. Afterwards, his expression became sour. "Fuck, I'm nice enough to help you and you actually dare to think about eating the influence under my command." Murong Lin grumbled. As the cult leader of the blood spirits, his commands were under absolute confidentiality. He hadn't expected Ru Menger to have only needed a day to figure out his plans and the general movements of his underlings. It was obvious that Ru Menger wasn't just using his influence to cultivate, but she had also won over some of his people secretly to create some kind of internal organization. If he wasn't careful, this was the beginning of a betrayal. Feeling a slight headache, Murong Lin muttered, "If it weren't for our shared blood, who else would help you? I hope you won't do anything stupid." And as he spoke, his expression became darker. It seems like the blood spirits can't be kept around anymore. Turning towards his study table, Murong Lin wrote a letter and folded it neatly. With a whistle at his bedside, a shadow appeared within the palace as a white messenger bird appeared, coming to Murong Lin's window as it stared at him with a tilted head. Patting its head, Murong Lin fed it a snack and placed the letter into the letterbox container tied at its feet. With another pat, he signaled for it to fly away and complete its mission. Nodding, the messenger bird took to the skies with a speed that even a crystalline realm expert couldn't match. It speedily flew out of the palace, heading towards the outside of the capital and disappearing. At the same time, a few people in the Faith Palace had noticed the messenger bird that had flown out of the third prince's room. With a 1,000-meter transmission stone, they quickly sent a message, "Quick! Stop that messenger bird and take the letter." Yes. The transmission stone instantly shattered. It was only capable of sustaining 3 seconds of communication within a 3,000-meter range, usually only used by the spies of influential clans that could afford it. Chapter 34, Dragon God Crystal. Half a month ago, a remnant appeared near South Village. More than 10,000 people rushed into the remnant the moment it appeared, with the South Village army led by the South Village king taking the majority of the loot. At the same time, more and more people started to enter the remnants in search of fortuitous encounters that others had missed. And after about 10 days of relentless searching, the remnants were stripped bare, with even a medicinal pill of the yellow level nowhere to be found. People had noticed that this remnant was full of serendipity. Not only did the strongest South Village king obtain 2 items of the Baron level, half of a Baron level cultivation method and a Baron level spiritual artifact, even Sheng Yi had gotten a treasure of the Baron level. Then, even Earth level items were scattered everywhere. And even after such a long time, there were still people fighting each other for treasures. Those that hadn't been fortunate enough to uncover an item had resorted to killing and stealing. Those that were late to the party started searching for unworthy people who had benefited from the remnant, in hopes of murdering them for their treasures. As a result, the number of casualties and death caused by the appearance of the remnants rose exponentially, far surpassing the death toll of the southern beast wave. There were corpses littered all over the wilderness, with no one to collect their bodies. There were also plenty of people that had set their sights on Sheng Yi, even despite the fact that his father was in the sky-reaching realm. After all, he had a Baron-level treasure in his hands. If they could succeed in their attempt, they could use the treasure to reach the Abhij, with Macron realm. But Sheng Yi quickly disappeared after obtaining the treasures from the mountain. Even despite the South Village king, who had dispatched more than 10,000 soldiers to scour the vicinity for any traces of Sheng Yi, he was still successful in escaping. After a few days, Sheng Yi painstakingly completed the arduous journey and arrived at a city near the capital, choosing to rest in the city for a few days. At the same time, a woman was seen next to him. That woman's name was Xuanhuan, the herb gatherer girl that was near the remnant. At this moment, Sheng Yi was looking helplessly at the lively Xuanhuan that was next to him, a soft sigh escaping his lips. Despite the fact that he had benefited from Xuanhuan's knowledge in his descent from the mountain, this crybaby girl had now clung to him, leaving him no choice but to bring her along. And on their journey here, the two had relied on each other and suffered together, experiencing all kinds of difficulties together that nurtured their feelings towards each other. Sheng Yi looked at her back and muttered as he shook his head, "The big trouble I have in the capital isn't even settled yet, and now I have this little trouble. Ha, if Xuanhuan's existence is found out, what should I do? It wouldn't be difficult to explain to father, but that crazy woman might just latch on to me." Xuanhuan turned around as she skipped, looking at the face of the man that she loved. She quickly noticed the discomfiting expression on his face and quickly grabbed onto his arm worriedly, asking softly, "Brother Yi, why are you frowning? What are you worried about?" Patting her head, Sheng Yi responded with a gentle voice, "Nothing much, I'm just thinking about how I can bring you back to meet my parents." Instantly, Xuanhuan's face became flushed as she became shy. And then, she quickly dove into Shang Yi's embrace under his warm and gentle gaze. "All right, let's go." Shang Yi picked her up in a bridal carry and walked towards their carriage. They were going to quickly make their way towards the capital. But what they didn't know was that there was a bloody rainstorm waiting for them in the capital. In the remnants outside of South Village, more than 100,000 people had ravaged this area in search of treasures, almost depleting the resources within the remnant. However, there were still quite a number of hopeful people looking around, hoping to find something for themselves. Wang Xiaoqi was one of them. As a treasure hunter, he spent his time deep in mountains and seas in search of spiritual items and fortuitous encounters. He was of the origin realm, attained by relying on his family's secret arcane and resources. He was considered to be somewhat remarkable amongst the wandering cultivators, but his true achievements lay in the treasure hunting world. However, it was a pity that he had been occupied with spectating the spar between the disciples of One-Shot and Poisonous Old Ghost at the west frontier when the remnants appeared. By the time he had rushed here, most of the treasures were already looted. The South Village King, who had obtained great treasures, had gone into seclusion to cultivate, stating that he was going to refine those treasures. As for the management of the South Village army, it was delegated to the 28 Manifestation Realm experts under his command. During Shang Yi's escape, he killed quite a number of Origin Realm and Manifestation Realm experts, shocking everyone that had heard the news. RUVEL.M. However, none of this concerned Wang Xiaoqi. As a professional treasure, he was painstakingly exploring the remnants slowly. What hurt his heart most was that such a vast remnant was picked clean of treasures. There wasn't a single item remaining here that was even acceptable to a treasure hunter like him. Ayo, I'm going to die of frustration. What is this? Fuck. Wang Xiaoqi cursed as he kicked a stone by his feet. At the same time, the sounds of a chase could be heard from afar. With the twitch of his ear, his figure flickered as he swiftly appeared on a branch of a nearby tree. He could see the trees ahead of him shaking as 3 human silhouettes flew out. The frontmost was a figure trying to run away while being followed by 2 swordsmen wearing white. "So Mian, you can't escape, just hand over your treasures," one of the swordsmen bellowed. Wang Xiaoqi's ears twitched as his gaze focused. He had a thought. Treasure? Looking at the 3 people that were in the crystallization realm, he decided to continue observing. "You wish? I painstakingly dug out this treasure myself. And now, you want to just take it away? I won't hand it over. Not even to a manifestation realm expert." So Mian, who was running in the front, quickly threw 2 punches behind him that were quickly blocked by a sword light. In the backlash of his attack, his bare fists exploded. "Ah!" So Mian screamed in agony as he faltered, tripping to the ground as he bled. The 2 swordsmen quickly appeared at his side, surrounding him. One of them cut off his 4 limbs with his sword while the other observed the vicinity. After he was sure that no one was there, he turned to sneer at So Mian, who was lying on the ground. Circulating his family's arcane, Wang Xiaoqi suppressed his heart rate and breathing as much as possible to guarantee his concealment before continuing to watch the situation unfold. "Lu Chongfeng, Lu Chonghai. I'll curse you even in my death." So Mian cried out miserably as he rolled on the floor, his limbless appearance resembling a human stick. Lu Chongfeng, the swordsman that had cut off his 4 limbs, stepped onto his body as he retrieved the bag of holding on his waist. With a gentle tap, he broke through its defense and searched its contents with his spiritual power, quickly finding the item he was looking for. A blood-red crystal was in Lu Chongfeng's hand. In that split second, all 4 pairs of eyes were locked onto the crystal. How beautiful! How powerful! How powerfully beautiful! A similar thought flashed past all of their minds. Even Wang Xiaoqi, who had seen all kinds of spiritual items before, didn't experience something like this before. The powerful and beautiful red aura was swirling within the crystal. What was that? Ha 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 ha! The dragon god's bloodline. It's ours now. Lu Chongfeng laughed madly. That's right. Lu Chonghai swung his sword, instantly killing Su Mian, who was still staring at the crystal. His head rolled on the ground thrice before stopping, yet his eyes were still glued onto the crystal. Elder brother, is that the dragon god crystal? Can it really bestow a bloodline upon us? Lu Chonghai asked in curiosity. Wang Xiaoqi, who was still hidden on the tree, almost couldn't contain his aura any further. Bestow a bloodline? What exactly is that crystal? Can it really bestow an innate talent bloodline upon a human? Chapter 35, Blood Spirit's Plans. Then, brother, how did you find out about it? Lu Zhonghai asked. Wang Xiaoqi's ears twitched as his eyes widened. Circulating his spiritual power, Lu Zhongfeng kicked Su Mian's corpse away before responding. While I was looking for treasures in the valley, I noticed Starlight, Lu Xingmang sneaking around a pothole and I followed him. Wang Xiaoqi, still hiding on the branch, pouted as he thought, the Lu clan's Lu Xingmang is one of the 7 great prodigies, how could you describe him like that? Going so far as to call him sneaky, I bet you're the sneaky one. Lu Zhongfeng continued, I saw him dig out a red-colored crystal from the hole that looks exactly like this one. Ha, what do you think? I didn't think too much about it at that time, but I watched as he immediately refined this stone and broke through his cultivation on the spot. He had gotten the dragon god's bloodline. I watched everything unfold with my own 2 eyes, the dragonic spiritual power circled his body 3 times, the suppressiveness I saw, the aura, it was incredibly mighty. Lu Zhonghai's gaze was filled with disbelief as he spoke in confusion, brother, then this is... Of course. Do you remember what we saw in the beginning, the thing at the mountaintop inside the remnant? Lu Zhonghai asked mysteriously. Lu Zhonghai quickly nodded his head, despite the uncertainty in his eyes, I remember. Before the stone tablet exploded, I read the words carved on it, the dragon god's bloodline, a legacy from the heavens and earth, unify all 9 to bring forth peace. Wang Xiaoqi's gaze was strange, it was filled with curiosity and confusion. Was it truly the dragon god's bloodline? A bloodline. Something that was rare to be seen even among a million cultivators. Even the lowliest of bloodlines could aid its owner to become undefeatable within their cultivation realm. And this dragon god crystal in front of him was actually capable of bestowing a bloodline? And there was a total of 9? Right. This means that there are a total of 9 dragon god crystals. The one that we have is just one among 9. If not, why do you think I'd act so rashly when I saw Su Mian digging this out? This is a treasure. Lu Zhongfeng spoke in excitement as he wrapped the crystal in his spiritual powers, ready to refine it. Brother, after I've refined this crystal, we'll go look for another one together. We'll both be able to break through to the origin realm. Lu Zhonghai responded with a similar level of excitement, all right brother, I will protect you. Suddenly, glints of light shot from a faraway tree, it was 6 darts. The 6 darts surrounded the 2 brothers, leaving them with no escape. Both of them were immediately shocked, they hadn't expected someone to be close by. With fearful expressions, they couldn't help but wonder, was their earlier conversation heard? Lu Zhongfeng quickly blocked with his sword as he placed the dragon god crystal in his bag of holding. He quickly shouted to his younger brother, let's kill him first. But what he saw next was the pale face of his brother and the 5 bloody holes in his chest. Blood was spewing out as he tried to speak with a hoarse voice, Origin Realm, run. And the moment he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground and died. Lu Zhongfeng's expression was dazed as the sword in his hands almost dropped. And unfortunately, his momentary falter had wasted his best shot of escaping. A human silhouette dropped down at his side, the 6 darts had come from him, and right now, another 6 darts were in his hands. I'll remember you. Lu Zhongfeng gritted his teeth as he glared at Wang Xiaoqi hatefully. Ready to run, he turned around only to notice another 6 darts flying to his face. What? Why was there another 6? Lu Zhongfeng didn't have any time to think. Ping! His corpse fell powerlessly to the ground, landing on top of Su Mian's body. Murderers had their own karma. Wang Xiaoqi carefully surveyed his surroundings before patting his bag of holding, summoning an ape puppet and controlling it to walk towards the corpse. It moved carefully, wary of a hidden weapon or poison that might be on the corpse. After a while, he finally obtained the bag of holding and managed to wipe the surroundings clean of any traces of battle and the three corpses. Wang Xiaoqi mumbled to himself, "Don't disappoint me." The moment his fingers came into contact with the Dragon God crystal as he was trying to take it out, he could feel a powerful yet formless energy resonating in his palm and body. The powerful spiritual power not only had a suppressive aura, but it also gave off an unforgettable sensation. It was a dragon. Wang Xiaoqi could not contain his excitement as he burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha! It really is powerful. It's real. Ha ha ha!" His laughter was akin to rumbling thunder before he quickly stopped himself and lowered his head. Recalling the nearby surroundings, he quickly ran towards a cave not too far away. He wanted to refine this Dragon God crystal and obtain the Dragon God's bloodline. He knew very little about bloodlines, and he couldn't even tell which dragon was conceived in this bloodline, but this didn't quell his desire in the slightest. Even the lowliest of bloodlines was enough for him to establish himself in Yan. His figure darted amongst the forest, quickly disappearing. And after that, 3 human silhouettes appeared. All 3 people were wearing ordinary clothes, disguising themselves as ordinary people, but they couldn't mask the bloody aura and viciousness in their eyes. Blood Spirit. Blood Paladin Murder turned his head towards Blood Paladin Butcher. "What do you think about this person?" Butcher nodded his head slightly, responding with a hoarse voice, "He's quite talented, skilled in darts, intelligent and greedy enough." Haha, being greedy is a good thing. As long as he desires the remaining 8 Dragon God crystals, he'll definitely cause an even bigger mess. At that point, the blood spirits will become even stronger. Murder had a yearnful yet insane appearance as he stared at the messenger disciple next to him, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Great Blood Paladin, please do not worry. The information of these 3 members of the Suicide Squad has already been erased. It'll be impossible for anyone to find out about our involvement. Su Mian, Lu Zhongfeng and Lu Zhonghai are all fake names, no one will know that they belong to the blood spirits." Murder's expression was calm as he nodded, then. The disciple's expression paused as he tested the waters. The other 4 teams have also successfully completed their missions perfectly. The 5 Dragon God crystals are currently distributed among the 4th Prince Murong Jing, Starlight Lu Xing Meng, Two-Faced 3 Stabs Wang Xiaoqi, Moonfire Sex Le Qing Qing, and the Wandering Cultivator Swordsman Ke Yao Qi. I have already spread the information on all of them, and with the Zhongxiang Gang's aid, the number of people heading into the valley continues to rise steadily. And, then. Murder's expression remained unchanged as he threw a glance at the disciple. "Ah! Great Blood Paladin, weren't we supposed to bury 7 of the Dragon God crystals and arrange for 2 of them to remain hidden, while the remaining 2 crystals weren't mentioned in the plan?" The expression on the disciple's face faltered as he glanced at Butcher, who stood next to him, his face turning pale. "What about you?" Butcher reminded. The disciple opened and closed his mouth as if wanting to say something, but he eventually closed his mouth in resignation as he nodded with a despairing gaze, cutting his own neck with one chop. His head flew out as blood gushed from his severed neck. Following his death, the demise of the 5 teams in the Suicide Squad became a mystery that no one aside from Murong Lin and the 4 Great Blood Paladins knew about. Even within the Blood Spirits, no one else had any inkling about the existence of those 18 people. The 2 Blood Paladins remained there, enjoying the scenery as they chatted. The other 2 should be done with their preparations already, right? As long as nothing went wrong, there shouldn't be any issues. What do you think Master's messenger bird letter meant? Why do we have to get there? I don't know. Once we're done here, we'll head over to the capital. How many people do you think will die this time? I don't know, but after seeing what Master gave us, I reckon that it'll be enough for 5-10,000 human blood pills, even 10 wouldn't be impossible. Master is still so unfathomable. At the same time, the unfathomable master that the two blood paladins were speaking about was currently drinking with his friends at a restaurant. Chapter 36, found the protagonist Tang Qin. Within the apricot flower establishment, 5 people were currently drinking and chatting leisurely in a private room. The 5 people were Murong Lin, Ma Jianzhou, the skinny Li Mingdao, the ladyboy Bai Xiao Xiao and the smoking ghost, Zhou Miao. The 5 were celebrating Murong Lin's safe return as they asked him about his experiences. Murong Lin generously took out some of the spiritual medicines and fruits he had obtained in the remnants as gifts for these 4 people. Naturally, the 4 recipients were overjoyed. This was the reason why they had chosen to be friends with Murong Lin. It was precisely because they could obtain resources from a prince, and considering that Murong Lin's gifts were subpar in the past, they were pleasantly surprised this time. Bai Xiao Xiao was basically leaning his whole body onto Murong Lin's, throwing him sultry glances as he called out, "Lin! Piss off!" Murong Lin kicked him away in disgust. Ma Jianzhou and Li Mingdao, on the other hand, were laughing like idiots as they rearranged the items in their bag of holding. Li Mingdao even commented strangely, "Old Lin, did you get some kind of serendipitous encounter? Ah! I'm going to die of frustration, why didn't I go to that remnant?" Ma Jianzhou spat on the ground before speaking, don't forget that Murong Lin entered almost immediately, and even if you flew there from the capital and arrived in 3 days, you wouldn't be able to get any scraps. Maybe I would have stumbled upon a lucky encounter that no one else would have found? Lady Luck has always been kind to me. Who was the one that lost consecutively in our cricket fights a few days ago and almost lost his underwear? Ma Jianzhou mocked. That was a fucking accident. Li Mingdao refuted. Murong Lin laughed as he drank, enjoying the scenery. Outside of the window of their private room at the apricot flower establishment was a long river and beautiful sights. At this moment, Murong Lin noticed Zhou Miao, whose entire head was being obscured by smoke. Zhou Miao was using his spiritual powers to gather the smoke from his tobacco pipe to conceal his head. What's going on with him? Got his heart broken? Murong Lin questioned Bai Xiao Xiao. Bai Xiao Xiao responded indifferently as he sipped the alcohol femininely, "That guy has been like that ever since his idol was defeated, it's all right, he'll be fine in a few days." His idol was defeated. A few wrinkles appeared on Murong Lin's forehead. If his memory was correct, Zhou Miao's idol was the passion smoke Yan Si Lu, the disciple of the sky-reaching realm, one shot. Zhou Miao's habit of smoking was the way he aligned himself with his idol. In his words, it was a type of spirit. Murong Lin speechlessly patted Zhou Miao's shoulder, comforting him, "It's not that bad." Zhou Miao coughed, dispelling the smoke around his face and revealing his appearance. After a few days of continuous smoking, his face had become worryingly pale. He responded, "Brother Murong, you don't understand, Yan Si Lu lost terribly. It was completely unexpected. It feels as though my entire soul was ripped into shreds, you know." Bai Xiao Xiao glanced at him powerlessly, and Murong Lin was similarly powerless as he continued to pat his shoulders, slowly speaking, "Don't worry, speak slowly." Zhou Miao started to slowly narrate what had happened. "You should know the West Frontier's poisonous old ghost and One Shot, right? Those two are wandering cultivators in the sky-reaching realm, and they had quite a number of conflicts between them since they were young. After reaching the sky-reaching realm, they stopped fighting and made a bet with each other. They would each find a disciple to impart their teachings and determine a victor between them through their own disciples' duel." Murong Lin spoke, "That's right, One Shot found Yan Si Lu 5 years ago and nurtured him to the manifestation realm as one of the 7 great prodigies, but the poisonous old ghost never found a suitable disciple." Zhou Miao nodded, "That's correct. But half a year ago, the poisonous old ghost found a talented child in a village and started fostering him. This wasn't a remarkable event, considering that the child was only 15 years old. Everyone had assumed that he would need at least 5 years before he could have a shot at defeating Yan Si Lu. But to everyone's surprise, the poisonous old ghost had brought that young man to one shot and Yan Si Lu at the west frontier's wind-impeding city. With the entire city as their witness, the poisonous old ghost's disciple had defeated Yan Si Lu in less than 10 moves. He was skilled in hidden weapons and poison, but his true talent lay in lightness martial arts. In less than 10 exchanges, Yan Si Lu was hit by 3 sky heaven darts, a bone nail, a spiral gold wire and 5 kinds of poisons. And what is his mortal form? Why is he so strong? Murong Lin asked in curiosity. Zhou Miao had a powerless expression as his mouth opened and closed. After a while, he finally spoke with a reddened face. That young man only had the cultivation at the first layer of the origin realm. He had a great realm difference against Yan Si Lu. What? He's only at the first layer of the origin realm. Now, not only Murong Lin was surprised, the 3 other people in the room were completely shocked. They had heard about Yan Si Lu's loss and that he needed 3 months to recover from his injuries, but what they didn't know was that he lost to a 15-year-old opponent at the first layer of the origin realm. What's his name? A strange glint flashed in Murong Lin's eyes. His name is Tang Can, a self-proclaimed member of the Tang sect, but no one knows what kind of sect is the Tang sect. His talent is undoubtedly remarkable. According to the poisonous old ghost, Tang Can self-created 96 kinds of spiritual poison that were capable of killing even a manifestation realm expert. He also created 56 types of hidden weapons by himself, the strongest being the storm chrysanthemum nails that he had used to instantly kill 18 origin realm experts and more than 100 crystalline realm experts all by himself, single-handedly annihilating the 6th strongest influential force on the wanted list, the 18-day wolves. His surname was Tang. From the Tang sect, hidden weapons, poisons, the storm chrysanthemum needles, the extraordinary footwork technique. This is too fucking obvious, isn't it? Murong Lin immediately thought of the novel he had read in his past life and the main character that ascended into godhood in the end. 1. Ding! Master has found a protagonist. Name, Tang Can. Protagonist value, 300. Age, 15. Cultivation, unknown. Innate talent, little protagonist halo, unknown. Cultivation method, one of the 7 great Tang sect's techniques, black sky, the poisonous old ghost scripture. Skills, 6 of the 7 great Tang sect's techniques, ghost trace, jade hand, purple pupils, capturing crane, 1000 weapons, 1000 poisons. Fuck. The other people were still busy gawking. Murong Lin thought in his mind, Auntie, isn't he at the first layer of the origin realm? Auntie responded, that's not true. Tang Can had hidden his true strength, and Master needs to see for himself how strong he is to determine his true cultivation. Fuck, that was the typical behavior of the Tang sect. The disciples of the Tang sect were known to be patient and knew how to conceal themselves, but when it came to their enemies and opponents, they acted fiercely and swiftly, giving them no possibility of surviving. They were the living definition of playing the pig to devour a tiger. After looking at the information about the newly appeared protagonist in the system, Murong Lin placed him in the corner of his mind. Zhou Miao sighed again. He felt as though the tobacco in his hands were no longer enjoyable. Right. How are those people doing these days? What about the 6th princess? The 5th prince? Why does it feel like they've all disappeared? Zhou Miao suddenly asked. Sii. You've reminded me, the reason why the is capital's so quiet these days is that all the big notable figures are hiding away, ha ha ha. Bai Xiao Xiao laughed. Murong Lin shook his head, he wasn't monitoring the affairs of the capital lately. But Ma Jianzhou would know. In excitement, Ma Jianzhou leaned forwards and started speaking, I'm not sure what's going on with the 6th princess, but I heard that she has been quite friendly with the ladies of the 4 great clans, I'm not sure what they've been doing though. As for the fifth prince, I've heard a little more. You guys know about the remnant, right? It was picked clean, but strangely, Murong wanted to go over regardless, and he brought quite a number of the second generations along with him. Even the second and seventh princes came out of seclusion and went with him, and I heard that the fourth prince appeared there as well. They definitely wouldn't have expected our Murong Lin to have benefited so greatly from the remnants. Ha ha ha. Ma Jianzhou chortled as he took a big swig of alcohol. Murong Lin laughed along, not because of their impending failure to find anything, but because he knew that they were all going to die there. His plans were already set in motion. 1 Tang San from Duluodalu. Chapter 37, The Four Princes. The South Village city was going crazy. An unimaginable amount of people that were crammed in the city because of the remnant were all now madly squeezing into the valley next to it, digging the ground with a strange fervor. This was caused by the events related to the dragon god's bloodline that had reverberated throughout the country recently. Due to their own greed and the bored people of Zhonghu, the mysterious news about the dragon god bloodline quickly spread further and further. Unlike the remnants of the sect where its treasures were all easily found on the surface, most people that were late to the party had gotten nothing. But as for the serendipity hidden in the valley, it required luck more than anything. The lucky would be able to find something just by digging, while the unlucky wouldn't find a single thing even if they had flipped the entire mountain. According to the most trustworthy piece of information that was being spread, there were the remains of a dragon god in this valley. A dragon god. An existence that was never seen before in the entire continent. And yet, there was one here. It had descended upon their world along with the Jade Snow Sex remnant, its corpse decaying with time to form the 9 dragon god crystals that were hidden deep in the earth. These crystals weren't just any ordinary crystals, it was capable of bestowing a bloodline. No one had seen a real dragon before, but those that had obtained the crystals were sure from the sensation of the spiritual power and the suppressive might of the bloodline, it was a dragon. It was a 5-clawed red dragon with a burning fire in its eyes. It had an ancient yet terrifying aura capable of absolute tyranny within its time period. The turbulent draconic aura and spiritual power meant that it was extremely ancient. There were 5 cultivators that had obtained a dragon god crystal for themselves. It was the 4th Prince Murong Jing, Starlight Lu Xingmeng, Two-Faced 3 Stabs Wang Xiaoqi, the Moonfire Sex Le Qing Qing, and the wandering cultivator swordsman Ke Yaoqi. There was also a small piece of information that ravaged the 100 Flower sect. It was the rumor that Long Chen, the youth that had defeated Zhu Zhushu, had obtained one of the dragon god crystals. Just the fact that the crystal was able to bestow a bloodline was tempting enough, making it comparable to a treasure of the barren level. Just by refining it, one could also break through their cultivation. Lu Xingmeng had broken through 1 layer to the 3rd layer of the manifestation realm, and Ke Yao Xi, an unknown crystalline realm swordsman, was quickly recruited by the Moonfire sect after breaking through to the 3rd layer of the origin realm. This further fanned the flames for the rest. Wandering cultivators were all madly packed in the valley, even with people from the great influential forces easily in sight. Treasures that were capable of raising a person's cultivation were rare enough, and considering that not a lot of people had any luck in the remnants, most people placed their bets in this valley, hoping for a chance to ascend. At this moment, there were only 3 dragon god crystals left and a sizable amount of people that remained here, digging amongst the earth as they tried to hide from each other. The people here weren't just looking for treasure, they were also carefully observing the people around them that were digging. Murong had brought a group of well-dressed, arrogant second-generation youths here leisurely, and they each brought their soldiers and family servants to excavate the area. He looked around in disdain. The once beautiful scenery was ruined by the countless holes dug in the ground. He turned to his top lackey, Li Kai, who was standing next to him. Li Kai, where is my younger brother? Murong was the 5th prince and his younger brother was the 7th prince, Murong Xing. They shared the same mother and father, but Murong Xing was more known for his love for the arts and literature. Li Kai, the man that had thrown all his money for Zhitianer at the apricot flower establishment, stood respectfully at Murong Ling's side. "Brother Ju, the 7th prince and the 2nd prince are sparring at the empty field next to the barracks." "Oh? That stupid younger brother of mine actually dares to pick a fight with 2nd brother." Murong Ju spoke with disdain. The 2nd prince Murong Zhan was at the 3rd layer of the manifestation realm that wielded the hidden techniques of the imperial Murong clan, renowned for his strength. On the other hand, Murong Ling was never focused on cultivating, but instead, he was engrossed with the arts and his cultivation was only at the crystalline realm. Li Kai's mouth twitched. However, the 4th prince and the 7th prince are fighting the 2nd prince together, on the condition that the 2nd prince doesn't use his manifestation transformation. Fuck. Murong Jin can't be thinking that he could fight 2nd brother just because he was lucky enough to find a dragon god crystal. That bastard. He really got fucking lucky this time. Murong Ju cursed. He was rather annoyed at Murong Jing recently, just because he had obtained the dragon god crystal that he couldn't find. The 4th prince Murong Jing had started to manage the resources of his maternal family and travelled within the 32 counties, meeting all kinds of people and taking care of the dirty affairs of greedy local officials with the emperor's token. With his achievements in resolving difficult situations, he had made a good name for himself. His glory had made Murong Ju jealous. "Let's go. We'll go back and take a look. I doubt we'll dig out anything here." Murong Ju spoke petulantly. "Yes." And as a result, the group returned from where they came from, the resting area at the barracks, to see a whole crowd of people. "Move aside!" Murong Ju shouted, and they moved away in fear once they had noticed that the 5th prince was the one speaking, aware of the negative rumors surrounding him. And the open field quickly entered the sights of Murong Ju and the rest. Murong Zhan was an uncontested prodigy in Yan, one of the 7 great prodigies that had attained the 3rd layer of the manifestation realm at 21 years old. He had a mortal form of the famous earth-shattering overseer tiger, and great perception skills that could predict his opponent's moves and a shockingly explosive power. But he was currently being suppressed. His opponent was the 4th prince, Murong Jing, who was wielding a pike that danced in the air and swung down elegantly, his light attacks not even leaving an afterimage. And despite only being in the crystalline realm, the 7th prince was supporting from the side with all kinds of attacks. The sound of a piano lingered in the air as hidden weapons made of chess pieces and judge pens were thrown out in an attack accompanied by painted talisman formations. One of them attacked while the other distracted, making it a frustrating fight for Murong Zhan. Despite the fact that Murong Zhan had suppressed his strength and chose to seal away his manifestation transformation, he was still impressed by his 2 younger brothers. After a long time, he finally stopped and waved his arms in the air, speaking as he huffed, I'm done, the 2 of you are too vicious. I didn't expect 4th brother to be so strong, and 7th brother, you're too cruel with your methods, I can't block it all even if I had another pair of hands." And then, he started chortling. The surrounding onlookers started to cheer as a powerless smile appeared on Murong Jing's face and a shy smile appeared on Murong Ling's. Murong Jing spoke humbly, "2nd brother, I was only able to gain the upper hand with my bloodline, it's not very heroic considering that I wouldn't even be able to counter a single attack without this bloodline." "Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, isn't your bloodline considered to be part of your strength?" Murong Zhan was cheerful and unconcerned, a trait that had always been in his personality. "Humph. At least you're self-aware that you're no match for 2nd brother." An untimely voice came from the side. The 3 quickly turned, noticing that the source was the 5th prince, Murong Ju. Swaggering over to them, he didn't forget to glance at Murong Jing in jealousy. However, Murong Jin was unconcerned as he waved to the side, quickly beckoning for someone to walk forwards from the crowd. Arriving at his side, the person simply stood next to Murong Jin silently. The crowd started to whisper amongst themselves. "Who is that? Why is the 4th prince calling for him? I don't know, he doesn't seem special, is he underage? He seems a bit young. That's right, ha! Look at the thing at his waist, what is that? A weapon. Idiot, that's a hidden weapon, si. I think I know who he is. Who is it? Say it, quickly. Think about it, aside from the Remnant and the 100-Flower sect, what other exciting events have happened? Ah? You mean, he's... Chapter 38, Transferring Bloodlines. You're Tang Can? That hidden weapon super genius that defeated Yan Silu in 10 moves. Murong Lin had an amazed expression as he quickly darted to Tang Can's side, sizing him up. Tang Can had a bitter smile as he cupped his hands and greeted, "This servant's name is Tang Can, I greet the princes." Ha ha ha. No need for formalities, I've sparred with that Yan Silu fellow before, you seem to be quite skilled for your age. Murong Lin chortled cheerfully as he sensed the weak aura emanating from Tang Can's body, he couldn't gauge how strong he was at all. How do you know each other? Tang Can, weren't you constantly following the poisonous old ghost around? Murong Ju asked in curiosity. They chatted as they walked towards the center of the barracks. Seeing that the match was over, the crowd gradually dispersed to search and dig for the Dragon God crystals. Ha ha ha, I'll explain. I traveled to a small village a few months ago, the village where Tang Can lived, and met him while he was searching for materials. From then, we became familiar with each other and eventually became good friends. Murong Jing explained with an expression of pride. You guys didn't see how messy Tang Can's house was, his drunkard father was really disgusting, it's impossible for all of you to imagine how tough it was for Tang Can to cultivate in that environment. Tang Can smiled as he patted Murong Jing's back, laughing indifferently, it's all in the past. They chose to continue their conversation within a tent as servants prepared alcohol and food for a hearty feast. Murong Ju grabbed onto Tang Can and asked with a low voice, "Ai. Little bro, do you sell that thing, the chrysanthemum needles? I want to buy a few." Tang Can shook his head with a bitter smile, "My apologies, Fifth Prince, the materials of the storm chrysanthemum needles are truly hard to source, and I only have 3 sets with me. One is with my father, the second is with my master, and I've kept the last one for my own personal safety." With disappointment hanging on his face, Murong Ju returned to his seat with furrowed brows. Murong Jing mocked from the sidelines, "Ha ha ha. Murong Ju, you're too greedy. You're thinking of getting some from Brother Tang when even I don't have any." Humph. With a cold snort, Murong Ju chose to ignore Murong Jing. Drink up, drink up." Murong Lin tried to mediate, "Seventh brother, why not play a song to help lift the mood?" But just as he finished speaking, a man rushed into the tent, it was a scout. He seemed anxious, yet excited as he prostrated himself the moment he entered, speaking to the people in the tent, "Your Highnesses, something happened." Murong Lin was the first to stand with an anxious expression, while Murong Ju was the first to ask, "What happened? Did you all manage to dig out a Dragon God crystal?" A hint of purple flashed past Tang Can's eyes before quickly disappearing. Only after confirming that there weren't any hidden weapons on the scout that was standing only 3 meters away from him did he calm down. "No, someone was murdered." The scout spoke, "Yao Qi was murdered." Everyone was dumbfounded. Febol.cm. Murong Jing asked, "Yao Qi, that lucky kid that got invited into the Moonfire sect?" "That is correct, Le Ching Ching from the Moonfire sect was the murderer." The scout answered as he knelt. "What? Why did Le Ching Ching kill him? It's not like Yao Qi could threaten his position in the Moonfire sect even if Yao Qi found the Dragon God crystal. His father, Yu Wu Yu, is the sect leader of the Moonfire sect." A strange look flashed past Tang Can's eyes as a thought appeared, his expression quickly changing into shock. Can it be? Le Ching Ching murdered Yao Qi and retrieved the Dragon God crystal from his corpse. As of right now, Le Ching Ching has already succeeded in refining the Dragon God crystal and increased his cultivation. He's already at the peak of the origin realm. He will enter the manifestation realm at the age of 19 years old the moment he absorbs a mortal form and become the 8th prodigy in Yan. What? Everyone was shocked. Li Qingqing murdered Yao Qi and obtained the Dragon God Crystal. Not only did the Dragon God Crystal not disappear upon absorption, but it could also be transferred to another person. Then, did that mean that they could do the same? Their expressions changed dramatically. Murong Ju was amazed, Murong Zhan was overjoyed, Murong Xing was deep in thought, and Tang Qin was frowning. The scout slowly left the tent. Murong Ju was the first to speak. It might be impossible for us to find it, but we might be able to snatch the crystals for ourselves. Let's go, quickly. Before someone else beats us to it. Murong Xing shook his head. Within the current 5 people, no, I mean FOUR1, only the two-faced 3 stabs Wang Xiaoqi doesn't have any backing. Considering that no one would dare to touch the Lu clan and the Moonfire sect, most of the people here should be chasing after Wang Xiaoqi, we might not have a chance. But what if we were successful? Murong Ju spoke as he walked out of the tent, gathering Li Kai and his servants to start his pursuit of Wang Xiaoqi. And so, Li Kai followed behind Murong Ju towards the inner parts of the valley with a dumbfounded expression. On the other hand, Murong Ju delegated his forces, the weak stayed behind to continue digging while the strong went after Wang Xiaoqi. Murong Zhan shook his head, choosing not to participate in the chase. Turning to glance at Murong Xing, he sighed, 5th brother is still too hasty. Murong Xing laughed powerlessly. He was also powerless against his own blood-related brother. The two of them had the same influence and were both supported by the army, which was why the soldiers under their influence had followed Murong Ju the moment he left. On the other hand, Tang Qin felt that something was fishy, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. After all, he wasn't especially close with them and he chose not to participate. And at this moment, Wang Xiaoqi was running for his life in the mountains. His appearance was disheveled, his clothes tattered and his expression pale as he lamented, "What an idiot I am, I should have left this valley the moment I had found the Dragon God Crystal and all of this wouldn't have happened. Now that they've sealed up the valley, I can't even run away anymore." He laughed bitterly and his face crumpled as he quickly hid in a cave that was abandoned by a dog-like demonic beast. He curled up his body as much as he could as he suppressed his breathing. Just an hour ago, he was still eagerly digging for crystals with another group that he had just met. Then, 3 men appeared suddenly and stopped upon noticing him. After comparing his appearance with a piece of paper in their hands, they stared at him with strange expressions. Wang Xiaoqi knew what that gaze meant. He had seen it countless times before, and he had a similar appearance himself countless times before. That was greed. That was uninhibited greed. The kind of greed that wanted to steal everything. He immediately reacted and threw out 18 of his darts, killing the acquaintances that were around him instantly and severely wounding the 3 people that were about to attack him. After some torture, he finally extracted the reason why they had looked at him with that expression. He was in danger. He was undoubtedly in danger. There were at least 30,000 people searching for him within his valley right now, and he needed to immediately escape from this place. He never would have expected the Dragon God Crystal to be extractable from corpses without even losing any percentage of its power. As of right now, he needed to immediately escape from this place, find a location to seclude himself and raise his cultivation before anything else. He didn't even dare to think about the remaining Dragon God Crystals anymore. But he quickly fell into further despair the moment he arrived at the edge of the valley. All of the roads leading out of the valley were sealed by powerful influential forces, the army, the Lu clan, the Moonfire sect, and even some of the influential forces on the wanted list who were boldly waiting for him on the path. He could only retreat. But this made it even more dangerous for him. His mind was filled with fear and regret as he hid in the cave. He regretted his actions. But before he could finish cursing each of the influential forces at least once, he suddenly felt impending danger. Before he could even react, a sword light descended from the skies and struck the cave he was in. The cave instantly collapsed as the aftershock of the sword light's energy reverberated throughout the vicinity, destroying everything in the area. Dust and dirt danced in the air as stones fell on his body. His silhouette quickly dashed towards the exit as 18 darts shot out from his hand. His full strength was behind this one move, he was praying for just a second. But then, he watched as another ray of sword light flew towards him. He could neither block nor dodge. That sword aura was solemn and arrogant. It resembled a white crane that soared above the clouds. It pushed away the 18 darts and shot into Wang Xiaoqi's forehead. With just a gentle tap, a slight touch, the sword light disappeared. And Wang Xiaoqi's corpse remained where he stood, no longer moving. He had died the moment he came into contact with the sword light. It was such a powerful move, belonging to such a powerful assassin. Ha 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 ha. It was Wang Xiaoqi after all. Li Yifan, you're amazing. Chapter 39, The Sixth Piece. A leisurely voice rang out as a well-dressed, wealthy-looking young man walked over to Wang Xiaoqi as he clapped. With the circulation of his spiritual power, wisps of red air ascended from Wang Xiaoqi's body and gathered in his palm. On the other side, a group of people were standing behind an assassin dressed in blue scholarly robes. His arm slowly retracted as he placed his sword back into its sheath, its sharp sword aura disappearing instantly. Only then, did the people behind sigh in relief as they stared at the wealthy noble with resentful eyes. As if they were blaming him for having them guard this assassin. The assassin's name was Li Yifan, one of the 7 great prodigies in Yan that were ranked amongst Murong Lin, Lu Xingmang, and Yan Silu. However, he was the only wandering cultivator on the list. Li Yifan had an indifferent expression as he hugged his sword at his chest. Brother Lu, since I've found Wang Xiaoqi for you, isn't it time for you to hand over the item you promised me? Lu Tingchao nodded cheerily, taking out an azure blue fruit from his own bag of holding and tossing it towards Li Yifan. Here, this is the sword heart fruit you wanted, the higher earth grade kind. Catching the sword heart fruit with one hand, Li Yifan's expression changed as the corners of his lips rose. All right, then, I'll be leaving. Be careful. With a flick of his wrist, the fruit disappeared from his hands as he retreated, heading out of the valley. Afterwards, Lu Tingchao remained at the same location to continue refining Wang Xiaoqi's corpse. Only after a while did the bloody scent dissipate while a red crystal appeared in his hands. It was the Dragon God Crystal. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon God Crystal. I got it. Lu Tingchao laughed heartily as he kicked Wang Xiaoqi's corpse away. The news wasn't fake after all, ha. What lies? It's a pity that Wang Wu was murdered before I could force out more information from him. A weak-looking lackey quickly rushed over from the group of people, flattering him. Young Master Lu is indeed peerless with your great luck. Ha 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 ha. Naturally. This time, I'll see how that woman can find a way to insult me. As long as I refine this Dragon God Crystal, I'll be the #1 genius in the Zhongxiang gang. Father will have no choice but to hold me in high regard. Ha ha ha. Lu Tingchao continued to laugh. But, the great young miss has instructed for us to leave this place as soon as possible, should we? The lackey asked carefully. Humph. Do you believe her words? In my opinion, the reason why she's stopping us is because she's trying to devour this Dragon God Crystal for herself. I bet she's digging in our vicinity somewhere. Whatever nonsense about a scheme, a trap, it's all bullshit. Close to 100,000 people have been digging here, and there hasn't been a single trap yet. Some of his underlings started mumbling amongst themselves, but no one dared to speak up. Silently following behind their master, they continued to dig as they kept their ears open for any news about the crystals. In a forest not too far away, a group of people were observing this situation. The leader was a woman dressed in a martial outfit. She had a powerless expression as she eavesdropped on Lu Tingchao's party, walking deeper and deeper into the valley. Miss, are we really ignoring the young master? One of the female servants behind her asked. How will I manage him? That guy doesn't even listen to his old man's words, how can I, Lu Hai Miao, manage him? Lu Hai Miao spoke powerlessly. She was Lu Hai Miao, one of the 7 great prodigies in Yan and the great young miss in the Zhongxiang gang. Lu Ting Chao was her brother of a different mother, the great young master of the Zhongxiang gang. But due to her title as a prodigy, Lu Ting Chao was constantly dissatisfied with her, and with the lack of guidance and care from their father, he became more and more rebellious. But master! Ignore the old man, he'll only leave his seclusion in the next few days. I hope nothing big happens, considering that the situation here is getting worse. Right, how's the progress on the investigation of that guy? Lu Hai Miao asked. Nothing. You should know, he had only met with Wang Wu once, and since every other transaction and action was completed discreetly by his underlings, no one else had seen his face. The only one that had, Wang Wu, was killed by the great young master even before we could interrogate him. The only thing we know now is that he must have some kind of relationship with the blood spirits. Despicable. If it weren't for Lu Ting Chao accidentally killing Wang Wu, we would have known the identity of the person that commissioned our gang to spread this news. Now that our Zhongxiang gang is dragged through the mud with this incident, there's been a constant influx of people trying to gather information on us. If the Dragon God Crystal was truly that powerful, why wouldn't he use it for himself? Lu Hai Miao couldn't understand it at all, who was the one that had commissioned them? Why did he do so? What was he trying to achieve? As for Murong Lin, he would claim that this was all within the calculations of a scholar. He didn't expect to be robbed by Wang Wu on that road, but it gave him an idea, information. The transference of information in Yan relied on humans. Without the internet or spiritual worlds, information was passed from one human to another. That also meant that Murong Lin could use the distortion and speed that naturally came with spreading information to his advantage, creating a big impact on Yan. That was why he designed this valley and made use of the Zhongxiang gang to spread this news. Most of the people here were from great influential forces, while wandering cultivators and members of smaller influential forces were the minority. After all, it was rather difficult for wandering cultivators and smaller influential forces to have sufficient time and resources to gather in this place within a short amount of time. That was the reason behind the great disparity. Most of the people from the larger influential forces were strong, all of which were led by experts of the manifestation realm. And this had led to the illusion of 100,000 powerful people gathered here. Seeing that Lu Ting Chao and his party had left her line of sight, Lu Hai Miao felt powerless. She wanted to leave this area as soon as possible, but she also wanted to find the culprit. After gritting her teeth and deliberating for a moment, she eventually decided to stay. There were still countless people roaming the valley in search of Wang Xiaoqi, not knowing that he had already died. There were also powerful men digging in the ground relentlessly as others hawked over everyone else. Each of the great influential forces was incredibly wary of the other, not daring to relax in the slightest. Suddenly, a ray of light shot upwards as a man quickly shouted, "Over there! Someone dug up a Dragon God Crystal! Let's go!" "Where is it?" "Dragon God Crystal? Where?" "Over there. I think it's the Shu clan of the Yanxiao country that dug it up. Ah, that's oppressiveness, the dragon's aura is too powerful. With the red light glowing like that, it'll be visible in a 1 kilometer area. We need to hurry." "Fuck! The Shu clan got it. The strongest in their clan is only at the crystallization realm. This old man is also in the crystallization realm, why not, let's work together." "You're saying, all right. Let's go together." With the appearance of the blood light, the news quickly spread as more than 30,000 people threw their shovels and rushed over. On the other hand, the Lu clan's Lu Xingmang was traveling with the disciples and elders of his clan. The leader, Lu Xingmang's eyes lit up with a cold light as he shouted in a low voice, "We must get that Dragon God Crystal. The surrounding Li clan members quickly responded, yes. But none of them noticed the greedy and strange glint in the eyes of some of the talented disciples in the Lu family. On the other hand, Li Qingqing led the Moonfire sect members to rush over, shouting, annihilate the Shu clan and snatch that dragon god crystal. I'll have my father reward you all when we return. Murong Ju was also leading his servants and soldiers over, exclaiming as he ran, I, the fifth prince, will take this dragon god crystal. Everyone else, get lost. Behind him, Murong Jing and Murong Zhan followed closely with their own experts. Unlike the rest of them, Tang Qian and Murong Xing walked behind leisurely, with a strange expression decorating Tang Qian's face. Murong Xing asked, Brother Tang, do you also feel like something is amiss? Tang Qian nodded, his expression dark, it doesn't seem right. Firstly, a precious item such as a dragon god crystal would definitely not be buried in the earth. Furthermore, the news of this incident has spread too quickly, and with the Zhongxiang gang being involved, everything seems too strange. Ha, it truly is strange, please be careful, Brother Tang. Murong Xing advised kindly. Chapter 40, The Seventh Piece. By the time the first of the large influential powers had arrived at the Shu clan's location, there was already an ongoing battle consisting of close to 1,000 people. The Shu clan was digging in an area amongst a few of the smaller clans, surrounded by 5 or 6 clans with similar strength. Their members couldn't even react the moment they had dug out the dragon god crystal before a light shot out from the treasure. It was a red beam of potent light that shot into the skies. A cold chill shook their hearts to their core. They didn't even have enough time to hide or even do anything else. The surrounding clans immediately stopped digging and stood up, staring at them with greedy and vicious eyes. By that point, only dumbfounded expressions were present on the faces of the Shu clan's disciples. And the massacre began almost immediately. Despite the fact that the entire Shu clan had come to dig for treasures, the strongest amongst them was only the clan leader at the crystallization realm. In just 10 exchanges, the clan leader was dismembered by the 5 other crystallization realm experts, dying before he could touch the dragon god crystal once. At the same time, the disciple that had dug out the dragon god crystal was instantly attacked by more than 10 people, swiftly reduced to nothing but a puddle of blood and minced meat. Snatch the crystal! Quick! The clan leader is dead. Run! The Shu clan is doomed. Kill that person. He has the dragon god crystal. He's over there, don't let him escape. Kill! The entire area became chaotic. As the death toll surpassed 100 people, more and more people that had seen the blood-red pillar in the skies started rushing over. In the blink of an eye, the number of people here surpassed more than 10,000 as people gathered and squeezed amongst each other, each filled with murderous intent. As for the dragon blood crystal, it changed hands as its possessor was killed each time, moving through the crowd without rest. One disciple of a small clan was attacked the moment the dragon god crystal entered his tight grasp, and his expression started to change into joy. 7 swords, 5 knives, 3 whips and an axe dismembered his body and killed him instantly, the expression of joy blooming on his face as his head flew to the side. A man used a whip to pull over the dragon god crystal, successfully retreating a few steps as he did. But even before he could grab the crystal and begin his escape, he was stabbed in the heart by a friend at his back, instantly dying with an expression of fear and resentment. A disciple of the Lu clan chopped down the whip and grabbed onto the dragon god crystal, and just as his expression stabilized, he quickly saw more than 100 people surrounding him. With an expression of despair, he threw the item towards Lu Xingmang and shouted for his young master, only for his silhouette to be immediately buried by waves of people rushing his way. Another man commanded a spiritual beast, the sharp-beaked eagle, to retrieve the crystal in mid-air. But before it could even get close to the dragon god crystal, it was shot down by 5 flying daggers, 13 arrows, and countless spiritual kills and talismans. Its beak immediately cracked as its own owner coughed blood from the backlash. The situation played out exactly like one would imagine. everyone was greedy and everyone participated in the ceaseless struggle, furthering the chaos in the situation. Cultivators of the origin realm started dying as well, not just those of the flesh refining realm. More than 100 origin realm experts were participating in the massacre, the shockwaves that resonated from their spiritual power killing and maiming the surrounding people. And only when the few manifestation realm experts joined in did the possessor of the dragon god crystal become clear. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. The Murong clan will take this dragon god crystal. Murong Ju laughed heartily with a big smile, using the Murong clan's fame to instill fear into the hearts of the frenzied men around him. The crystal was now in the hands of one of the 4 legitimate generals of Yan, the relentless General Zhang Tiansheng. As one of the leaders in the army, Zhang Tiansheng was in existence in the 8th layer of the manifestation realm. A loyal man to the Murong clan that had served Yan for 5 decades. The 4th prince stood at his side, his expression calm yet joyful. Behind them were 4 manifestation realm experts and more than 10 origin realm experts. Looking at the party, then at the 1,000 soldiers behind them, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. With a sigh, they could only retreat. Naturally, there were still people who couldn't accept this outcome that tried to rouse up the surrounding crowd, but they were swiftly killed by the soldiers and put to rest. The people of the Lu clan and the Moonfire sect stared at them, and then glanced at each other, scheming in their minds. Lu Xingmang was the first to speak, stepping forwards. Brother Murong, your clan has already obtained 2 dragon god crystals, it will be good for you to leave the next crystal for us, the people of smaller influential forces. Murong Ju burst into laughter. Ha, Lu Xingmang, your Lu clan is considered a small influential force? Stop pretending to be pitiful, those who are fated will enjoy the treasures of heaven and earth, and the owner of the next dragon god crystal will be the one who is the luckiest. Murong Ju, do you really think so? Humph. Why? Do you want to try snatching it from us? Come then. Anger flashed past Lu Xingmang's eyes, but he quickly stifled his fury and glanced at Li Qingqing, who had been watching the entire situation with cold eyes. The two then left to have a private discussion. Murong Zhan looked at their backs with slight concern and spoke to Murong Ju, 5th brother, I fear that you've angered them. Murong Ju waved his arms, responding with complete disinterest, how is it strange for us to possess most of the blood dragon crystals when we're the group with the most people? Humph. If it was up to me, I'd take every last one of the dragon god crystals. Humph. That's easy for you to say. Go and fight them yourself if you're really that capable. Their main camps are the closest to this valley, it won't take very long for their sky-reaching realm experts to arrive. I'll see how you plan on snatching the crystals from them then. Murong Jing mocked, glancing at the dragon god crystal in Zhang Tiansheng's hands. Murong Xing walked forwards, reminding them, elder brothers, don't you all think this is strange? Why were these 9 dragon god crystals buried here in this ordinary valley? Who was the one that spread this information? The news had already started spreading 6 days ago when the first of these crystals appeared only 3 days ago. Murong Ju shrugged, no, what is so strange about this? The first crystal that was uncovered might not be the one that we know of. Wasn't it rumored that that guy, Long Chen, had already shown off the might of the dragon god's bloodline 7 days ago? In my eyes, the news must have been spread by some small influences in a scheme to steal these treasures while borrowing our strength. However, I still find it too strange. Murong Zhan patted Murong Xing's shoulders, comforting him, 7th brother, you're too wary. Do you think anyone would be powerful enough to use these dragon god crystals to harm us? The 3 great sects? The 4 great clans? Or the surrounding countries? It's impossible, so just relax. That's right, furthermore, we have so many people on the way and gathered here, with more than hundreds of thousands of people, even a sky-reaching realm expert would find it difficult to deal with all of us. Murong Ju spoke confidently. Powerless, Murong Xing could only nod his head. At the side, Zhang Tiansheng held onto the dragon god crystal, staring at Tang Can's expression. His aged, battle-tested complexion was plagued with suspicion as he reminisced. Great General? Have we met? Tang Can probed carefully. His hands were already in contact with his own hidden weapons, ready to strike the moment a hint of killing intent appeared on the old man before him. This was the wariness that existed in every single member of the Tang sect. Despite not knowing why Zhang Tiansheng had looked at him with such an expression, he had no choice but to remain wary. No, nothing much. Stuttering, Zhang Tiansheng immediately looked away. He's strange. Tang Can's gaze became focused, he knew he couldn't stay here any longer. Chapter 41, Sheng Yi's return to the capital. The crowd didn't have to lift their heads to understand what that meant. Dragon God Crystal. Another Dragon God Crystal had appeared. Looking towards the source of the light, they could see that it was directly opposite of the location that they were in. It was at the far corner of the valley while they were in the other corner. Murong Ju's eyes focused as the bright lights bloomed within his pupils, similar to everyone else present. Go! Let's go and snatch it! He quickly reacted, and after regulating his erratic breathing, he started running there with all his might. The second-generation nobles and servants behind him followed suit. At the side, the Lu clan and the Moonfire sect were already long gone, with the remaining scattered people starting to rush over as well. Murong Zhan shouted, "Let's go together, quick! Lest they get it before us!" And grabbed onto Murong Jing, leaving a dust cloud with his every step. Seeing that the princes he had to protect were all gone, Zhang Tiansheng quickly turned towards Murong Xing and Tang Can. "We should go too, in case anything goes wrong for the princes." Powerlessly glancing at each other, Murong Xing and Tang Can could only nod and follow behind the hurried Zhang Tiansheng. Unlike the 30,000 people that had gathered previously, there were close to 80,000 people rushing over to the source of the light this time. There was plenty of fighting along the way, with people chasing and running. Some had even run out of energy, swallowing pills and spiritual medicines from their bags of holding in an effort to keep up with the rest. Some were dissatisfied with their speed and summoned their spiritual beasts, riding on their mounts towards the destination. A large variety of spiritual beasts could be seen, from the large golden-toothed giant elephants to the smaller Kangqing wolves. Some even unleashed their manifestation transformations. There were mortal forms of demonic beasts that could fly, or those with mortal forms of colossal demonic beasts. Regardlessly, everyone tried their hardest to arrive before anyone else, using every trick and every drop of energy in their bodies to increase their speed. Of course, there were plenty of people who were assassinating others, stabbing the people in front of them or pulling out bow-type hidden weapons to kill as many people as they could at once. Plenty of people fell along the way, trampled into mincemeat by those that came after them. And all of this was completely unrelated to Murong Lin, who was currently seated in a tea house at the city's entrance. He was currently seated at a window-side table on the third floor, surrounded by a blue mist and the thick scent of tea. Taking a gentle sip of the mild tea, he squinted his eyes in comfort. In his past life, appreciating tea was one of his top 3 hobbies. But because the previous owner of this body had never enjoyed tea, he had assumed that tea leaves were unpopular in Yan. He didn't expect to find such a decent tea house here today. Bai Lao Bo stood next to the table respectfully, staring out the window. The shop was close to the south entrance of the city, the gates with the highest amount of human traffic. Most of the merchants and visitors that came from the south and left from the north needed to pass through this gate. Murong Lin couldn't care less about what was going on outside. There were sellers shouting, drunkards yelling and all kinds of other chatter that were completely irrelevant to him, who was simply squinting his eyes and enjoying his tea. There were plenty of older tea enjoyers in the tea house, but only Murong Lin occupied the third floor. At this moment, Bai Lao Bo's eyes focused as his mouth opened slightly. "Your Highness, Sheng Yi is here." He turned towards Murong Lin. Murong Lin slowly opened his eyes, completely unfazed. Putting down the teacup in his hands, Murong Lin stood up softly and walked over to Bai Lao Bo, looking down from the shop's window. He could easily spot Sheng Yi, who had just entered the city with a horse following behind him. He was dressed in plain clothes and had a relaxed expression, occasionally glancing behind him to look at the young girl seated on the horse he was leading. The young girl was also wearing plain clothes, but it did little to mask her clear features. Her expression was full of shock and amazement, looking at everything with eyes full of curiosity. It was clear that she was amazed by the architecture of the capital. Her eyes were completely filled with adoration as if she was an ignorant young lass from a village. "Brother Yi, is this the capital? How extravagant! How lively! Look, there are even performers over there." Xiaolin kicked her feet in excitement as she sat on the horse, her hands pointing towards her surroundings. Sheng Yi had an expression of powerlessness as he held onto Xiaolin's hand, coddling her. "Be quiet, the capital has strict management. Also, don't scare the horse." Xiaolin pouted, but she was completely unaffected as she continued to gawk at the crowds in her surroundings. Sheng Yi seemed relaxed, but there were still doubts hidden deep in the back of his mind. He had heard all kinds of rumors on his way back to the capital, and he was currently in an extremely dumbfounded state. Zhu Zhu of the 100 Flower sect was defeated by the fiancé that she despised and killed herself? This was completely different from his memories. He remembered that Zhu Zhu had lived a long, good life. And the disciple that the poisonous old ghost had accepted had defeated Yan Silu in 10 exchanges? That was impossible, according to his memory. Tang Qin was somewhat remarkable, but he definitely wasn't an opponent for Yan Silu. But the strangest event to him was the Dragon God crystals. It didn't exist in his memories at all? If it did, he wouldn't have left the remnant so soon. Crystals that could bestow a bloodline onto humans were something he hadn't even heard about in his past life. To his understanding, there were only 3 transferable bloodlines in the world, but those were all low-quality bloodlines. Even for his past life, the Dragon God's bloodline would be an incomparably precious treasure to the past him that was in the majestic realm. How could it possibly exist? And there were 9 of them? Sheng Yi remained dumbfounded throughout his journey back. Did these changes happen in the world because of his reincarnation? It shouldn't. He was completely stupefied, and he could only make haste to return to his father's mansion to investigate these incidents. Suddenly, a beautiful figure dressed in luxurious clothing appeared before him. Sheng Yi raised his head, his grasp on Xiaolin's hand tightening unconsciously. He looked at the 6th princess, Murong Lu, that had appeared in front of him and asked coldly, "Murong Lu, why are you blocking my path?" Murong Lu, who was extravagantly dressed from head to toe, didn't cower in the slightest despite his cold tone. Quickly sizing up Xiaolin, she raised her head and spoke, "What? Sheng Yi, is this the woman you found? She doesn't seem like much." Xiaolin was immediately upset by her words. "Who are you calling nothing much? Who are you?" Sheng Yi pulled her hand, comforting her, "Nothing, let's ignore her and leave." He immediately pulled onto the horse's reins, wanting to return to Shengguo Gong's mansion. Murong Liu's gaze became darker as she commented at the side, "Sheng Yi, don't be too shameless. As your fiancé, I will ask you one more time, are you sure you want to bring her back to your residence?" The gazes of the surrounding crowd were starting to focus on them. Everyone that passed through the capital was naturally aware of their identities. One of them was the 6th princess of the country, and the other was the son of Shengguo Gong. The entire city was filled with rumors about the events between the two of them. It was said that the 6th princess was completely humiliated by Sheng Yi. While the engagement between Sheng Yi and Murong Lu wasn't formally announced, it was already agreed upon by the two families and it became an irrefutable fact within the country. The Murong clan needed to bring Shengguo Gong to their side to increase their strength, and Shengguo Gong needed the strength of the Murong clan to protect his son, who was once a bookworm. No one had expected Sheng Yi to become so powerful overnight, and even before anyone could react, Shang Yi had already begun humiliating the Murong clan. He even disregarded the engagement with Murong Lu and brought a woman back from the outskirts. In the eyes of everyone present, this was a clear act of defiance against the sixth princess. RioBL.cm. Zilin's expression changed dramatically as she looked at Murong Lu dazedly, then back at Shang Yi, asking frantically, "Shang Yi, what fiancé?" Shang Yi had a powerless expression. He didn't have time to explain to Zilin, so he turned towards Murong Lu. "The marriage between the two of us is the promise between our parents' generation. I can tell you very clearly now that I will explain the situation to my father. Our engagement will not carry any weight." With her complexion turning pale from anger, Murong Lu pointed at Shang Yi and Zilin with a trembling finger. "Adulterers! Dog-like trash!" And then, she left. The idea of coming to the city's gates to stop Shang Yi was naturally the idea of one of her friends. But she never expected Shang Yi's determination and disdain towards her. This was extremely humiliating to her, and her last shred of rationality disappeared with this incident. She never wanted to marry Shang Yi, and now that she was being humiliated like this, the sixth princess that had never felt such humiliation in her life was furious. She decided to act first. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Chapter 42, Self-Expose. Murong Lin had a slight smile as he watched the situation unfold beneath him. He watched as Shang Yi ignored Murong Lu, leading the horse as he comforted Zilin, slowly making their way towards Shangguo Gong's residence. Bai Laobo spoke to Murong Lin, "Your Highness, the sixth princess' temper has gotten better." To him, the fact that Murong Lu didn't start beating Shang Yi straight away was a miracle in itself. Perhaps, but she might also have a plan. Murong Lin picked up the teacup again, finishing its contents in one gulp. "It seems like I no longer have to add more fuel to the flame." Bai Laobo couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. Murong Lin continued to stare at the tea house, not sparing Bai Laobo a glance. "Go and find the source of the tea leaves in this tea house and tear out some tea leaves for me when you find the plant." "Yes." Within the valley, it was a complete massacre. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere and corpses were littered across every inch of the ground. A group of soldiers dressed in armor were eagerly defending the generals at the center, with the general holding a dragon god crystal in their hands. Tens of thousands of people washed over them as if beasts from a beast wave as they attempted to besiege the soldiers. Murong Ju stood in the center of the crowd, staring greedily at the center of the area as he heaved. Completely unbothered by the targets' identities, he commanded his soldiers to march forwards and eliminate them all. Lu Clan, the Moonfire Sect, the Black River Cult, and even some members of smaller influential forces had reddened eyes from killing as they charged towards the 1,000 men before them. Song Ming was on the verge of insanity. He was one of the 28 great experts under the South Village King, Ningwei Wu, and also one of the 10 great generals that commanded a troop of 8,000 soldiers and horses. The South Village King had recently obtained a number of treasures from the remnant and immediately went into seclusion, leaving firm instructions for no one to disturb him. And now that this had happened in this valley, the subordinates under the South Village King deliberated and made the decision of sending a few experts and soldiers to this valley. In the best-case scenario, they would find these treasures for themselves, but if they didn't, their ultimate objective was to prevent the Murong clan from gaining the crystals. With that in mind, they occupied an entire area for themselves and started digging. There were a total of 5 Manifestation Realm experts and close to 20,000 South Village soldiers dispatched to this valley, accompanied by 10,000 aides from the Black River Cult. With a total strength of 30,000 men, they dug around this area relentlessly. Song Ming didn't care for the Dragon God crystals. In his eyes, they were no more than exaggerated rumors. Even if it truly was as powerful as they described, it would be nothing once the plans of the South Village King succeeded. But, he managed to find one. He was currently holding onto the Dragon God crystal, and there was only shock and fear left in his mind. The energy emitted by this crystal was far too mystical, it was undoubtedly above the Earth grade. Or it might even surpass the sky grade. He was panic-stricken. If any other influential force were to seize this treasure for themselves, they might become a great threat that would whittle down the superiority of the South Village King. He needed to protect this dragon god crystal and bring it to Ningwei Wu for him to ascertain this treasure. But he never expected these attackers to be so bold. Were they unaware of their identities as the generals of the South Village Army? Were they unaware of their backing, the South Village King, Ningwei Wu? How dare they? By the time Song Ming truly understood the precariousness of this situation, the 20,000 soldiers of the South Village Army was already halved. He quickly called for the 3 other experts, one of which was another general, Li Zhongjun, and 2 retainers. The final expert was a member of the Black River cult that wasn't able to directly reveal himself. The few thousand soldiers left were no match for the waves of crazed enemies. They were surrounded and forced to retreat ceaselessly. It was as if their prestige of being the South Village Army held no weight. Song Ming was full of trepidation. At this moment, a few Manifestation Realm experts had already rushed over to them. Left without a choice, Song Ming shouted, "Zhang Tiansheng, Lu Zhiji, Sun Ying, do you all truly wish to make the South Village Army your enemy? Do not forget the might of our South Village King." Lu Zhiming mocked, "Ha! The greatest treasures of the remnants were already taken by the South Village King, do you really not want to yield the Dragon God Crystal to us?" Zhang Tiansheng had a dark expression, "Do not forget, Ningwei Wu is nothing but a dog to the Imperial Court, what right do you have to resist the will of the Imperial Court?" Powerless, Song Ming glanced behind him, only to see the members of his group coughing out blood from their injuries. At this moment, Li Zhongjun that was behind him shouted, "Hey Lao San! What are you waiting for? Come out and protect us! You are also a man under the command of the South Village King." "What?" Even Song Ming and the other 2 retainers, not just the enemies around them, turned pale from fright. Song Ming opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But a leader within the Black River cult's forces a distance away revealed a strange light in his eyes as he immediately responded, "Li Zhongjun, do not worry. Hey Lao San, is coming." He immediately turned towards the 10,000 cultists of the Black River cult behind him, "Brothers! Success is close. We are the men of the South Village King, and we must protect this Dragon God Crystal. Charge!" And immediately started his assault from the outer areas. The group of cultists were stunned, but seeing that the 3rd head of the house attacking and hearing that this was the will of the Black River cult, they started to attack as well. The people that surrounded the South Village Army were stunned, only barely reacting by the time they were attacked from the back and started their retaliation towards the Black River cult's members. Song Ming turned towards Li Zhongjun and roared, "Are you insane? Why did you reveal the relationship between us and the Black River cult? Also, hey Lao San, did he go crazy too?" The discomposure of the Manifestation Realm experts that were surrounding them quickly turned into shock as they stared at them in anger. Zhang Tiansheng had an expression of utter disbelief that quickly turned into fury, pointing his weapon at Song Ming, he roared, "The Great South Village King was actually in cahoots with the Black River cult. Ha! All of you deserve death." Song Ming responded with a bitter smile, "If I said that this was all a misunderstanding, would you believe it? Die! Sight wind slash!" Zhang Tiansheng immediately used his strongest move. Left without a choice, Song Ming could only try his best. He never expected Li Zhongjun and He Lao San to expose the relationship between the South Village King and the Black River cult like this. And what he didn't expect even more, was that it would be done at such a critical moment. The situation became even more chaotic as the entire battlefield closed in. The center of the fight were the men of the South Village Army defending against a ring of enemies as the Black River cult attacked from the outside. These people despised the Black River cult, who had been hunting and murdering countless traveling disciples recently, garnering resentment from countless sects. Nearing the end of the battle, the 2 retainers died while Song Ming suffered from grave injuries, leaving him no choice but to retreat to Li Zhongjun's side. Placing his arm over Li Zhongjun's shoulders, he spoke weakly, "You truly deserve to die." Li Zhongjun patted Song Ming's back, shouting as blood spewed out of his mouth, "Long live the South Village King! He will unify the country of Yan, an unparalleled existence under the heavens." Pu. Dying, blood poured out of their mouths as Song Ming looked at Li Zhongjun in confusion, and he then faintly saw his mouth moving, as though he was saying something. Song Ming stared at his lips, slowly deciphering his words. "I am the floor master, Qing Huilu, long live the master." And then, he drew his last breath. Only then did Song Ming finally understand, the man before him wasn't Li Zhongjun. That also meant that the He Lao San he had seen was definitely not him either. There was a bigger scheme currently in motion that planned for the expose of the South Village King. And now, the South Village King had undoubtedly become an enemy of Yan. Ruined, their plans were all ruined. Recalling the 50 years it took for the South Village King to create this plan that was completely exposed by a shout in a battle, he felt indescribable shame. "You!" Song Ming roared powerlessly as his body started to burn, just like the corpse of the dead Li Zhongjun. "Who are you?" It didn't take long for the bodies of Song Ming and Li Zhongjun to become ashes, leaving nothing behind. And the remaining manifestation realm experts such as Zhang Tiansheng stared at the dragon god crystal left the ground. Just as Li Zhiji was about to open his mouth, he could hear a commotion from behind him. Everyone turned their heads behind, only to see a beam of light flying in the air. But unlike the last two times, there were two beams of light appearing simultaneously. Chapter 43, The Final Two Pieces. Everyone was going insane. While they couldn't resent the fact that yet another dragon god crystal had fallen into the hands of the stronger influential forces, they were still envious. And then, on this already eventful day, two more beams of light appeared yet again. Heavens! There were only a total of 9 dragon god crystals, and now, all of them have emerged. Excluding the pieces in the hands of the influential forces, the only 2 remaining were the ones that had just appeared. That also meant that this was their last chance. If they didn't obtain these 2 pieces, then they were doomed to be fateless with these dragon god crystals. The clamoring crowd quietened down instantaneously as they started rushing over to the source of the beams. The Black River cult were almost completely annihilated, with He Lao San nowhere to be seen. On the other hand, Murong Ju stared at the lights in the sky as he spoke with agitation, "The last 2 pieces. Let's go. We'll take them for ourselves." Glancing at each other, Lu Xingmeng and Le Qingqing left as well. The dragon god crystal dug out by the South Village army was now in the hands of the Lu clan, which meant that the imperial court, the Lu clan and the Moonfire sect each had 2 crystals. Now that the final 2 pieces appeared at once, they could only hope to be faster than the rest. Zhang Tiansheng and the other princes followed behind Murong Ju as they rushed forwards. Surveying the surroundings with furrowed brows, Tang Qin took out a silver needle from his hair and pricked them into his right palm. Confirming that the silver needle's appearance remained the same, his expression relaxed as he mumbled with a lowered head, "I'm not poisoned, damn it, the last 2 dragon god crystals have already emerged, what are they planning?" He was already sure that these dragon god crystals were purposefully buried by someone. If not, the crystals wouldn't appear every single time one was taken, and now that it had happened 3 times, it was definitely the work of someone hidden in the shadows. He decided to take a look. This time, the red beams had caused everyone in the valley to be completely consumed by desire. Everyone knew that this was their last chance. They ran madly towards the source. The final 2 dragon god crystals were at the center of the valley, the deepest part of the valley where it was surrounded by cliffs and mountainous walls. Countless people rushed in, with no end in sight. The dragon god crystals had suddenly emerged from the dirt by themselves, unlike the previous crystals that were dug out. With the red beams emanating from them piercing the skies, anyone could see them within a few kilometers. The first to arrive were wandering cultivators and members of smaller influential forces. They weren't very powerful, and they could only try their best to kill each other. As a result, the dragon god crystals changed hands constantly, with no one capable of holding on to them longer. And as the people of great influential forces arrived, more murderers flooded the area. People that were once afraid of irking the great influential forces were now furious, their once suppressed resentment exploding as they attacked everyone in sight. Fuck! I'll kill you, you damned gigolo! If it weren't for the support of your clan behind you, who would suck up to you? A simple and honest-looking muscular man had a vicious expression as he swung his weapon down onto a disciple of the Lu clan. Kill them! What right do you all have to take all of the good stuff for yourselves? Are we, the smaller clans, only allowed to take the scraps that all of you don't want? A lanky young man had red eyes as he pounced onto a disciple of a large influential force, biting into his flesh relentlessly despite his own injuries. From great friends to complete strangers, or even nobles with unattainable prestige were viciously attacked left and right. I never liked you. Come. Two friends with over 10 years of friendship were beating each other in fury. What are you looking at? Die. The eyes of two strangers briefly met before they started hacking away at each other. It was as if the deepest, darkest parts of their mind were being unsealed, and even the strongest manifestation realm experts were massacring countless weak cultivators of the flesh refining realm with a sneer on their faces. Lights reflected on countless blades as flesh and blood soared in the skies. Hundreds, or even thousands, died with every breath. But the battlefield only became more and more intense. Hundreds of manifestation realm experts were furious, no longer caring about the dragon god crystals as they sought after human punching bags to vent their frustration. You cultist thieves! Come and die! Zhang Tiansheng was a bold and skillful man, attacking the manifestation realm cultists of the wanted lists with red eyes and an unparalleled fighting spirit. On the battlefield, there were the 5 elders of the Lu clan, the 5 elders of the Moonfire sect, the 3 elders of the Shui clan, the 3 elders of the Wang clan, the 3 elders of the Du clan, 2 elders of the 100 Flower sect, the 2 elders of the Mo Shan sect, and there were a few more manifestation experts of other great influential forces scattered around. The battlefield was forming a gigantic vortex that sucked in everyone that dared to come closer, turning them into messy piles of blood and flesh by the others trapped within. Murong Ju's eyes were also reddened from killing. He was brutally murdering the common folk he had despised, together with the second-generation youths that came with him. Murong Zhan was full of battle intent as his clothes were ripped off his body, releasing his manifestation transformation, the earth-shattering overseer tiger to suppress the surrounding people. Murong Jing unleashed the dragon god's bloodline he had previously absorbed to deal with the surrounding people, which only further incited their envious eyes. Murong Xing attacked carefully as he hid on the sidelines, but he still couldn't avoid the eyes of the people around him. Lu Xingmeng of the Lu clan didn't even have any time to show off his prowess before he was relentlessly targeted by a manifestation realm cultivator, leaving him no choice but focus on defending with all his might. But Le Qingqing of the Moonfire sect was the most pitiful, surrounded by quite a number of disciples due to his past behavior of using his clan's influence to torment others. The Lu brother and sister from the Zhongxiang gang couldn't even retreat before they were forced to scatter and join in on the madness by the oncoming waves of cultivators. As Tang Qin threw out his hidden weapons, he mumbled to himself, "Why is this happening?" Even as a person that had lived 2 lives, he had never seen such a crazed and frenzied massacre in his life. More than 100,000 people were slaughtering each other in a frenzied craze, with the number of casualties rising beyond 30,000. There were even cultivators with grave injuries continuing to fight relentlessly, even at the brink of death. But they seemed completely unaffected even despite their injuries, with eyes filled with greed and resentment, not a single shred of pain or fear could be seen. They were like beasts, commanded to kill, tearing into each other. Tang Qin didn't dare to think any further as he pierced his palm with his silver needle again and again, repeatedly checking if he had been poisoned through the circulation of his cultivation method as he started to panic. He believed that the culprit behind all of this was undoubtedly a peerless villain. Despite being an expert of the Tang sect in his previous life, he was a child that was recently reborn and didn't have time to familiarize himself with the spiritual medicines and poisons of this world. In such a predicament, he felt powerless. At this moment, a blood-drenched man staggered to him, trying his best to speak, "Save me." But a sword was pierced into his back the moment he finished speaking. Powerless, Tang Qin glanced at the corpse's face. It was the Zhongxiang gang's young master, Lu Ting Chao. A beam of red light shot towards the skies the moment he died. The eyes of the surrounding people immediately turned to the source, each filled with a fiery gaze of desire that seemed to burn away everything in Tang Qin's vicinity. The dragon god's bloodline. Die. Snatch it. That person absorbed the dragon god's bloodline. Quick, refine the energy. Die. Everyone that blocks my path will die. The crowd rushed over to Tang Qin with reddened eyes and complexions, each covered with blood that drenched their bodies and dyed their clothes as a red mist veiled the entire valley. Waving his arm, Tang Qin circulated his cultivation method and threw out his hidden weapons. After a round of storm chrysanthemum needles, the surrounding death toll surpassed 100 effortlessly. But even despite the blood and corpses strewn about, the greed-stricken cultivators remained completely unfazed as they continued to rush over, resembling walking corpses. Tang Qin had a pale complexion and a bitter smile on his face. His spiritual powers were almost depleted. He had been moving ever since the sixth dragon god crystal appeared, and by now, he was exhausted. Just as he was about to unleash a forbidden move as his final dying attempt, a figure rushed before him. The person looked sloppy. And yet, there was an unpassable aura that followed his silhouette. He roared. Chapter 44, Tang Qin's father. How dare you people try to harm my son? The man that had rushed over from afar roared. His sloppy figure seemed rather powerful, or at least it did in Tang Qin's eyes. Tang Qin's fingers and complexion were pale from overexertion, due to the fact that the hidden weapon techniques of the Tang sect expended a great amount of mental strength and stamina. With his back bent, his expression distorted in shock the moment he heard the familiar voice. Even despite his blurry sight, he could feel the emotions in the man's roar. It was full of fatherly love and concern. Father! Tang Qin muttered. The man that forcefully slaughtered his way towards him was his drunkard father, Tang Tianhao. In his memory, Tang Tianhao was a drunkard that he had never seen sober. Tang Qin was used to relying on himself for his own food and survival, collecting firewood and taking care of livestock in the village for goods and money to sustain himself and even occasionally that drunkard. Tang Qin had neither met his own mother nor experienced even a hint of fatherly love in his life. It could be said that he was basically an orphan. But at this moment, staring at the man that had rushed over, his figure was reflected in his eyes as a small flame started to burn in the depths of his heart. It was warm. A surge of strength came from his heart as he straightened his body resiliently, and after exhaling a deep breath, he started circulating the Tang sect's heart technique. Tang Qin then poised himself, readying himself to use his remaining hidden weapons for his own self-preservation. Tang Tianhao came closer. He looked shabby as ever with an unkempt beard, and yet, his eyes were full of worry and love. Swinging around a large hammer, he attacked his surroundings and displayed an explosive might with his hammer that Tang Qin had never seen before. Everyone that collided with the hammer would die, and with even the smallest contact with his weapon, someone would be injured. The pulsating fluctuations from his body were unstable, wavering at the 8th layer of the manifestation realm. However, he did not release his manifestation transformation. Then, he finally arrived at Tang Qin's side. Grabbing Tang Qin's hand, he swung his hammer with his other hand as he roared towards the skies, causing his spiritual power to explode in his vicinity and killing more than 100 people at once. Father, why are you here? Tang Qin asked agitatedly. With his beard covering his slightly reddened face, he responded, I have been following behind you ever since you left the village, and the moment I noticed that something was amiss in this valley, I rushed over. Tang Qian smiled bitterly, something is definitely off, these people are going insane. No, they are insane. Tang Tianhao responded with a solemn expression as he continued to swing his hammer, leading Tang Qian towards the center of the area. Don't talk, I'll lead you over there first. He wanted to see what was there. Tang Qian thought in his mind, Father, what is your identity? Why were you secluding yourself in the village? He never expected a drunkard like his father, a man who had no aspirations or ambitions, to be a cultivator in the manifestation realm. Could such a person truly be satisfied with living in an ordinary little village like they did? And for decades no less. But as his father protected him, Tang Qian felt nothing but warmth and security. An emotion that was forbidden for disciples of the Tang sect, it was their weakness. As a Tang sect disciple, he needed to maintain his composure and rationality constantly, but he was ultimately still a human that longed for parental love. He wanted to leave this place safely with his father and have a proper discussion with him. Perhaps his father's identity would be something he had never expected. Move aside, you bastards! Tang Tianhao cursed as he swung his hammer, smashing into a swordsman in his path. Chaotic wind chopping, splitting style. With a roar, blinding light exploded from his hammer as it pressed down on the people in his vicinity, burying them into the ground and leaving them vulnerable for others to kill. By this point, Tang Qian's entire body was being carried by Tang Tianhao as he swung his hammer madly and made his way into the center of the battlefield. Raising his head, Tang Qian could see the horrific sight of the battlefield. The people that had absorbed the dragon god crystals were being targeted the most, with countless cultivators surrounding them. Murong Jing, Lu Xingmang and Le Qingqing were being attacked by more than 100 experts each, and even with their strongest moves, they couldn't hold off these insane people. At the same time, they descended into madness as their eyes reddened and their teeth gnashed together. At the side, Murong Ju was already ripped into pieces. His upper body laid on the ground as fear and resentment filled his face. How dare you trample on us? I dare you to do it again! A soldier screamed as he stomped on Murong Ju's corpse, his insane expression terrifying even to Tang Qian. The head lackey under Murong Ju, Li Kai with the foot fetish, was also surrounded by quite a number of people. Exhausting all his energy, his bloodied head slumped as an expression of resentment hung on his face. Pierce! A judge pen pierced through Murong Jing's body. Tang Qian's mind went numb. The person holding the judge pen was Murong Xing, the usually calm and refined-looking gentleman. And at this moment, he killed his own brother. With his own hands. With reddened eyes, Murong Xing's lips rose slowly. Then, he turned away to continue fighting other people. Murong Jing's body was instantly dismembered by waves of maddened cultivators and refined for his dragon god's bloodline. Those that were unable to arrive in time could only eat his flesh and drink his blood with horrifying expressions decorating their faces. Ha ha ha! The dragon god's bloodline! It's mine! Eat it! Quick, eat it! Or they'll get it first! What kind of a shitty fourth prince are you, ha! I'll stab you! Tang Qian could only watch as his own friend was split into pieces and eaten. Why? He murmured with a dazed expression. He had seen plenty of people die in both of his lives, but not to this extent. The extent of their cruelty and ruthlessness, and the insanity of these murderers was something he never could have imagined. He didn't even dare to imagine the consequences of these deaths for Yan, and what kind of ripple effect it would have. Zhang Tiansheng! What are you doing? Tang Tianhao suddenly bellowed. With one swing of his hammer, he obliterated the lunatics around him and then bellowed towards the confused Zhang Tiansheng, who was suppressing 3 other manifestation realm experts. Faltering ever so slightly, Zhang Tiansheng's reddened complexion recovered negligibly as a mouthful of blood escaped his mouth, disrupting his breathing. Finding Tang Tianhao through his voice, Zhang Tiansheng's gaze became clearer as his expression turned dazed, and then, tears started to flow from his eyes. As he trembled, he slowly opened his mouth and shouted towards the skies with all his might, "Zhang Tiansheng greets the vast sky general." Zhang Tiansheng was visibly agitated as well, but he controlled himself as he carried Tang Qin towards Zhang Tiansheng's side. "Tiansheng, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, this is my son, Tang Qin." Tang Tianhao greeted him. Zhang Tiansheng nodded with an expression of realization, "Oh. As I suspected. I thought that Tang Qin seemed familiar." Looking at the individuals at his side, he seemed indignant and grief-stricken. Why is this happening?" Zhang Tiansheng's face was filled with disbelief as he watched the sea of people hacking away at each other and the tens of thousands of corpses on the ground, his expression slowly becoming insane. Tang Tianhao interrupted with a solemn expression, "Zhang Tiansheng, this isn't the time to be talking, bring Canner out with you, I'll go save the princes." Before he could respond, Tang Tianhao had already shoved Tang Qin into his arms. Zhang Tiansheng spoke frantically, "General, what about you?" But before he could finish, his gaze became bloodied yet again, filled with the intent to kill. Noticing his state, Tang Tianhao quickly injected his spiritual powers into his body as he gritted his teeth and took out a spiritual pill, splitting it into two and feeding them into the mouths of Tang Qin and Jian Tiansheng. "This is the lower sky level Qing Shen spiritual pill that can help the both of you to maintain your rationality for 15 minutes, leave now. I will take care of this." Tang Tianhao roared as he turned around, swinging his hammer at the group of manifestation realm experts that had surrounded them. "Father! General!" Both Tang Qin and Zhang Tiansheng shouted hurriedly, but neither of them had the ability to help him. Tang Qin was injured, and Zhang Tiansheng's spiritual powers were almost completely depleted, he could no longer fight. Tang Tianhao didn't even turn back once as he attacked the 5 manifestation realm experts, he could only shout, "Leave!" Chapter 45, Blood Demon Sky Tango Fragrance. With watery eyes and gritted teeth, Tang Qin shouted in a low voice, "Let's leave first." Zhang Tiansheng nodded with a dazed expression, and as the Qing Sheng spiritual pill came into effect, his gaze became clear and he immediately picked up Tang Qin and ran. As he sprinted, he turned his head back to shout, "General! We'll wait for you at the entrance of the valley." Tang Tianhao didn't respond, simply continuing to swing his hammer at the manifestation transformations before him. However, he was no longer the vast sky general of the past. He was old. He had old injuries that plagued his body. And he hadn't picked up his hammer even once in the past few years. Even despite his ability to fight with strength at the peak of the manifestation realm, he couldn't defeat this sea of people. He slowly raised the 2 dragon god crystals that he had taken from the hands of a 6th layer manifestation realm expert into the sky. It was the 2 crystals that were uncovered here. The dragon's aura washed over the area, attracting the attention of everyone present. Tens of thousands of gazes were fixed upon him as Tang Tianhao circulated his spiritual power to activate the dragon god crystals. "Go! There are 2 dragon god crystals there. Quick! Let's go! Ha 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 ha! There are 2 more. They're all mine. Mine. Move! I'll be the first one. I'm the real dragon god. Kill him! Kill him! Quick, kill him!" Humans washed over Tang Tianhao like waves, gradually swallowing his figure. The crowd around Zhang Tiansheng and Tang Qin's vicinity became sparse, giving Zhang Tiansheng the opportunity to escape from this area. Every single person was rushing over towards Tang Tiansheng. Their exhausted bodies were being pushed to the brink by their insane minds, each and every one of their expression full of viciousness. They were like demons that had escaped from hell. Or even ruthless murderers that sinned. Every single person's face was drenched with the blood of others and themselves. After a long time, the completely exhausted Tang Qin heard a voice, "Canner! Take care of yourself!" He hurriedly turned back. A beam of light exploded in the midst of the sea of men. Chaotic wind chopping, exploding style. At that instant, it was as if a small sun had emerged in the crowd. It was searing, mighty. Thousands of humans immediately turned into ash as the remaining people were sent flying by the following shockwaves. Nothing remained at the center. Almost 100 manifestation realm experts died with this one attack. Father! Tang Qin mourned, his nails dug into his bleeding palm unknowingly as his tears flowed. He felt as though something had struck his heart suddenly, as if someone had squeezed it viciously and shattered it. His tears flowed endlessly as his heart died. No, his mouth opened ever so slightly, but his throat was powerlessly silent, he could only whimper in despair. At the same time, Murong Lin was laying on a rocking chair in the capital as the system's voice resounded in his mind. Ding! The protagonist, Tang Qian's little protagonist halo has started to shatter, his protagonist value has dropped by 100. Ding! Congratulations to Master for obtaining the villain value of 100, you may use it to purchase items in the system shop. What the fuck? Murong Lin was dumbfounded as he immediately sat up in the rocking chair, his eyes filled with confusion. Fuck, a present sent from the heavens just by sitting at home. Murong Lin never expected Tang Qin to experience such a large event so suddenly, something that definitely had something to do with himself, or he wouldn't have gotten any villain value. But what exactly did he do? To the extent that Tang Qin lost 100 protagonist value in an instant? As Murong Lin thought, he noticed that the only plan he had set in motion was the one at the valley. Did that mean that Tang Qin had also joined the war consisting of more than 100,000 people? Auntie, what happened? Why did Tang Qian's protagonist value drop like that so suddenly? Murong Lin mumbled. Ding! The death of Tang Qian's only relative, Tang Tianhao, has been detected to be caused by the master's plans. That was why Tang Qian's protagonist value dropped. Oh! Tang Tianhao? His relative? Why is his name so familiar? Murong Lin leaned back in the rocking chair yet again, speaking leisurely. The objective of the plan in the valley was very straightforward. It was to kill. It was to borrow the strength of others to kill. Murong Lin had sent the suicide squad of the blood spirits to use the dragon god crystals to pique the interest of the people. In actuality, the dragon god crystals never existed, they were just rumors. The dragon god crystals were crystals made from the backfire ash dragon's bloodline that was extracted from Long Chen's body through the silver chains. There were a total of 10, he had used 9 for this plan and tossed 1 towards Sheng Yi to frame him yet again. Of course, the dragon god crystals were just an appetizer, and the main course that had pushed them into insanity was the supplement that Murong Lin had bought from the system shop. Blood Demon Sky Tango Fragrance. This was the great purchase that Murong Lin had spent 5 villain value on. The Blood Demon Sky Tango Fragrance wasn't a spiritual medicine created by humans, but rather, the demonic race. It was something that aided the demonic race in refining bloodlines and raising their cultivations. For humans, it was nothing more than a drug that stirred their inner demons. Murder, greed, desire, sadism. Human sins were incited by the Blood Demon Sky Tango Fragrance, tempting them into brutally massacring each other. Only sky-reaching realm experts could barely resist the effects of the lower sky-grade Blood Demon Sky Tango Fragrance, and since there wasn't a single sky-reaching realm expert in the people that had gathered in the valley, every single one of them descended into frenzied madness. And since the demonic race didn't exist in the Nanyu continent, no one could identify its effects. Even up to their deaths, every single person would believe that they were simply blinded by greed, rather than recognizing that their behavior was unusual. Of course, Tang Qian's silver needles that could detect poison were completely ineffective. This was because the Blood Demon Sky Tango Fragrance was considered to be a supplement, but only for the demonic race. The first 5 Dragon God crystals were revealed along with the Zhongxiang Gang's efforts in spreading the news, so as to draw more people towards the valley until the number of people reached 100,000. Then, the second stage began. 3 of the remaining 4 dragon god crystals were revealed by 2 of the blood paladins. At the same time, the 2 blood paladins ignited the blood demon sky tango fragrance in the valley to stimulate the people within. It slowly provoked the inner evils of these people's hearts. And no one suspected a thing. After all, the temptation of the dragon blood crystals was far too great. The third stage, which was his final objective, was the death of more than 100,000 people. The deaths of 100,000 people in a frenzied war were bound to send the world into chaos. And by that point, it would be time for his second plan to begin. Aside from that, Murong Lin had anticipated some kind of hidden reward for causing the deaths of 100,000 people, but it didn't seem like something like that existed. Auntie had said it before, "Master, please do not hold on to your naive imaginations. Only by harming protagonists can you obtain any rewards. Ending a mere 100,000 lives of ordinary people is useless." Rubbing his chin powerlessly, Murong Lin responded, "I'm just being optimistic here. What if I had gotten a great reward?" Auntie didn't respond. Murong Lin laid in the chair as he yelled outside, immediately summoning Bai Lao Bo. "Have you heard of Tang Tianhao?" he asked. After a momentary pause, Bai Lao Bo slowly recalled a blurry figure in his mind, the vast sky general. Interested, Murong Lin continued asking, "Explain, tell me more about him." And then, after organizing his thoughts, Bai Lao Bo slowly spoke. 10 years ago, sky-reaching realm experts used to exist in the army. They were the vast sky general, Tang Tianhao. He was of ordinary birth, but with a smooth-sailing career, he skyrocketed in fame and was titled by Yan as the Defender General of the country. He commanded 3 generals under him, the 3 generals that now serve the imperial court. But suddenly, Tang Tianhao and the imperial court clashed due to a woman that died after giving birth. Tang Tianhao then fought with the Murong clan's ancestors, killing an ancestor of the sky-reaching realm and gravely injuring the other 2. In the fight, he shattered his mortal form and his manifestation transformation disappeared, greatly reducing his strength. He then left the capital with that child, and ever since that incident, any news regarding his life completely disappeared. Interested, Murong Lin asked, "Who was that woman?" Chapter 46, The Massacre of 100,000 People. Bai Lao Bo's expression faltered. "A spy from a hostile nation, a female servant that served at Tang Tianhao's side. The Murong clan wanted to wed a woman from the Murong clan to Tang Tianhao, but he refused, and then his relationship with that woman was exposed eventually. The imperial court sent their men to surround the Tang residence, forcing that woman to take her own life after giving birth to her child. On that day, Tang Tianhao couldn't do anything as he was physically restrained by our men." "I see." Murong Lin mumbled. "So that means that Tang Qian is Tang Tianhao's son? I caused Tang Tianhao's death, so that means that I've become the killer of Tang Qian's father." Murong Lin was dumbfounded. No wonder the system had given him 100 villain value. "My God! I actually killed the father of a protagonist. Your Highness, is something wrong?" Bai Lao Bo asked from the side. He asked with concern after watching the volatile changes in Murong Lin's expression. "Nothing, you may leave first." Bowing deeply, Bai Lao Bo was just about to excuse himself before Murong Lin waved his arm. "Wait a moment, go and place some firecrackers outside." Bai Lao Bo was stunned. "Firecrackers?" "Yes." Murong Lin nodded as he crossed his legs and leaned on his chair. "Why?" Bai Lao Bo couldn't understand. "Because something good happened today." Murong Lin grinned. Suddenly, a chill went up Bai Lao Bo's spine as he shivered and quickly left. And currently, within the valley thousands of kilometers away, corpses were strewn everywhere and the endless amounts of blood had formed a river. The expressions on each and every corpse were vicious as they lay within bloody puddles, their vacant eyes still filled with greed and resentment. There were even more exhausted and wounded people laying on the floor, and once the effects of the Blood Devil's Sky Tango fragrance had passed, their minds became clearer. However, it was instantly overwhelmed by the pain that they had previously suppressed and ignored, killing yet another great wave of people. Pained groans resounded through the entire valley. Suddenly, yet another group entered the fray. They wore red-colored robes and similarly red-colored masks. They stowed every single corpse they saw into their bags of holding, killing every living person they met. But they only took the bodies and left their heads. Looking down at the entire valley, one would see the countless heads decorated every inch of the ground. The cultivators were completely exhausted after the previous battle, left without any ability to resist the intruders. A strong-looking young man stared at the red silhouette inching closer to himself and mumbled, "Blood spirits." And just as he finished speaking, his head flew into the air as the blood spirits members swiftly took his body. 7 silhouettes came to the center of the battlefield. The location where Tang Tianhao had faced over 10,000 people by himself. A large crater decorated the centermost position, and smoke was still rising from the crater even now. It was about 2 stories deep, where the scorched earth boiled the blood above and smoke rose. Blood Paladin Murder was surprised, how strong. The other 3 Blood Paladins nodded, even the most terrifying Morator couldn't help but agree. Smoldering human flesh was strewn about the bloodied ground, occasionally glinting with embers. The remaining 3 men dressed in red robes shook their heads. They seemed to be members of the blood spirits as well, but not at the same time due to their authoritative mannerisms. Report: we have found the corpse of Lu Xingmang of the Lu clan and the fainted Li Qingqing. How should we take care of it? Kill them, leave their heads and take their bodies. Report: we have found the corpses of Murong Jing, Murong Zhan and Murong Ju, but we have not found Murong Xing. Bring their heads, it will be useful. Report: a group of people are escaping towards the north, we were unable to stop them. Then let them go and focus on retrieving these corpses first. The 3 gave orders as the thousands of blood spirit parishioners carried it out, collecting almost all of the corpses in the valley in an extremely short amount of time. Leave some of the men to continue searching for corpses while all of you focus on refining the human blood pills. After that, we'll head to the capital to find Master. One of the men turned to speak to the 4 blood paladins. Yes. The 4 blood paladins nodded, then asked, Floor Master Qing Shaolu, will all of you remain here for the time being? The 3 that stood with the blood paladins were the men of the 108 floors of the Qingyi Tower. Every single one of them was a floor master at the manifestation realm. Yes, we have another mission to carry out. Will we be able to retrieve the Dragon God crystals? Report: there is none left, all of the Dragon God crystals have dissipated. Forget it. The blood paladins hurriedly led their subordinates towards the prepared location to refine the pills while the men of the Qingyi Tower got to work. A group of people rushed over post-haste and then left the valley at the same speed. Within the battlefield, only the heads of the more than 10,000 corpses remained, making the sight even stranger. Outside of the valley, Zhang Tiansheng was running swiftly with Tang Qian in his arms. Pu. Blood suddenly spewed out of Zhang Tiansheng as he fell onto his knees, and he rolled forwards in reflex as he tossed Tang Qian away. He was originally locked in a frenzied battle with 3 manifestation realm experts, fighting without any care for his own injuries. Only after his mind was cleared with the Qing Shen spiritual pill did he realize the extent of his injuries. His body was in disarray while his spiritual powers were in a complete mess. After such a long sprint without even a second to relax, his body was breaking down. Tang Qian was in a similar predicament. He was fighting with a group of people and he could no longer ignore the injuries to his arms, legs and eyes. Adding the fact that he had just witnessed his father's sacrifice with his own eyes, the pain he felt in his heart had dampened his will. Father, with a low voice, he tried to speak as his hands grabbed the earth beneath him tightly, blood on the verge of seeping out. Zhang Tiansheng laid on the ground as he stared towards the sky, trying his best to circulate his spiritual powers to heal his body. Tang Qian looked towards him with watery eyes, finally opening his mouth after a while. What kind of a man was my father? Stunned, Zhang Tiansheng took a moment to respond as he reminisced, he was a charming man. He then slowly started to narrate Tang Tianhao's life. From the day that he had met Tang Tianhao, to the meritorious service he had served while following Tang Tianhao, to when he was appointed as a general, to Tang Can's birth, then the Tang residence's annihilation, and lastly to the part where Tang Tianhao had disappeared from their world with Tang Can. "Father," Tang Can slowly mumbled after hearing the entire story. Tang Can, so that's where the Can one in my name came from. I didn't know my mother had long perished in the hands of others. I didn't know that the sloppy drunkard I knew used to be a great general at the sky-reaching realm. I didn't know that I was never really an ordinary person." Tang Can wanted to cry, but the tears that flowed from his eyes were cold. People of the Tang sect couldn't cry. His gaze became sharp, strengthened by his resentment. He wanted to take revenge. Take revenge for his father. Take revenge for his mother. Suddenly, a human figure ran out from the grass at the side, stumbling as it made its way towards the two of them. When they finally arrived, they fell to the ground in exhaustion with a terrified expression. "Who?" Tang Can's eyes focused as he instantly grabbed onto a hidden weapon. That person screamed miserably, "Don't kill me! I didn't go insane!" She screamed as she crawled backwards, horrified like a cat on hot bricks. Zhang Tiansheng stared at the insane woman. She seemed familiar. As one of the three great generals of the imperial court, he was naturally knowledgeable about most of the people in Yan. He spoke breathlessly, "You're the young lady Lu of the Zhongxiang gang." Hearing that they had recognized her, Lu Haimiao's expression relaxed slightly as she stared at the similarly exhausted men before her, and even after heaving for a moment, she was still trembling. "It's me, I am Lu Haimiao. One kin, means tragedy." Chapter 47, Chaos. The moment Tang Can heard that Lu Haimiao was a member of the Zhongxiang gang, he immediately pounced onto her and pinned her to the ground, his words barely escaping his gritted teeth, "You guys were the ones that spread the news about the Dragon God crystals." Startled, Lu Haimiao took a moment before she responded in anger, "Someone had commissioned us." Her face turned red as she pushed Tang Can away and smoothed out her clothes. With a bitter smile, she continued, "We didn't know that the information was real." Tang Can was visibly furious. In his eyes, Lu Haimiao was one of the culprits. "Calm down, we barely managed to escape." Zhang Tiansheng stared at Tang Can. "Do you want to let the general's sacrifice go to waste?" "No." Tang Can struggled to stand up, pointing at the entrance to the valley as he spoke, "My father died. For me. He sacrificed himself. Why didn't I die instead?" His expression was wretched, it seemed vicious, but also somewhat sad. Lu Haimiao stared at him with tears in her eyes as well. With a sigh, Zhang Tiansheng tried to convince him, "Do you think that I'm not upset? The general had died, we should be the most upset. Our mission now is to spread the news of this incident and find the culprit behind this all. Only then can we take our revenge. How will we find them? We don't even know who they are and what exactly they did. These 100,000 people just went crazy and basically killed themselves." Tang Can shouted. "No. There must be a clue." Lu Haimiao was certain, her gaze turning dark, "It was a pity that my younger brother had died, perhaps we could have found something since he had absorbed one of the Dragon God crystals." "Dragon God crystals?" Zhang Tiansheng's expression paused as his hand reached into his clothing, he could feel a crystal in his hand. It was the Dragon God crystal. The sixth Dragon God crystal. He had carried it with him ever since he had gotten it, rather than handing it over to the princes. It seems that he had made the right choice. Zhang Tiansheng spoke slowly to the two people that were staring at him, "I have a Dragon God crystal here. Will it be useful?" Tang Can immediately ran over, holding the crystal in his hands as his purple eyes resonated. It was the absolute technique of the Tang sect, purple pupils. He carefully inspected the Dragon God crystal as if he could see something. Then, where should we head to? South Village. Lu Hai Miao asked. She had decided to stick with these two people. No. We definitely cannot go to South Village. Ning Weiwu that Fox is secretly in cahoots with the Black River cult, there might be a conspiracy brewing there. We need to return to the capital as soon as possible since the princes are already most likely dead. We have to report to the imperial court and the emperor immediately. Lu Hai Miao nodded, slowly supporting herself up after surveying the surroundings carefully. She walked over towards Tang Qin. Hey! Can you see anything? Tang Qin shook his head as his face turned pale yet again, his expression cold. I can't see anything, not even from this dragon god crystal. I had tested myself countless times earlier, I'm sure that I wasn't poisoned, there's no way that the technique that I've cultivated will fail me. He gripped the dragon god crystal tightly as he turned towards the entrance of the valley, thinking to himself, Father, I will definitely avenge you. By this time, Zhang Tiansheng had gotten up as well. Let us leave first. We should get out of here as fast as we can. After looking at each other, they started making their way towards the capital. But they were not the only ones to have escaped. There were people that weren't present by the time the great fight had broken out, people that didn't arrive in time or people who were digging in the other parts of the valley. However, a sizable number of people had witnessed the events in the valley and were also slightly affected by the blood demon Sky Tango fragrance. But they were able to maintain or regain their sanity very quickly. Once they had noticed the severity of the situation, the wretched sights of the dead, and the silhouettes of the blood spirits members, they fled from the terrifying valley unhesitantly. The thousands of people quickly spread the news of the disaster in the valley, not realizing that their actions were subtly influenced. In just 3 days, the entire nation of Yan imploded. The Li clan. What? Xing Mang is dead? What kind of joke are you pulling? They were all killed after going into the valley in search of treasure? Investigate it. You must find the culprit. The clan head of the Li family stared at Lu Xingmang's head as he roared. After everyone had left the hall, his gaze dimmed as he walked to the side, muttering to himself, it seems like it's time for the old ancestor to leave his seclusion. Moonfire sect. Li Wuyu's gaze was calm as he stared at Li Qingqing's head that was placed before him, and then his eyes shifted towards the 2 disciples kneeling on the ground. I instructed you to search for the person, and yet, you bring me their head. Before the 2 disciples could even plead for their lives, he released the power of the sky-reaching realm and pulverized the 2 disciples into dust. It seems like now's the time to leave the mountains to teach those little children a lesson. Zhongxiang Gang. Go and plead for the gang leader to leave his seclusion. The great young master and the great young lady are missing, I fear their lives are at risk. The Wang clan, the Du clan, the Mo Shan sect. The great influential forces that had lost their members in the valley started to rouse from their slumber, seeking to find the culprit behind the tragedy. People were filled with fear and anger as they searched for clues after seeing the heads that covered the entire valley, not wanting to miss a single thing. The imperial court also became aware of this situation. They were shocked into disbelief. When they first heard of this incident, they assumed that it was a joke that their subordinates were pulling. And then, reports of confirmation came from a number of their sources. The imperial court imploded. After all, the disappearance and deaths of the 4 princes were not something that they could have hidden. It wasn't just the boisterous Murong Ju, even the wealthy second-generation youths he had brought along were all dead. Murong Zhan was the prodigy of the Murong clan, and he had died without even leaving a body behind. This was enough to send the entire Murong clan into a frenzy, and even the great ancestor, Murong Dao, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Murong Jing's maternal family was at the forefront of Yan's trade, and Murong Jing was the only connection between the Chamber of Commerce and the imperial court. Now that it had snapped, the Chamber of Commerce started searching for the culprit in the entirety of Yan. Murong Xing was adored by the army, and after hearing news of his death, the entire army activated their soldiers and horses, seemingly as if they were on the brink of starting a war. But that wasn't the worst. The worst was the South Village King. The relationship between the South Village King and the Black River cult was exposed even before the Great Battle. Moreover, it was done by his own subordinates. It became an irrefutable fact that the person behind the criminal organization that had committed all kinds of crimes in Yan in the past few years was Ningwei Wu, the South Village King. But that wasn't the final straw. As the great influential forces started their own investigations, the secret activities of the South Village King were completely exposed. His movements were considered to be quite discreet, but he was far too anxious as he was entering seclusion this time, and with the careless acts of his own subordinates, his actions were completely revealed. He was conscripting soldiers and buying horses, training his armies, bribing officials, and investigating all sorts of affairs. All of his actions had shown the greed buried deep in his heart. He wanted to start an uprising. The South Village King, Ningwei Wu, wanted to start a revolution. The entire South Village had become the base camp of the South Village Army in the polluted land of the Black River cult, and after Ningwei Wu had entered his seclusion after benefiting from the remnant, the generals under his command safeguarded South Village. The general public had assumed that it was done out of fear of assassination, but now, it was clear that the South Village King was planning to start a rebellion after leaving his seclusion. Murong Tong's face was reddened from anger as he directly insulted Ningwei Wu's wild ambitions, readying to gather his soldiers to suppress him. And as storm clouds lurked over the cities and the country fell into chaos, Murong Lin was quietly sitting in the Faith Palace, fishing. "I'm just saying, can't the bunch of you buy smarter fish? I'm catching one every time I cast my rod, I don't even have the time to hook my baits, this is such a drag." Murong Lin cursed. The group of servants stood silently beside him, afraid to say anything. Staring at the fish swimming in the pond, Murong Lin pierced the Fish King to death with his rod. Staring at the fish that was still struggling on his rod, he spoke, "You are after all, but a small fish in a pond, you won't be able to make any waves no matter how much you struggle." Chapter 48, The Final Piece. Sheng Yi had been living with Ziai Lin in Duke Sheng's manor ever since he had arrived at the capital after escaping the murderous grasp of the South Village King. He wasted no time in absorbing the lower barren grade spiritual item, the blood-refined golden crystal, and improved his cultivation greatly, arriving at the peak of the origin realm where the only thing holding him back was a suitable mortal form. There was originally no need for any rush, but the recent major events had left him no choice but to act with urgency. He had realized that this world was progressing very differently from his previous world. Different people had appeared, and different events had happened. In his past life, no matter how much of a bookworm or introverted he was, he wouldn't have been unaware of all of these incidents. And the most recent event was the most horrifying. A total of 100,000 lives were lost in a valley, not even leaving behind their intact corpses. Sheng Yi looked at the report that his father had handed him in disbelief, his eyes on the verge of popping out. How is this possible? 100,000 people? Which influential force has the ability to do this? It's impossible. Sheng Yi denied the truth before him. Duke Sheng looked at the shock on his son's face as he sat on his own chair, sighing, "Nothing's impossible, it has already happened. Didn't you ask me to investigate those recent incidents not too long ago? I sent a group of men there along with your servant, Wang Wang, and the only thing that returned was their heads." Sheng Yi stared at Wang Wang's head, reminiscing about the expression of shock and joy on the skinny youth's face after he had recruited him just a month ago. The boy had immediately started calling him his big brother the moment he had expressed his intentions of recruiting him, and he could still recall how stupidly and clumsily the boy looked as he wore the clothes he had given him. Ha, what a silly kid! He was originally slated to become the most terrifying murderer in Yan, and now, he had died without leaving an intact corpse in that valley. I'm the one to blame for his end. Sheng Yi blamed himself. He had thought that he would be able to control everything, but the series of events that had unfolded were massive blows to him. He felt as though this world was lying to him. He felt uneasy. It was as if a humongous net was covering his head, and he was a powerless fish in a pond with nowhere to hide. Right, Year, are you serious with that girl, Murong Lin? The Duke probed carefully. Sheng Yi immediately refuted his words with a cold voice, it is impossible between us. His family was ruined by that bitch in his last life, how could he possibly want to marry her? Sheng Yi was basically praying for her downfall. All right, Year, you can decide on your own matters yourself. Haha, but that girl you brought back, do you have feelings for her? Sheng Guogong chuckled. Rolling his eyes, Sheng Yi responded, my great father, I see that you have become lonely with age, perhaps it is time for you to search for a partner. And he left with the reports in his hands the moment he finished speaking. Sheng Guogong chucked as he watched his son leave, nodding his head with a contented expression. He made his way towards his wife's altar, lighting an incense as he spoke, Ruo Yun, Year has grown up, ha ha ha, if you're watching from the heavens, please bless him. His hands caressed her soul tablet with a reminiscing gaze. The green smoke was faint and solemn. The recent events that occurred in the Zhonghu overwhelmed countless people. It began with the siege of the Zhongxiang gang. The great influential forces had worked together to punish the gang simply because of their involvement in spreading the news of the valley. If it weren't for them, the death toll wouldn't have reached 100,000 in just a few short days. Everyone wanted to know why the Zhongxiang gang had decided to help spread information like this, or perhaps, the Zhongxiang gang was actually one of the perpetrators after all. The Zhongxiang gang's great numbers and lack of secrecy had led to its demise, and they were only let go after the gang leader, Liu Xiaoyang, expressed his apologies, his intent on pursuing and investigating this matter, as well as the fact that his son's head had also appeared in the valley. Then, the crusade against the blood spirits began. After all, quite a number of people had seen the blood spirits enter and leave the valley after the battle to collect the corpses. Adding to the fact that the entire mountain was covered in heads, the blood spirits had become the number one enemy of the great influential forces in Yan. The different powers in the 32 counties started their search for the blood spirits in their efforts to annihilate them, hoping to uncover the true culprit of this tragedy. And by that time, the Zhongxiang gang had released a piece of information. Despite the fact that the subordinate that had interacted personally with the point of contact for this commission had died, their investigations had revealed that the information that was spread after was the act of the blood spirits. That also meant that the blood spirits had a part to play in the scheme that had unfolded in the valley. In an instant, the Zhonghu imploded yet again. No one had expected the blood spirits, an organization without a great number of experts, to dare to conspire against the entire Zhonghu. Due to the disturbance of his divine senses, Wang Wu couldn't clearly identify Murong Lin's figure and appearance as he sat in the carriage. Still, he could be sure that the target was an influential person in the capital. That led to the belief that the secretive cult leader of the blood spirits was a person from the capital. While the blood spirits were ranked 9 on the wanted list, that was because of their indiscriminate slaughter of countless mortals and low-leveled cultivators. Before this, they had never directly clashed with any powerful influential forces. That was why the influential powers had left them alone despite their open hostility towards the blood spirits. But this incident was far too severe. It affected the entire Zhonghu. The influential forces of Yan, no matter their size, were all pursuing the blood spirits. In an instant, the blood spirits had become the number one public enemy in Yan. And then, they noticed that the blood spirits members were all headed towards the north. What was in the north? There was only the capital. And so, the powerful influential forces set their sights on the capital, filling the grass and trees with soldiers as even the wind trembled. Currently, in an alleyway behind Duke Sheng's manor, a figure scurried towards the alleyway, shouting, "Hello? Are you there?" Another voice came from within the alleyway, "Hey! I am." A woman slowly walked out of the shadows, revealing her face. It was a beautiful woman with considerable strength. She stared at the legendary young mistress of the Duke's residence, tempting her with her voice, "Are you sure that you are going to purchase this?" Lin nodded, probing carefully, "Are you sure that this thing can raise my cultivation?" Despite being a herb gatherer that lived in the mountains, she had longed to improve her cultivation as she stayed by Shang Yi's side so that she could be helpful to him. She didn't want to be an ornament, a powerless and weak woman. Shang Yi also appreciated her for this. "Of course. Didn't you plan on surprising young Master Sheng? After ingesting this, I can guarantee that your cultivation will increase greatly. Enough to trash that sixth princess. How about that?" The woman waved the item in her hands as she stood in the alleyway. "Haven't you bought from me before? When have I ever lied to you? Then why are you so nice to me?" Lin asked, confused. After a short pause, the woman in the alley spoke slowly, "I'm nice to you because I have my own interests in mind. Duke Sheng is a powerful man in the imperial court, and I hope for nothing but a few good words from you when you speak to Shengguo Gong. After all, the eldest prince looks favorably upon young Master Sheng Yi." Lin had an expression of realization as if she just had an epiphany. Taking the item in the woman's hand, she used the technique that Sheng Yi had taught her. And as she had expected, there wasn't any poison. He had said that nothing in Yan could escape the scrutiny of this technique. And that meant that this was definitely safe. "Enjoy." She threw the woman a bag of holding that contained the money needed to purchase this item, "for you. I will return and refine this item immediately. Go and tell the eldest prince or whatever that I will tell Brother Yi about him." With a silly expression, Lin turned around and returned towards the manor. No one had noticed this exchange, and no one had noticed the red crystal in Lin's hands. Of course, if Tang Qin were here, he definitely could have identified this item. It was identical to the Dragon God crystal in his possession. This was the 10th Dragon God crystal. Chapter 49, The Previous Emperor's Passing. Murong Lin sat quietly in his study as he read. Suddenly, bustling footsteps could be heard outside, quickly followed by Bai Lao Bo's shocked voice, "Your Highness, Your Highness! The great ancestor has passed on." Murong Lin almost fell from his seat as he responded, visibly astonished, "What did you say? Murong Dao is dead." Bai Lao Bo swiftly made his way over to his side with a shocked expression, nodding, "Yes, the news came from the palace, the great ancestor had passed on in his courtyard today." "Damn!" Murong Lin dropped the scroll in his hands as he paced around the room, "Leave first, I need to think." "Right, I will arrange for some people to stay in that residence, be mindful." Despite the strange expression on his face, Bai Lao Bo simply nodded and left. Murong Lin had tasked Bai Lao Bo with finding a suitable house within the capital discreetly before he had left to suppress the southern beast wave. Aside from them, no one else was aware of this matter. It seems that now was the time to utilize that house. Closing the study door himself, Murong Lin turned around and spoke, "What is going on? I don't remember instructing any of you to do this." 3 figures slowly revealed themselves within the room. They were dressed in green clothing as they knelt on the ground. They were the floor masters, Qing Miaolu, Qing Shaolu and Qing Longlu. These 3 people had limited their activities to the capital ever since Murong Lin had summoned them. Their responsibilities were concealment, assassinations, and replacing their targets. The floor master Qing Shaolu responded, "Master, it was not us. Murong Dao had probably died due to natural causes." Adding in the news of the deaths of the 4 princes, he had coughed out blood and became gravely wounded, agitating his aged, hidden wounds of the past. Qing Shaolu's main responsibilities were assassinating and replacing the members of the Murong clan. To this date, more than 100 manifestation and origin realm experts had already died by his hand and were swiftly secretly replaced by his own subordinates within the palace. "Is that so? Ha 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 ha! It seems like the capital is getting livelier. Ha 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 ha, right, how's the investigation going?" Murong Lin chuckled. It was fine if it was an accident. He was concerned that all these situations would implicate yet another protagonist. "Master, I have planted my men around Murong Lu and enticed her into stealing the soldier tokens of the 8 guards of the Xiao Academy that are close to Duke Sheng. She had sent them outside of the city in the name of suppressing the other great influential forces, and currently, the security in Duke Sheng's residence is at its weakest. The men we have planted in the 4 great clans are pushing for action against Duke Sheng. I believe that aside from the Shui clan and the Wang clan that is already in the capital, the men of the 2 other clans are rushing over. The only thing we need now is a reason to take action against them. Aside from that, the helper that we had arranged to meet with Ziailin has already convinced her to refine the Dragon God Crystal, but we do not have the specifics. Sheng Yi, the person you have told us to keep an eye on, is very hard to get close to. Additionally, Duke Sheng seems to be in the midst of painstaking cultivation. We do not know if he is on the verge of breaking through. Lastly, the South Village King, Ningwei Wu, has left his seclusion. Our men are ready to create chaos in the 32 counties at a moment's notice, but they will not survive for more than 3 days in the areas under the suppression of the greater influential forces and the army of the imperial court. Qing Miaolu reported. He was ranked second in the 108 floors of the Qingyi Tower, and the second in command, only behind Murong Lin, in the management of their affairs. He was the person that aided him in overseeing the situation. Yes. Very good, I will probably have to visit Murong Dao's remains tonight in the palace to offer my condolences at his memorial service. Take this opportunity tonight to bring that woman to that house and let her use the 10,000 human blood pills that the blood spirits recently refined. Keep her unconscious the moment she enters the origin realm. Murong Lin instructed. Yes. Qing Miaolu responded respectfully as he knelt. Aside from that, Qing Shat, I remember that your current identity is as one of the 3 great generals, right? Qing Shalu nodded, yes, Master. This servant's identity is currently the veteran general Wen Tianluo. Very well, the South Village King is definitely going to start a rebellion. At that point, you must immediately block him with a large army. Remember, you must lose completely to the point where your defeat shocks the entire world and forces the imperial court's hand in dispatching all of their forces. Murong Lin commanded. Yes. With the wave of Murong Lin's hand, the 3 silhouettes flickered and disappeared from the room. Afterwards, Murong Lin left the study as well, his expression becoming calmer as he spoke to Bai Laobo. Someone, prepare the sedan, I will go to the palace for the memorial. The sedan chair was quickly brought over by Bai Laobo, who swiftly returned to Murong Lin's side respectfully. Entering the sedan chair, Murong Lin left the Faith Palace and started to advance towards the Imperial Palace slowly. People made their way to and fro on the streets, some with anxious expressions and some with relaxed appearances, each going on with their own lives. Murong Lin was unconcerned. He could immediately see the countless number of people entering and leaving the palace the moment he had arrived. There were disciples of the Murong clan, members of the imperial courts, and people of the great clans. In just a few days, most people would have heard of this news, and they would all feel great sadness for the passing of the previous emperor. Getting off his sedan chair, Murong Lin made his way to Murong Dao's residence. According to the customs of Yan, the remains of a person that had passed would be left at their place of passing for the first 3 days, then buried within a bamboo forest to symbolize the cycle of time and reincarnation. Murong Dao had passed on this morning, and according to their customs, his remains would be left at his own modest court for 3 days before being buried in the Imperial Bamboo Garden Cemetery. Murong Lin walked to the side, staring at Murong Dao's corpse with an expression of grief. In actuality, he felt nothing towards Murong Dao. It was evident from the fact that this was his first meeting with Murong Dao ever since he had transmigrated into this world. To Murong Lin, only Murong Tong was considered simply a stepping stone in his path. After all, he was the one that was currently seated on the imperial throne, and for Murong Dao, a man that was no longer considered influential in the imperial court, it was natural for Murong Lin to overlook his existence. Murong Tong was currently standing next to his own father, staring at his corpse. He was dressed in a green robe and had a calm expression, with both his hands placed behind his back. He seemed to be deep in thought. Reaching the sky-reaching realm increased a person's lifespan to 300 years, but in actuality, once they were at the later stages of their life, the amount of time that was spent on their seclusions would increase dramatically, causing their social circles to shrink and their hearts to become colder. Furthermore, Murong Tong was the emperor, a position where he was required to be cold-hearted and logical. That was why his expression remained cold, even despite the passing of his own father. Even despite how haggard his heart had felt in recent times. Turning back, he quickly spotted his children in the crowd with a glance, slowly speaking, "Dinger, Liner, Daoer, come forward and pay your respects." He called for his children to come forward. Murong Ding respectfully walked forwards. Despite his watery eyes, his back remained straight as he displayed the proper demeanor of the eldest child. He stopped at Murong Tong's side, nodding towards him. Murong Lin walked forwards calmly, dressed in ordinary clothes. There wasn't sadness or joy in his expression, it was just tranquil. On the other hand, disgust hid in the depths of Murong Liu's eyes as she walked forwards unwillingly, standing between Murong Ding and Murong Lin, never once meeting Murong Dao's eyes. The three bowed and paid their respects. Murong Tong watched from behind them, shaking his head. "Ranner will return in the next few days. Stay in the palace for tonight." "Yes." "Okay." Murong Ding and Murong Lin responded with one word and excused themselves. And Murong Lu didn't utter a word before leaving. Murong Tong watched the leaving figures of his children, sighing with displeasure before he left as well. He needed to take care of the South Village King's matters. After all, the South Village King was promoted by his father personally, he wasn't someone that could be easily dealt with. Murong Ding stared at Murong Lin's back. Unlike his previous humble and respectful expression, the corners of his lips were raised slightly as he laughed coldly in his heart. "Third brother, oh third brother, I was truly wrong, I'd never expected you to have caused such a great problem, and you even dared to allow the blood spirits to enter the capital? However, thanks to you, those irritating bastards have all died in the valley. Once eight brother returns, I'll have to trouble you further, ha 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 ha." Chapter 50, Art Fairy. Murong Lin could sense the obscene gaze coming from Murong Ding behind him, instantly sending a chill up his spine. This big brother of mine, can't be that, right? Yi. Murong Lin's pace quickened. He wanted to meet with Murong Lu, who was, unfortunately, walking even faster than him, seemingly in a hurry. Murong Lin didn't even have time to call for her before her figure disappeared in his line of sight. Without a choice, Murong Lin could only stroll around the garden. By nightfall, Murong Tong had wanted to arrange a meal with his three children. However, he was promptly rejected by Murong Lu, who not only had a straightforward attitude, but also showed off her nasty temper as she did. Seeing this, Murong Lin also rejected Murong Tong, citing that he had other matters to attend to. After all, he wasn't Murong Tong's real son and he had no feelings towards him. After two rejections, Murong Tong lost his initial excitement and returned to his study in despondence. As such, Murong Ding, who had actually wished to dine with Murong Tong in an effort to become close to the emperor, had no choice but to leave angrily. Murong Lin simply took care of his meal in the palace alone. He was given the modest courtyard where he had spent his childhood years to rest for the night. Murong Lin had no one he wanted to visit in the imperial palace, considering that his childhood was spent mostly within this small courtyard. In the morning, Murong Lin stared at the somewhat dilapidated residence with some emotions in his eyes, and with the circulation of his spiritual power, he destroyed the building and left. The patrolling guards of the palace immediately ran over, asking him, "Your Highness the Third Prince, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Murong Lin waved his arm and responded with an indifferent expression, "Nothing, I just had a bit of trouble with my cultivation and accidentally destroyed this courtyard. Find someone to repair it." The guards looked at each other, creases forming on their foreheads. Trouble with his cultivation? Could he be any more untruthful? However, they didn't dare to stop the third prince from leaving. With an eased expression, Murong Lin walked towards his sedan chair, spotting Bai Lao Bo waiting for him there. Murong Lin waved his arm, "Let's go, let's return to the residence." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Lao Bo walked forwards and presented an invitation to Murong Lin, speaking respectfully, "Your Highness, this is an invitation sent by the men of Wang Renmei of the Wang clan." Glancing at the blue letter in Bai Lao Bo's hand, Murong Lin gleaned its contents with his divine senses. Wang Renmei was the art fairy of the four great beauties of the capital. She was an expert in the art of brush and ink painting, and while she wasn't very strong, she was famed for her gentle and calm demeanor and lack of excessive worldly greed, greatly respected by all. She spent most of her time in the Wang clan, occasionally visiting the capital for its beautiful sights. She would stay in beautiful and elegant locations to paint, surrounded by thousands, if not 10,000 admirers, and was considered a miraculous sight in the capital. Additionally, with her captivating appearance, elegant poise, and charming eyes, Wang Renmei was loved by both men and women and held in high regard by those of the capital. Murong Lin had also interacted with Wang Renmei before. The tea house he had visited and asked Bai Lao Bo to purchase tea leaves from was actually owned by Wang Renmei of the Wang clan. Wang Renmei had sent out invitations regularly to a number of people to gather at the places where she often drew to admire her paintings. But this definitely wasn't going to be a simple affair. With a raised eyebrow, Murong Lin deliberated for a moment before responding, "I won't be returning to the palace for now, I'll head to the Bijou Pavilion first." The Bijou Pavilion was the location for this gathering. It was the most beautiful place in the capital, where even the wealthy couldn't enter simply with just money. It was currently being entirely booked by Wang Renmei, which wasn't an unusual occurrence. Murong Lin got off his sedan chair and was led by a female servant towards a garden filled with flowers of yan. All kinds of flowers could be seen here, adorning the green grass floor in a variety of vibrant colors. A small pavilion about 2 stories high sat in the center of the garden, with Wang Renmei seated on the top floor and painting as a group of women gathered around her, chattering away. On the ground level, chairs and tables filled with food and alcohol were tended to by female servants, each serving the young masters that were present. After surveying the surroundings, Murong Lin quickly spotted Ma Jianzhou and walked towards him, sitting down at the table leisurely as he asked, "What's going on? Why would Wang Renmei send us invitations today?" With a profound expression, Ma Jianzhou responded, "Ha, this is going to be a long story." Murong Lin kicked out his feet as he laughed, "You've gone crazy." Ma Jianzhou tilted his body, dodging the attack as he rubbed his ass with a smile, "I don't know either. I didn't even dare to think about leaving the house with so many crazy things happening recently, but naturally, I came after hearing that it was Wang Renmei's personal invitation." He glanced at the 3 people at the side. "Wang Renmei has invited all kinds of second-generation youths here and even personally reserved this huge venue. I have no idea what she's thinking." Li Ming, noticing that Ma Jianzhou was using disdainful eyes to look at himself, and immediately scolded him, "Damn it, fatty, what's with the way you're looking? You're looking down on a fallen noble like me." Murong Lin shook his head, ignoring their bickering as he turned to look at Wang Renmei, who was immersed in her painting on the 2nd floor, then at his surroundings. The crowd was no longer divided into their usual social circles. After all, their previous alignments were decided by the prince that they had supported. With 4 of the princes suddenly dead, all of them lost their backbones as they wandered about messily. Murong Lin sipped some alcohol as he schemed about how he could obtain Wang Renmei's tea leaves. At this moment, Wang Renmei nodded and placed her brush down, blowing the ink on the painting before raising it up for her sisters behind her to see. The shrieking of the girls abruptly spread through the pavilion, attracting the attention of everyone present. Murong Lin had little interest in art, and he simply sat in his seat as everyone else rushed over to marvel at Wang Renmei's painting. Suddenly, sensing a gaze on his back, he turned his head immediately to no one. Staring at the building behind him, Murong Lin's brows were furrowed as he turned back to think. There was no possibility of his sixth sense failing him, there was definitely a spy watching him earlier, or possibly watching everyone. With his divine senses in the manifestation realm, he surprisingly couldn't sense a thing. There was no other explanation other than the target being much stronger than him, or that they wielded some kind of mysterious spiritual skill. Murong Lin sat normally, with no intentions of moving recklessly. He waited. He was sure that this was why Wang Renmei had invited everyone here today. Finally, she clapped her hands as the people crowding around her gradually dispersed, shouting, "Everyone, I'm sure that all of you are aware of the recent events that have transpired. The reason why I have gathered everyone here today was to have a discussion." After a slight pause, the crowd started whispering amongst themselves. What is the art fairy saying? Does she want our help in finding the blood spirits? No way. Despite how weak the blood spirits are, the offense that they have committed this time is far too grave. Every single influential force within Yan is hounding their members in the capital. Why would she need to drag us into this? That's right. I feel that the blood spirits entered the capital this time because of some great secret. Wang Renmei watched as the crowd discussed before powerlessly adding, while this incident does not involve any of you, it is best for all of us to work together in finding the blood spirits to rid ourselves any future danger. After all, the blood spirits will definitely bury themselves in the capital like a landmine. I hope for everyone's assistance in this matter. Someone quickly asked, Art Fairy, how can we help? The boy quickly lowered his head shyly as everyone turned towards him. The corners of Wang Renmei's mouth rose as she clapped her hands. This matter will require everyone's assistance. Come out, Sister Hai Miao, Brother Tang Qin. Also, Your Highness the Seventh Prince.